Thank you. Good morning, Virgin Islands, colleagues, staff, and testifiers, and everyone in the room and outside the room. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is hereby called to order. I am Senator Marie C. James, and I will be presiding over this meeting today. The last week has been a dark week for us, individually and collectively. First, on behalf of myself and my family, my heartfelt sympathies to the family of Kevin Highfield, a family I know very well. I wish you comfort and peace to face the days ahead and loving memories to hold in your heart. My heart also goes out to the family of 24-year-old Indira Morales. Senseless murder. We have to definitely address crime in the Virgin Islands. Also, my schoolmate, Monica Emanuel, the sister of Gerard Emanuel, departed this life this past weekend, and my condolences to all those families. And may their memories be a blessing. My mother was 19 years old when she became pregnant with me. She lived with her parents and younger siblings. So for my toddler years, I grew up in the same house with them. Last week, Wednesday, my Aunt Sadie was airlifted to Florida. And then on Friday, my Aunt Tita, Juanita Espinosa, departed this life. My cousin suggested that I participate remotely for this hearing, but I could not. I had to be here on St. Croix. I am here because I tell my staff, I am a soldier, not a soldier crab. A phrase of mine that a friend and I would say to each other every time we had a difficult time in the military. I am a soldier, I'm not a soldier crab. The son of a friend of mine who served with me in the Virgin Islands National Guard was injured when a ceiling fan fell on him while he was in his classroom. So I had to be here because I know her really well. So though I carry the weight of personal loss, I am reminded that the children of our community still need hope and support. Their future cannot be put on hold. I recognize that the needs of our children remain unchanged. They are the reason I rise each day, and I'm sure the reason for my committee members and those of us who are teachers in this community. We are committed to building a better future. So I'm going to start with a quote from James Baldwin, African-American essayist, novelist, playwright, and civil rights activist. And he said, "For nothing is fixed forever and forever and forever. It is not fixed. The earth is always shifting. The light is always changing. The sea does not cease to grind down rock. Generations do not cease to be born. And we are responsible to them because we are the only witnesses they have. The sea rises, the light fails, lovers cling to each other, and children cling to us. The moment we cease to hold each other, the sea engulfs us, and the light goes out." And it's probably a good quote for us because we live in the Caribbean Sea. We don't want the sea to engulf us and the light to go out. So today's hearing is about accountability and responsibility, which are crucial for exposing the truth, not staying silent in the face of wrongdoing, and shedding light on darkness. I ask Madam Clerk to conduct a roll call.
Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present.
Here.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna Fred Gregory absent. Senator Marie C. James.
Here.
Senator Marie C. James present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here, I'm here.
He's here.
Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph present. Madam Clerk, we have 5 present and 2 absent.
Madam Clerk, it's okay. It's okay.
Madam Chair,
What's the tally?
we have 5 present and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. We also have non-committee members present with us today. Senate President Novell Francis, Senator Potter, Senator Blyden. Thank you for being present with us today. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Yes, we do.
September 9th, 2024, the Honorable Marie C. James, Chairwoman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Chairwoman James, in regards to tardy notice for Committee on Education on Workforce Development, September 9, 2024, I will be late in attendance to the Committee on Workforce Development meeting scheduled on Monday, September 9, 2024, at the Fritz Ilowetz Conference Room in St. Croix. Please accept this letter as a formal notice of my delay. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Javon E. James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Madam Clerk, who did we receive that letter from?
Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Thank you. Please mark Senator Javon James as excused, and we await his arrival. Do you have any other correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Monday, September 9th, 2024, 10 a.m., Fritz Ilowetz, Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. Block 1, the committee will receive a status update from the Virgin Islands Department of Education on the success of the summer enrichment programs, the current status of school facilities, and assessment of overall school readiness, including but not limited to data on teacher vacancies and recruitment efforts to fill positions, data on student enrollment, information on assignment and reassignment of principals, and the status and use of the federal funds that must be spent by September 30th, 2024. The committee will hear from the newly hired Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance about his plans and goals for the territorial schools. Finally, the Board of Education and St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition will present testimony on their respective priorities for the 2024-2025 school year and any concerns that the board and the coalition may have as the new school year begins. Invited testifiers, Honorable Dr. Deanne Wells Hendrickton, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education. Craig Benjamin, Executive Director, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Dr. Kaiser A. Calwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Abdul Ali, Chairman, St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition. Madam Clerk, this concludes Block 1.
We need to switch seats.
Madam Chair, this concludes Block 1.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Madam Clerk. I do know that my Vice Chair, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, is flying over and her plane was delayed. So we will acknowledge her and the other non-members of the committee when they enter the room. Over the last year, we have been asked, or I have been asked as the chair of the Committee on Education, to have witnesses sworn in. And having witnesses sworn in is at the discretion of the chair of the committee. I normally would not have you swear in because when you are testifying on policy, which is executive policy, and we're doing an oversight hearing, there really is no need to have you sworn in. Even though theoretically, if you make a false statement in a hearing, you still can be prosecuted. However, today we're going to be talking about and you will be asked specific questions to the actions you took or failed to take, which means that you must be sworn in. So I need everyone to understand that when you become a cabinet member, you really do not swear in to tell the truth. You only swear in to uphold the Constitution and your office. That's it. This is different. So everybody needs to understand that before we proceed. You're actually swearing now and can be prosecuted for perjury today. So I'm going to ask every single one of you here who will be testifying today, whether you're in St. Thomas or St. Croix, to stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? Thank you. You may have a seat. You know, being a Christian, I hate words with TH. I had to say 3 times today, right? So I need everyone to understand that today's hearing is about accountability and responsibility. Please let the record reflect that the witnesses were sworn and acknowledged that they are testifying under penalty of perjury. So what I will do first is I will ask all the testifiers in this block to speak clearly and put your name and title, position on the record, and we will start here on St. Croix, beginning with the Commissioner of Education and then going to her right, and then back over to the next side, and then we'll go to St. Thomas. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Good morning, Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Good morning, Kwame Garcia, Project Manager, Bureau of Construction and Maintenance.
Good morning, Yancy Milligan, Director of Maintenance, St. Croix District.
Good morning, Dr. Charlene Belton Gonzalez, Insular Superintendent.
Good morning, Shaniel Callwood, Architect, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance.
Good morning, Craig Benjamin, Executive Director of School Construction and Maintenance.
Good morning, Gene Weeks, Director of Maintenance, St. Thomas District.
Thank you, St. Thomas, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, we have some parents and board members on St. Croix that we need to go, and then we'll come to St. Thomas.
Hi, pleasant good morning. Marquita Noor Hassan, Ricardo Richards, PTA President and parent of John H. Woodson student.
Good morning, Emanuela Perez Cassius, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Good morning, Lisa Terry, Secretary of the Pro B. Larson PTA.
Mr. Ali, go ahead.
Abdul Ali, chairperson of
Is his mic on?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Yeah. Abdul Ali, chairperson of the Public School Parent Coalition.
Good morning, Cheryl Luciano, Supporting Secretary for the Alfredo Andrews School.
Thank you. St. Thomas, testifiers, please go ahead.
Good morning, Mikal Reimer Brown, District Director of Federal Grants, St. Croix.
Good morning, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner, Curriculum and Instruction.
Good morning, Dr. Disha Powell, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District.
Good morning, Dr. Stefan Yergin, Superintendent of Schools, St. Thomas St. John District.
Good morning, Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources.
Good morning, Keisha Culpepper Smith, Federal Grants Director.
Thank you. Before we begin hearing the testimony, I want to thank the parents, the PTA members for being here because your voice matters and it's important that you be here today with us. I do want to say this, and I will say it. All of us in here, let's not pretend that this is brand new. Let's not do that today. We know this is not brand new, what's happening in our community. We know that. So we're not going to pretend like it's brand new. We're not going to be all outraged because it happened, because we know it's been existing. We've been hearing these complaints for years and years and years. Some way back when I myself was a teacher in this system. So as a community, today is a day for us to hold ourselves accountable and responsible, because that's the only time it's going to change. And we need to recognize the limitations, and I'm going to, throughout this testimony today, as a former teacher and still a teacher, educate this community on the responsibilities of every single branch of this government, including the judicial branch, which still has yet to come into this well here and really testify as to their operations. So I'm hoping that happens soon, because they play just as much a role as the other two branches in terms of our state of education. So we're going to begin. One of the things, too, I'm going to ask the Commissioner of Education. I know that you have a lot of graphs. I don't think you're going to go through the graphs, right?
No.
Okay, so you can begin with your testimony, Commissioner. Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you, Senator Gittens is also here. Thank you for joining us. Senator Gittens, non-committee honorary member committee member. Thank you.
Good morning, committee chairwoman.
I have to interrupt you again. I should have seen the yellow next to me. Senator Fred Gregory has also joined us. Good morning, Senator Fred Gregory, the Vice Chair. Thank you for being here. And also Senator Jivan James. It's going to be a long day today, but it warrants a long day. I think we all will agree. So we also have Senator Franklin Johnson by video. Thank you, and go ahead, Commissioner Hedrington Wells. Hedrington.
Good morning, committee chairwoman, Senator Maris C. James, Vice Chair, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, other committee members, Senator Diane T. Capehart, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Javon E. James, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Carla J. Joseph, and other members of the 35th Legislature, our listening and viewing audiences. Before I begin to read the testimony, I want to offer my condolences to you, Senator James, and your family on your recent loss. And I also want to offer deepest condolences to Ms. Joanne Cricky Vanlo and her death, 23 years of service at the Juanita Gardine School. So our condolences go out to her family and friends as well as they mourn her loss. But we do thank her for her years of service within the Virgin Islands Department of Education. First and foremost, Money, I want to extend my sincere regret and concern for Caden Theodore, who had the unfortunate incident that took place at St. Croix Educational Complex last week. No student, absolutely no student, should be put at risk when attending school. We understand the gravity of this situation, and we apologize on behalf of the entire Department of Education, as well as the School Bureau of Construction and Maintenance, to the students, the families, and the community as well. As we go through our testimony, will we be able to talk a little bit more about what has been done since that incident? As the Commissioner of the Department of Education, we remain committed to ensuring that every single child that walks through our doors can be educated, empowered, and enriched to be the best versions of themselves. I want to also say thank you to the hardworking men and women who serve in the Department of Education for your dedication, your heart, and compassion for what you do that makes this department do what it needs to do for our students in this territory. I want to thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to be here today to update this body and the people of the Virgin Islands on the status of public education. With me are my members of my leadership team, Mr. Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Charlene Belton Gonzalez, St. Croix District Superintendent, Dr. Stefan D. Yergin, St. Thomas St. John District Superintendent, Dr. Disha Powell, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District, Ms. Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources, Mr. Milligan, Director of Maintenance, St. Croix, Mr. Weeks, Director of Maintenance, St. Thomas St. John District, Michael Reimer Brown, Federal Grants Director, St. Croix District, Ms. Keisha Culpepper Smith, Director of Federal Grants on the state level. On August 5th, we open our doors to welcome back our students and families for the 2024-2025 school year. We have had our share of challenges, but together we have been able to weather the storms as we work to improve the level of service to the children and families. At VIDE, we share the common vision that we are transforming today's learners into tomorrow's leaders. And communication is the key to our rebranding, and we will continue our efforts to keep the internal and external stakeholders informed. It is important that we identify our issues, own our issues, find solutions to them, and execute and remediate where possible. At VIDE, we're not accepting any excuses, but our mindsets must be one that is solution-driven through accountability. The Virgin Islands Department of Education cannot fix all the ailments of the public education system without the involvement of every single stakeholder, to include this body. At this time, I would like to commend all of you for your commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands, and more importantly, to the children of the Virgin Islands as we improve our public school system. The St. Thomas St. John District Opening of Schools report, Dr. Yergin will read that into the record.
St. Thomas St. John District is embarking on the 2024-2025 school year with a focus on intensifying the core and inspiring innovation for the 2024-25 school year. Our priority remains on enhancing quality schools, effective systems, and stakeholder engagement, with a commitment to keeping students at the center of all of our actions. As the superintendent, I am enthusiastic about the growth opportunities for our students and staff, even as we face ongoing challenges. This year, we started with the new Teacher Professional Development Program, which included a cultural welcome featuring former Senator Myron Jackson's presentation on U.S. Virgin Islands history and the tasting of local cuisine. The program also provided essential training on HR policies, classroom management, technology basics, and grading practices, equipping new educators to thrive. The Back to School Professional Development Day on August 1st was a huge success, with 520 educators gathering at the Bertha C. Bachelta Middle School. Keynote speaker, Mr. Eric Scheininger, CEO of Aspire Change EDU, delivered an inspiring talk on disrupting thinking in our classrooms, emphasizing innovative solutions, the role of technology in enhancing learning, and the importance of building strong relationships. After the keynote, attendees participated in 40 content-specific sessions, fully engaging with the trainers. The event, supported by sponsors including the Ritz-Carlton Resort and Kellerhouse Ferguson Crabin PLLC, was a resounding success, leaving teachers energized for the new school year. The Virgin Islands Board of Education was also present to share important information on teacher certification, and the community generously provided bag lunches for the staff. In late July, we collaborated with community stakeholders, including participating at the Tutu Park Mall's annual Back to School giveaway event. On August 3rd, we hosted a Back to School talent show where our students wowed us with their phenomenal performances. Although the turnout was low, the talent displayed was just outstanding. On August 4th, we joined ministers from several churches for a back-to-school day of prayer, a meaningful way to begin the school year. School reports. There are presently 14 activity centers in the St. Thomas St. John district. Of the 14, 10 are K through 12 schools, and one is the Raphael Wheatley Skills Center, Edith Williams Alternative Academy, the Adult Education, and the Adult Continuing Education Center that serves adult learners. An annual school inspection 1 week prior to the opening of school with stakeholders such as the Commissioner of Education, Superintendent of Schools, Deputy Superintendent of Schools, Department of Environmental Health, Department of Public Works, the Virgin Islands Fire Department, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and a team from the Virgin Islands Board of Education. The 10 activity centers that serve students ages 4 to 18 were opened on Monday, August 5th, 2024, buzzing with excitement and eagerness. Schools displayed different and creative ways of greeting and ushering their students into the new school year. Introductions and student orientations of housekeeping matters were also the highlight of the day. Many parents sought to complete processes that they had not started before to allow their children entry for the first day of school. All leaders/office staff of the superintendent's office were deployed to assist administrative teams at each school, which allows school leaders an extra hand with student staff as well as parents. Positive/challenging occurrences. The following highlights the common themes observed, including both the positive developments and the challenges faced by our campuses. The report covers key areas such as infrastructure, staffing, parental involvement, and logistical readiness. By summarizing these findings, the report aims to guide our efforts in addressing immediate needs and ensuring a successful and positive school year for all students and staff. Positives across campuses. Strong parental involvement. Schools like Joseph A. Gomez Elementary and Lockhart School saw a significant turnout of parents, particularly fathers, who accompanied their children on the first day, setting a positive tone for the school year. Effective use of staff. Bertha C. Bachelta Middle School successfully utilized paraprofessionals who played a crucial role in supporting classroom activities, demonstrating how effective use of available resources can lead to positive outcomes. Motivated and engaged faculty. Several schools, including Bertha C. Bachelta Middle School and Edith Williams Alternative Academy, reported that staff and students were motivated and receptive, creating a positive atmosphere for the start of the school year. Challenges across campuses, infrastructure issues. Many schools are dealing with significant maintenance problems, including failing air conditioning units, mold, leaks, and termite infestation. For example, Joseph A. Gomez Elementary and Lockhart K-8 School faced severe infrastructure challenges that impacted the learning environment. Staff shortages. Teacher vacancies and a lack of paraprofessionals were common issues across multiple schools such as Shara Amalia High School, Janie Tuitt Elementary School, which led to disruptions in classroom management and placed additional burdens on existing staff. Logistical hurdles. Schools like Sproul School and Ivana Durkin High School entered difficulties with communication systems and power outages, which disrupted the start of the school year and highlighted the need for improved logistical support. I now turn to Dr. Gonzalez for the St. Croix District's first day report.
The 24-25 academic year is off to an exciting and transformative start. As Dr. Jorgen stated, I am Dr. Charlene Belton Gonzalez, the new superintendent for St. Croix District. The district is poised to embrace innovative approaches that will drive educational excellence and student success. During the Back to School Professional Development Program, I was able to extend a warm welcome to all faculty and staff, setting a positive and forward-thinking tone for the year ahead. The highlight of the program was the keynote address by Eric Scheninger, who captivated the audience with his presentation on disruptive thinking in our classrooms. His insights challenge educators to rethink traditional teaching methods and embrace new strategies that foster creativity, critical thinking, and adaptability in students. Following the inspiring keynote, staff members were energized and ready to delve into professional development sessions tailored for their specific grade spans. These sessions, held at their respective schools or other designated locations, provided valuable opportunities for educators to collaborate, share best practices, and refine their skills as they prepare to welcome students back to the classroom. The St. Croix District also introduced Andrea Schillingford as the new deputy superintendent. With her extensive experience and a commitment to educational excellence, Ms. Schillingford is a valuable addition to the leadership team. Together, she, Dr. Carla Bastian, and I are eager to drive the district forward, working collaboratively with principals, teachers, and staff to create an environment where every student can thrive. The district's leadership team is unified in its mission to increase student achievement while addressing the diverse needs of all learners. By fostering a culture of collaboration, innovation, and continuous improvement, the team is committed to ensuring that every student in the St. Croix District receives a high-quality education. As the new academic year unfolds, the district is ready to tackle challenges and seize opportunities with a steadfast focus on empowering students to succeed in an ever-changing world. School reports. The report covers the first day of schools across several campuses, detailing positive outcomes and challenges faced by these schools as they commence the academic year. I'm going to share a summary of the positives and challenges observed across these campuses. The positives first. Several schools, such as Clardo Marco and Ricardo Richards, reported a successful and efficient start to the school year. Staff at Clardo Marco took proactive steps to address issues and ensure a smooth day, while Ricardo Richards settled quickly into its routine. Proactive leadership. Leadership at multiple schools demonstrated strong problem-solving skills. For instance, the principal and assistant principal at Clardo Marco personally delivered lunches when transportation issues arose, ensuring minimal disruption to the students. Parent engagement. At Clardo Marco, efforts were made to involve parents early with opportunities to meet teachers and discuss classroom expectations, fostering a collaborative environment. Challenges across the campuses. Number one, staffing vacancies. Nearly every school reported significant vacancies. Positions range from classroom teachers, example, fourth grade at Alfredo Andrews, math at St. Croix Educational Complex, to support roles like paraprofessionals, custodians, and counselors. This widespread understaffing could impact the quality of education and support services. Infrastructure issues. Many schools are dealing with serious facility-related challenges, such as non-functional air conditioning, Alfredo Andrews and Ricardo Richards, water leaks, example, St. Croix Central High School and Alfredo Andrews, and power outages, which were experienced at Woodson Junior High School. These issues not only cause discomfort, but can also disrupt instruction and daily operations. Curriculum and resource gaps. Some schools reported not having received critical curriculum materials such as reading, math, and science resources at Claudio Marco. Additionally, there was a need for basic classroom furniture in schools like Lou Muckle and Claudio Marco. Connectivity problems. Several schools, including Pearl B. Larson and Ricardo Richards, are experiencing ongoing issues with internet connectivity, which is essential for modern instruction and administration. In addition to the physical infrastructure problems, some schools raise concerns about air quality due to leaks, St. Croix Educational Complex, for example, and other environmental issues, which could affect the health and well-being of students and staff. While there were some positive aspects to the start of the school year, such as effective leadership and smooth transitions, the challenges appear to be significant and widespread. Ensuring all necessary curriculum materials are in place and resolving connectivity issues are critical steps needed to support the success of these schools.
Current status of school facilities and assessment of overall readiness. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has been battling the maintenance of schools for decades. Historically, maintenance has been underfunded, and the repairs that are needed to our facilities have exasperated over the years. Now that we are here, several steps have been taken by this body and internally with federal funds to ensure that we are able to address some of these longstanding issues impacting the facilities. The VIDE went through routine inspections of the validating agencies before school reopened as customary. Those agencies, as mentioned before, included the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Department of Public Works, the Department of Health, Department of Fire and Emergency Services. In addition to those agencies, others who participated included St. Croix Coalition PTA presidents at various locations, the Virgin Islands Board of Education, representatives from Senator James' office, and other representatives of the local 1825 American Federation of Teachers. During the walkthroughs, we looked at safety concerns. During those walkthroughs, we saw that work was still ongoing. Our modular units continue to show signs of major deterioration where the two halves are joined. We also discovered that the separation in the roof has caused moisture to seep into the insulation and ducting system, resulting in mold. At no time is it our intention to have staff and students in moldy environments. Our modular units will have to be monitored closely and remediated on a case-by-case basis. The School Maintenance and Construction Bureau will devise a long-term plan to address the modulars across the territory. On pages 10 all the way to page 25, detail the maintenance repairs that were done during the summer, and our maintenance directors are here to respond to any of the inquiries. So I'm just gonna pick a couple things. Claudio Marco, we had the painting of ceilings, ceiling light repairs. At Eulalie, we had the mold remediation that took place in the modulars, installation of some air conditioning units. We had the AC units that were cleaned. At John Woodson, we had the repair of ceiling lights, the auditorium and stage renovations, restroom renovations, the new kitchen installation. Alfredo Andrews, you had stuff like floor tile installations, installing light bulbs throughout, ceiling tiles, Central High, walkway repair, educational complex, We had the installation of the 230-ton AC units. We had AC cleaning across the territory. Lumoko, we had an extensive tiling done at that site. Ricardo Richards, we had kitchen installations, and I'm just picking a few as I go through. We had the cleaning of HVACs at Juanita Garden. I recently learned that the kitchen is fully installed there as well. Pearl B, we had the cleaning of ACs, the replacement and changing of floor tiles. Alternative Ed, we installed 6 AC units, and we recoated the roof of Building 1 and 2. In St. Thomas, we had some cleaning of AC units throughout the territory, replacement of fixtures at Janie Tuitt. We had doors that were repaired at BCB. We had the repair of the guard booth and cleaning of air conditioning. Olamulla, we power washed the buildings. There were some plumbing issues that were addressed. At Bowski, we have mold remediation, which is out for solicitation. That's ongoing. That's the same issues that we're having with the modulars. We removed some old AC to install new units at that site. Joseph Gomez, we did some exterior painting, interior painting, replacement of ceiling tiles, damaged furniture was replaced. Ivana Eudora Ken, we had mold remediation that took place. We had the painting of ramps. We had the change of damaged outlets and the cleaning of ACs throughout. At Julius E. Sproul School, we had the repair of windows and locks and doors and ceiling tiles, as well as some repairs to the bathroom. At Charlotte Amalia, we are in the process of the mold remediation of those modular classrooms that were closed. We do have some walkway repairs on the way, as well as AC cleaning and installation and repairs. At Lockhart K through 8, we have installed new doors, resealed roof and top coat. We do have more remediation taking place there. Across the territory, we have some existing contracts that include perimeter fencing, camera installations, and in some places, the installation of air conditioning units and deck paintings. At Sibley School, we did the removal of old units, and we repaired some units at that site as well. All the ACs were cleaned there. At Edith Williams, we are ongoing some painting and roof repairs as we speak. The camera installation, Edith Williams was actually the first site in the St. Thomas St. John district to have the camera system fully installed thus far. And so we're moving on to the success of summer enrichment programs. Dr. Jorgen, St. Thomas St. John district.
Commissioner
Yes.
Hedrington Wells, I have, because you just covered maintenance, and I don't want this topic to get lost.
Okay.
I'm going to switch things up a little bit.
No problem.
I'm going to have because they've been listening to your testimony regarding maintenance, I think I need to hear from the PTA. Since your testimony was really focused on maintenance and repairs, I'm going to do that so we don't get lost in everything else.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with Mr. Ali. Go ahead, and then I'm going to have Ms. Noor Hassan, then Ms. Luciana, and then Ms. Terry. Okay?
Wanting me to go ahead with the testimony at this particular stage?
Say that again, Mr. Ali.
Are you wanting me to go ahead with the testimony that
I want you to read, because the testimony so far from the commissioner has to do with maintenance, and most of the testimonies from the parents today are about maintenance more than anything else. So I'd like you to, I hope you were listening closely when it came to your respective schools,
Okay.
because that's important.
Mm-hmm.
And so we shouldn't have any conflicting testimony, in the sense that if the commissioner said your kitchen was repaired, then I shouldn't hear from you that the kitchen isn't repaired unless it isn't, right? I mean, let's be honest today. Today's a day for honesty.
Absolutely.
So let's go forward.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, Senator James. And it is true that there's been quite a bit of the maintenance work going. I know over at Lumacle School, we've had quite a lot going on in that particular area.
Mr. Ali, I was just going to say, are you saying that without even looking at your testimony? That's really good.
No.
Read your testimony.
Well, you want me to read
I want you to read your testimony.
Okay, let me read my testimony then. And thank you very much. Okay. I was just trying to get in touch with the pledge that we made this morning, you know, to stay on top of that.
Okay.
All right, so my testimony. Good morning, Honorable Senator Marie C. James, Chairman of the Committee of Education and Workforce Development, and members of this committee. I'm Abdul Ali, Chairperson of the St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition. Thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of the members of the coalition to discuss the critical issues impacting our public education system and the need to enhance public education and introduce meaningful reforms that would, in the final analysis, be of real help to the students who attend schools. Today I stand before you to focus on some important issues that have taken place since I stood before you back in June of this year. Since that time, the coalition has been meeting on a regular basis. It has had a 1.5-hour long meeting with the Commissioner of Education and her team of officials, participated in a school walkthrough, and it has filed a report on that very important initiative. We have, as you're well aware, all been touched by Storm Ernesto, the power outages, the school bus accident, where some 32 students were injured, trips made to schools only to find out that students couldn't stay in the buildings and had to be sent home to receive instruction there. School opening on August the 5th, 2024, was, to say the least, a trying moment, and one that we all wish that we didn't have to go through. Was there enough preparation for the school opening to take place and to ensure that elements like safety and the learning process could take place with PNP, pride and productivity? While we have seen some areas where a number of our priorities for the 2024-2025 school year have been met, there's still a lot of work to be done in many of the priority areas. We're still awaiting timelines for the completion of school repairs so that schools could be considered safe. The treatment of mold problems are of importance to us, and so are some well-defined plans as to just how we will fare during this hurricane season and the power outages that will, more likely than not, be tied to that. Hopefully, plans are in place to purchase generators for each school to deal with the WAPA power outages when they strike. At this point, I must take my hat off to Alfredo Andrews, PTA President, Janice Jones and her team for organizing a meeting with some community leaders and officials to discuss concerns related to the school, to include the AC, tiling matters, and to ask that these be resolved in an effort to promote safety and the learning process. And still with the schools, I must point out here that Lumacle Elementary School did get some much needed help from the Department of Education and is as ready as it's ever going to be for learning to take place in a safe setting. Having said all of that, we must all continue to look at ways and means of enhancing standard education and setting the scene for building partnerships and the kind of collaboration that could be of real benefit to students, teachers, parents, the DOE, and the community in general. Let me begin this part of the testimony with the meeting with the DOE Commissioner of Education, Dr. Hedrington, and her top-level staff, to include the then acting superintendent, Dr. Carla Bastian-Knight, Deputy Commissioner Victor Sum, and several other officials. In attendance from the coalition's point of view was Roxanne Alexander, who represented Pearl B. Larson School, and myself, who represented Lou Muckle Elementary School. After outlining our 10 areas of concern, and that's in Addendum 1, we came away from that meeting that was things like the 2024-25 school calendar, Addendum 2, which you have, and school supply lists that had been made, and that plans were being looked at by the legislature to ensure that the EMTs and CMAs and other healthcare professionals could be on hand to handle health matters with the help of regular nurses. It was also mentioned that work at the schools was ongoing to get them ready for the opening of schools in August 2025. One of the main problem areas discussed by the DOE commissioner and her team had to do with the shortage of teaching staff. Added to this was the low bandwidth internet problems and the impact of that on the learning process. The lack of playgrounds at some 4 schools was also mentioned, and so too was the kitchen and bathroom AC and roof repairs needed to keep the rain away. The next contact with the DOE Commissioner Hedrington and her staff was at the walkthrough of some 11 schools. This took place on St. Croix, July 23rd, July 24th, and after the making of several phone calls and the sending of several emails and notes to the then acting superintendent of schools, Dr. Carla Bastian Knight, permission was given by the DOE for 3 coalition members to participate in the walkthrough. The 3 members who participated in the walkthrough included Dawn O'Brien, Leslie Green, and myself. Some other individuals who had an interest in the walkthrough were seemingly authorized by the DOE commissioner to participate in it as well. The info provided by key DOE staffers like Yancey Milligan, the maintenance director, and the on-site views provided the walkthrough of the schools and the state of readiness that raised some questions. And that was, you could see that in Addendum 3. During the walkthrough, we did learn about the replacement of Central High School, and we did some maintenance crews at schools. This left us feeling that maintenance work was ongoing, at least to meet some of the 10 priority listing scale provided by the St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition. Please note the measuring scale, that's in Addendum 4, that we use to help us get some clarity with the regards to the level of matters such as school safety, internet connectivity, air conditioning matters, and how these are tied to the welfare of students, school staff, and the learning process. A report regarding the walkthroughs was sent out to coalition members, the Commissioner of Education, and your office, Senator James. Your response, as I understood it, was that you felt that much needed to be done to bring schools up to date when it comes to prioritizing safety, and in that setting, support the learning process. The Commissioner of the DOE sent me a note thanking me for the report and also advising me that she respectfully disagreed with my assessment of the schools in terms of their readiness for opening on August 5th. There were responses from coalition members as well about the report indicating that the DOE was not doing enough to get schools ready for the school opening day. With all of that in mind, I feel that it is appropriate at this stage to focus on the 10 priorities for the coalition and the need for a realistic and meaningful timeline from the VIDOE for the job at hand. The priority listing includes school repairs to be completed for the bathrooms, kitchens, roof leaks, and toilets, a securing of vendors to address mold and drinking water issues, the installation of working ACs and fans to address the heat matters around, plans to address the hiring of teachers to provide instruction to students, the development of a year-long reading program, the enhancement of internet services in all schools to a level where teachers and students can utilize it properly, the repairs and upgrades to all school playgrounds, the painting of the schools, the provision of information regarding the use of the impressed funds and fellow funds balances for the 24-25 period and how these are tied with school repairs. And Addendum 5 speaks to that. The ensuring that the services for children with disabilities are being provided. And perhaps later on, I did get a letter from the Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands. I can look at that later on with your permission, Senator James. The provision of upgrades to electrical equipment and the installation of safety measures like smoke detectors, panic doors, and fire extinguishers. The provision of an outline regarding summer school repair programs, Addendum 6. The preparation of a plan and design to address the bullying that takes place in school. An interpretation of the role and function of the Bureau of Maintenance Office Manager and the working in that office and regular and timely meetings with the Board of Education to discuss and determine deadlines for meeting these priority areas. I want to, at this point, touch on some data that is being provided by the St. Croix Foundation 2023 Kids School Account Report, which shows that our students are not doing well in language arts proficiency or in the math proficiency. And you could see Addendum 7 for that. And so we must address this problem. Addendum 8 speaks to addressing it. We must find solutions, otherwise our students will continue to fall behind at the educational level. The solutions may well call for the development of partnerships, collaborative efforts, and transparency initiatives that would, with the use of data, help students to see the educational process as something that can help them move forward. I'm reminded here that parents who are themselves teachers should be recognized as such and should also be encouraged to continue to take part in the educational process as one of the main groups who have been afforded the authority to shape the minds and attitudes of children. Given the current shortage of teachers, we really need to work to empower parents by running parenting classes for them and providing them with incentives designed to aid their growth and development. It should also remember that we're here on earth primarily for one reason, to pass things on and to invest in the future of those who come behind us. With all of this in mind, the St. Croix Public School Coalition wants to remind the Virgin Islands Department of Education, the Board of Education, parents, students, and the legislature's Committee on Education that the coalition remains willing to lend a hand. We're all in this together when it comes to helping to ensure that our students are well prepared for the future in terms of education, foresight, and an understanding of their responsibilities and legal rights and the taking of their place on the world stage. The coalition wants to hear some news from the Department of Education regarding the establishment of a curriculum night, and that would fall under Addendum 11, that would take place in September. This would call for the engagement of parents in the education system and a partnering with them to provide support for the students who are attending schools. Before I close, I want to offer a word of thanks to the members of the coalition for their leadership and support. The Janice Jones, the Fredo Andrews School, Kimberly Moorhead, Pearl B. Larson School, Tamara McIntosh George, Eulalie Rivera School, Leslie Green, Claudio Marcos School, Jason Henry, John H. Woodson School, Jennifer Joseph, Juanita Gardine School, Janella Harvey, Central High School, Maqueda Noah Hassan, Ricardo Richards School, Roxanne Baby Alexander, Pearl B. Larson School, Dawn O'Brien, John H. Woodson School, and myself at Lou Muckle School. I must also thank the parents and the PTAs from the various schools who provided their commitment to the idea of moving the educational process forward for the good of the students. I must mention the Board of Education as well for the development of that's the Board of, the VI Board, yes, for the development of a parent survey and a student survey that is designed to capture the thoughts of parents and students with regards to their needs. As I understand it, the board is now responsible for the syllabus, and so it is our hope that it will spend some time preparing that syllabus for the teaching of VI and Caribbean history in schools and the healing process attached to that. A call for some reparations from Denmark and other countries should be on the agenda as well. I must also thank the VIDOE for ensuring that their coalition could participate in the walkthrough and for meeting with the body. In general, I think that some progress has been made in terms of the regularity of the meetings between the coalition members, the holding of the meetings with the Commissioner of Education, the Senate hearing that was held in June, and this hearing today, the renewed focus schools, and the new look ahead for the educational process. At present, there is no other choice really but to address the problems we face. Finally, it should be noted that a weekly radio program for the youths is currently being planned, and one that would provide them with opportunities to share their views and to offer solutions to some of the problems they face. On behalf of the St. Croix Public School Parent Coalition, I offer my thanks to you and your committee, Senator Maurice James, for this opportunity to address the future of our youths in a meaningful kind of way and to address our priorities. Thank you.
You know, one of the things I said earlier that, please turn off your phones. If anybody, or that's outside. I said earlier that nothing is brand new. The problems we're facing today, including the Kids Count report. If you go back in time, you'll see that Kids Count report has been released so many years. I was myself on the board of the St. Croix Foundation. And prior to that, for those of you who don't know, the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands from St. Thomas also released those reports before. So today is about solutions. And I'm hoping that we find that because Mr. Ali, the parents cannot repair the schools. That's okay, I'm going to go to the next teacher, well, actually, parent, Ms. Noor Hassan.
Good day, Honorable Marie C. James, Chairwoman of the Committee of the Education and Workforce Development, members of this committee, and testifiers. I am Maquita A. Noor Hassan, proud parent and PTA president of the Ricardo Richards Elementary School. Honorable Marie C. James, thank you for allowing me to testify before you and the members of this committee today to have an open but yet a very important discussion to voice my concerns and opinions about the students, faculty, and staff of the Virgin Islands respectfully. It is established that the VIDE continues to ensure the people of the Virgin Islands that every effort is being made that the children of the territories have a safe and efficient learning environment, are vowed to be fully responsible for the functions of timely maintenance, inspection, construction, renovation, repairs, and modernization of educational facilities of the Virgin Islands. But please note, I stood before you, Honorable Marie C. James, and the Committee of the Education and Workforce Development on November 16, 2023, to provide testimony based on a lack of transparency to ensure a safe and healthy learning environment for the students, staff, and other administration of the Virgin Islands, especially on St. Croix. Today, for the record, please note that this is a part of the very reason why I stand before you today. Recently, the VID indicated on the VI consortium that was published on July 27, 2024, that they intend to, I quote, maintain transparency and keep the community informed by sharing videos of the walkthroughs, end of quote, and will be made publicly on July 30th, 2024. The videos for each school of the Virgin Islands was posted on the VIDOE YouTube page. But to be honest, most videos that I personally viewed was at least 5 minutes and showed mostly the introduction from the DOE Commissioner Deanne Wells Henderson about what to expect in their schools. Some input from Mr. Yancey Milligan and the video of the cafeterias. At that point, I felt as though some of the schools in the territories weren't ready to be open. With all due respect, in my opinion, there is a lack of proof of transparency that indicates prior and current problems that were addressed. For example, the classrooms, bathrooms, leaking roofs, especially the flood zone schools, gymnasiums, and libraries. As to date, no images, air,
Ms.
or
Noor
water.
Hassan,
Yeah?
slow down.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. For example, the classrooms, bathrooms, leaking roofs, especially the flood zone schools, gymnasiums, and libraries. As to date, no images or air or water quality testing reports and or mold remediation reports have been released to the public for the school year 2024-2025. If that information is ready and available, can the VIDE please share that vital information? Is there a VIBE school inspection report for the school year 2024-2025 with the key inspection agencies, including the Department of Health, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Department of Public Works, and Fire and Emergency Medical Services that played a crucial role in the inspections along with VIBOE? St. Croix Coalition and school PTA representatives, did everyone come together to submit their findings and collaboratively come to an agreement with pending issues such as kitchen installations, exterior painting, roof repairs for classrooms, electrical upgrade, AC units to be installed, perimeter fencing, and camera installations at schools were 100%, let me repeat that, 100% ready to open safely without any incidents or issues for an effective on August 5th, 2024. I gathered this pending information for each respected schools in the territories, especially for St. Croix, based on the VIDE school maintenance project listing for the school year 2024-2025. Can someone please explain to the people of the Virgin Islands how, with these major pending issues at stake, how school was given a green light to open? Why was the date wasn't pushed back for all public schools to be open until the date of completion was met? It is unacceptable and unfortunate on the first week of school at Eulalie Rivera School, some students were sent home due to an unsafe and non-conducive environment for the students and teachers. What preparations was done prior to the school reopening? If the school was honestly ready, there is no way that the students should have been sent home so that modulars needed maintenance work for more remediation. The HVAC and duct systems was isolated and removed. Ceiling tiles needed to be replaced and temporary disruption caused by essential repairs of modulars. Based on press release statement from VIDE, this is unacceptable. Our students, teachers, faculty, and staff deserve better. Is there an explanation as to why this happened at Eulalie Rivera School? All schools in the VIDE school maintenance projects of the St. Croix district has camera installation in progress for school year 2024-2025. These issues was on a school maintenance project from since last school year as well. The perimeter fencing for all schools is also code in progress. Is there a deadline for these two issues? How far along until completion? Would these two particular issues be a safety concern if anything arises, such as someone coming on campus without proper knowledge or consent, or if any violence or bullying occur with or without incident, how will any incident be documented as evidence? We need safe schools for all. With the schools also on the VIDE school maintenance project listing, such as St. Croix Central High School, Claudio Marco School, Juanita Gardine, and Eulalie Rivera, having, quote, kitchen installation in progress. What is the completion date? How are meals being prepared and served? Are there more than one vendor or contractors assigned to complete this vital role to ensure that our students, faculty, and staff have a healthy and nutritional meal? Are the schools still being given 5-gallon waters to cook with? If not, how are meals prepared? Based on the VIDE school maintenance projects on the St. Croix district, for the record, exterior painting was noticeable for the high schools: St. Croix Central High School, St. Croix Educational Complex, and CTEC. When is the expected completion date? Why wasn't this completed during the summer? Will this work of exterior painting be done after school, on a weekend, or on a holiday? Our students deserve better, to have a beautiful and uplifting upgrade, both for the interior and exterior of the schools. With all of these issues still affecting the schools of the Virgin Islands, why did VIDE not sure that not the same, most, but all, I repeat, all issues were fixed, resolved, and not currently in progress? Contracting or in solicitation for the school year 2024-2025. Again, why were schools of the VI allowed to be open on Monday, August 5th, 2024, and not extended until the completion of these very important issues that play a key role for accuracy? 100% functioning and conducive learning environment for the students, teachers, faculty, and staff. It is unfair that schools are still affected and still having ongoing disruption of learning due to lack of communication, preparation, and transparency to reaffirm the people of the Virgin Islands that it was and it is safe to return to the school campuses. Another major concern for the people of the VI is VIDE financial budgets, planning and execution for spending federal and/or emergency funding where it is established that all monies received is to support our educational system of the VI. Will the VIDE have more transparency on how the funds, monies are being spent or utilized throughout the territory of the Virgin Islands? There are so many things that is current and ongoing that requires attention for funds to be spent or utilized. For example, but not limited to, office supplies, basic school supplies, cleaning supplies, toiletries, copy paper, ink, toner, drinking water, water to cook, vouchers or stipends to give or reimburse teachers or paraprofessionals for purchasing supplies to fix up the classroom or buying school supplies or reading materials for their students to have a successful school year. Also, in a VIDE budget, has there ever been consideration for purchasing items for outdoor structured learning activities, more nutritional food choices or options that is approved by the FDA, updated library books, textbooks, electronic devices, state-of-the-art computer labs and playgrounds that will support and enhance learning to ensure that all students, teachers, faculty, and staff have all of the resources they need to be successful? The people and the children of the Virgin Islands deserve the best that money can buy. The children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. It is my plea to you today, with the adequate funding to spend and utilize timely to execute and maintain the upkeep of the Virgin Islands schools or facilities. I must say, I appreciate and commend the VIDE and going in the right direction to offer new and more opportunities for college career readiness based on the STEM learning, state-of-the-art musical performance hall, curriculum to result in students engaging their own personal pathways to pursue their passions/goals in life. But with new plans to demolish and build back schools in the Virgin Islands, please do not forget the present issues. A lot of the schools already merged and don't have a school to call home. Some classes have transitioned into temporary modular classes, but we need 100% fully functional buildings, safe and clean, and equipments and/or electronics such as ceiling fan/tiles, roofs, AC, vents to be maintained weekly, monthly, etc. I also commend the VIDE for their focus on attendance rate, academic goals, dropout prevention plan, and maintain or have an average goal of the iReady data to help assist students that need improvement on their grade level or challenge those students that meet the standards to excel. Thank you, but more work needs to be done overall. Finally, benefits of creating an ideal learning environment creates favorable conditions of learning for students mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. Such conditions can be motivational, less stress, focus better, and absorb knowledge. It is a vital role to help and ensure the students be in an extraordinary environment that impact their learning. The VIDE keeps mentioning that it is their dedication to deliver a safe and conducive learning environment for all students, and it is committed to completing all repairs from minor fixes to significant projects. But that is far from happening, far from transparency, far from accountability, in my opinion, with all due respect. Safe and conducive learning environment actually helps students focus on academic achievement, maintain high standards, achieve academic goals, fostering positive relationships between staff and students, and encourage parental and community involvement. We can do better. We must do better, including all stakeholders that ensure the children of the Virgin Islands have the best possible education, because we are VI strong, VI resilient. We are definitely all in this together, because at no time a student or teacher should be punished or reprimanded for doing or saying the right thing. Teachers are a vital part in the lives of our students. It is their oath to serve the children of the Virgin Islands. We need more respect, trust, gratitude, and appreciation for our teachers of the Virgin Islands. We need more transparency and better ongoing communication and a trusting relationship with VIDE. The students of the Virgin Islands are our future leaders, governors, senators, delegates to Congress, nurses, doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs, and other community helpers. They need love, respect, and all opportunities to have the best possible education in the Virgin Islands, because it takes a village to raise a child. We are in this together. With that being said, I leave you with this. Push. P-U-S-H. Push until something happens. Let us do the right thing. I ain't done yet. Finally, in closing, I have some few pointers or questions to add before I close. Number one, is there
Ms. Nur Hassan, that's where I'm going to stop you.
Sorry.
The questions are going to come from the senators.
Okay, thank you.
We did get your questions, though.
Okay.
And so we have, and they were excellent questions, by the way, but those are going to come from the senators themselves.
Thank you.
But thank you so much for your testimony. We're going to go. I was just telling my colleague that I do not like to hear the word resilient anymore in the Virgin Islands. I just don't like to hear it, because it's almost as if we're saying that we should just settle for what we have. And I can't. I cannot. It's almost like it's VI suffering. That's just my it's one of those days. Miss Luciana.
Good morning.
Go right ahead. You have.
You hear me?
Yes. And you know that your voice is quiet. This is a former VING member, and I know her voice is quiet, so please speak up. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Cheryl Luciana. I'm a parent of an Alfredo Andrews School student and also a Central High School student. I'm in a position of the supporting secretary of the Alfredo Andrews School, and I'm presenting this testimony on behalf of Janice Jones, the president. Testimony to the Committee of Education and Workforce Development, parent-teacher organization of the Alfredo Andrews School 2024-2025 school year. Make Alfredo Andrews School good again. Dear esteemed committee members, I am Janice Jones, president of the parent-teacher organization of the Alfredo Andrews Elementary School. As president, the parents of the organization want urgent issues affecting our children's education addressed. Our dedicated teachers, support staff, and the very infrastructure of our school are confronting obstacles that hinder our mission to provide a quality learning experience. Immediate action is necessary to uphold the standards we've set for our community's future. VI pride and fix our schools. Alfredo Andrews Elementary School was once a great school. Alfredo Andrews School gave the foundation to produce doctors, lawyers, educators, politicians, administrators, senators, athletes, and many other professionals too numerous to mention today. We believe it can continue to do so, but we need the support of this body to bring about the changes in our school system, where our students can be proud to wear their uniform with pride. The first issue is the shortage of classroom desks. We express our concern over the inadequate desk in our children's classrooms. The current state of the furniture with rusted legs and unstable seats is unacceptable for our children's daily use. It is crucial that we provide a safe and conducive learning environment. Therefore, we urge the board to prioritize this matter and improve the facilities to enrich our students' educational experience. The next item is build of mold and leaky roof issues. Another urgent concern is regarding the persistent roof leaks of our teachers' classrooms and certain school wings, mainly the 3rd and 6th wings. These leaks disrupt learning and, coupled with custodial staffing shortages, place undue burdens on our educators. The situation poses risks to both our school's infrastructure and the well-being of our staff and students. There's a buildup of moldy tiles in classrooms and common meetup places. The health risk associated with mold exposure, especially in young children, cannot be overstated. It is imperative that we take immediate action to rectify the situation to prevent any further harm to our students and staff. The integrity of our school's infrastructure is also at stake. We urge the board to prioritize this matter and allocate the necessary resources to repair the leaks and replace the affected tiles as soon as possible. Our school community deserves a safe and healthy learning environment, and addressing this issue is a critical. The next area is overheating issues in the cafeteria and auditorium. The parents want to express our urgent need for the repair or replacement of the air conditioning unit in our cafeteria and auditorium. Despite the school's closure over the summer 2024, we have returned to find this critical issue unresolved. The absence of a functional AC system is severely affecting the comfort and well-being of our students and staff, particularly during assemblies, meal times, and promotional exercises. The ongoing nature of this problem has been a continual source of frustration for our entire school community, including parents, teachers, and staff members. It is also hindering the effective use of this essential communal space. With the current temperatures, it is becoming increasingly difficult to conduct activities as planned. The auditorium seats are unstable, causing children to fall or receive cuts from protruding parts of the seats. This presents a serious safety hazard. This is definitely a concern that needs to be addressed promptly to prevent injuries or potential harm. Replacement seats are a top priority for the bodies that regularly access the facilities, for training, assemblies, meetings, shows, and promotional exercises. We request immediate action We request immediate attention to several pressing issues on our facility that pose safety risk and impede our educational mission. The next area is termite infestation alert. Another urgent concern regards a termite infestation within our educational facility. The presence of these pests poses a significant risk to the structural integrity of our school buildings and potentially to the health and safety of our students and staff. Termites are eating away at the building. Presently, this work is in progress. Immediate action is imperative. We require written documentation detailing the onset of this issue, including how and when it was first addressed. According to the National Pest Management Association, signs of termite infestation include discarded wings, hollow-sounding wood, and mud tubes. These signs have been observed in and out of our facility, indicating a potential compromise to our infrastructure. Furthermore, as termites are known to cause extensive property damage, it is crucial that we understand the measures taken to mitigate this problem and prevent future occurrences. Please provide us with the treatment records, the methods employed, and any follow-up actions planned to ensure the complete eradication of the infestation. We request immediate assistance with several urgent projects at our educational facility. We require comprehensive painting services for the entire school, both interior and exterior areas. Although this is a lingering problem for all public schools, we still need to mention it. Next is deplorable conditions of school restrooms. We are deeply disgusted regarding the current state of our schools' restrooms. It has come to my attention that the conditions are deplorable, with brown water in the toilets and rust on the sink handles, which is not only unsightly, but also poses a health risk to our students. As parents, we entrust our children to the school's care, expecting a safe and hygienic environment. We are calling for a complete renovation of the restrooms. This should include the installation of new fixtures that are sturdy and vandal-resistant, as well as the provision of essential hygiene supplies like soap and paper towels. It is essential that we adhere to the recommended guidelines for school restroom safety and comfort. The well-being of our children must be a top priority. And I believe that by addressing this issue promptly, we can ensure a healthier and more dignified environment for all students. The next area is enhancing student experience with new playground and sports facilities. We are reaching out with this urgent need for the enhancement of our playground and sports facilities. The current lack of modern playground equipment is a notable deficiency in our educational infrastructure, impacting our children's holistic development. As research indicates, playgrounds play a pivotal role in fostering children's physical, social, and cognitive growth. Moreover, the condition of our basketball court is a concern that requires immediate attention. The worn-out surfaces pose safety risk, and outdated hoops diminish the effectiveness of our sports programs. The addition of benches and seating areas is also essential for providing a comfortable space for rest during outdoor activities. The next area is ground maintenance and driveway uprooted required. We are urgently requesting immediate attention to two critical issues affecting our school safety and aesthetics. Firstly, the rooted, resulting in a dangerous pothole that poses a significant risk to our students, parents, vehicles. This requires prompt repair to prevent any potential injuries or further damage to vehicles. In addition, I would like to highlight the need for regular maintenance of our school grounds inside and outside the fence area. This includes grass manicuring, fencing repairs, and general upkeep to ensure a safe and inviting environment for our entire school community. The well-being of our students and staff is paramount, and a well-maintained campus is essential for fostering a positive learning atmosphere. Lastly, urgent collaboration required. We urge the committee to consider these issues with the gravity they deserve and to collaborate with us in finding immediate and long-term solutions. Our children's education and safety are at stake. And together, we can ensure that Alfredo Andrews Elementary School remains a place where learning thrives. We request your immediate attention to these urgent matters. Please inform us of the steps being taken to address these issues and the expected timeline for its resolution. We appreciate your prompt response to ensure a conducive learning and working environment for our school children and officials. We look forward to your commitment to our school's future. And I had some pictures. I'm not sure if we'll have the opportunity to see them, but some pictures that we had sent. Okay. That concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we going to show the, they played already? Okay. I apologize for that. We will next have Ms. Terry from Pro B. Larson.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Maurice C. James and members of this committee. My name is Lisa Terry, and I'm the Secretary of the Pro B. Larson PTA. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to discuss critical issues impacting teacher instruction and learning at Pro B. Larson. Our school strives to embody its mission to provide a world-class, high-quality education to every student in a safe, healthy, comfortable environment, utilizing cooperative efforts of students, parents, the school, the community, and the world. Today, we are here to request that the 35th Legislature requires the VI Board of Education and the VI Department of Education to bring our school back into compliance with Title 17 by taking the following actions. One is to update the annual school assessment to include missing maintenance projects. Two, require a September 10th distribution of the $250,000 for teacher instruction and learning. Three is to execute timely and expeditious hiring and deployment of open positions no later than September 16th. And if international teachers will take months to arrive, seek temporary certified backfills from nearby locations like Puerto Rico. Number four is to provide timely and accurate communications on infrastructure issues within 2 hours. To support compliance with Title 17 at Pearl B. Larson and the safe operation of our school, specific requests are as follows. Number one is to add a line item to indicate that Pearl B's bathrooms will be repaired. At a minimum, we would like for door locks to be repaired, functional soap and paper towel dispensers installed to combat against communicable diseases spreading, sufficient toilet tissue dispensers, and toilet tissue provided throughout the year. Students have reported having to hold the door while their peer uses the restroom or having to guess how much toilet tissue is needed before entering the restroom due to the toilet tissue dispensers being located outside of the bathroom stall. Number two, add a line item to repair the music room, which has an unsafe bandstand and broken and missing ceiling tiles. Sadly, our music teacher is teaching in the library or the computer lab. Number three, add a line item to fix the internet connectivity. In fact, the DOE's IT staff have indicated on numerous prior occasions that the internet is working. The internet currently has very limited or no connectivity in the school. Parents often have to wait until our admins and teachers go home to use their own internet in order to get replies to messages. Teachers cannot use cutting-edge technology to prepare our students. Number four, update the status of all broken and damaged floor and ceiling tiles as incomplete until the job has been completed. Number five, although demolition of the playground has begun, there is no update on when a new playground will be installed. And we would like to request that teachers, students, parents, and guardians be involved in the process to vote on a playground that best fits our needs. Number six, parents and guardians for the entire school should be notified with accurate information via email, text, and social media within 2 hours if an infrastructure issue occurs, no matter the number of students impacted. Recently, due to WAPA, the water pressure was impacted, and the alternate source, the cistern, had a pipe that needed to be repaired. Numerous parents and guardians, students, and teachers publicly indicated that the school was without clean water, and many complained on the day of the event of unsanitary conditions such as clogged toilets, inability to use a clean restroom, etc. Yet, parents and guardians received an incorrect statement the day after the event that Pearl B. Larson pre-K to 8 school has running water. See the appendix for the full statement and timing. This statement was incorrect, and parents and guardians should have received information within 2 hours so they could decide how to support their children during a major safety hazard, especially given the communicable diseases in today's society and the importance of hand washing. In addition to maintenance, Title 17 gives the VI Board of Education jurisdiction to provide for the proper administration of funds. Last year, our schools did not receive $250,000 because the funds were not allocated in time. Again, Pearl B. Larson is starting the school year with $250,000 in funds for teacher instructional activities, and there is no date or information being provided about when these funds will be administered and if they will be administered no later than September 10th to provide usage and opportunities throughout the year. Most importantly, at Pearl B, uncertified teachers are being leveraged to fill the gaps of our school, missing 7 vital teachers and staff, including a granny pre-K teacher, 2 first-grade teachers, a 7th-grade teacher, a librarian, a nurse. The legislature needs to change the model so that LPNs report into an RN, and also a technology teacher, which is waiting on an international teacher to arrive. Parents and guardians also cannot search the VI Department of Education's website to see which teachers are not certified. It is also not clear what type of incentives are being offered to promote certification or hire of teachers and staff like nurses. It is important to be transparent about when the roles will be filled and how long our students will be impacted by not having certified teachers and staff in place. Parents and guardians at Pearl B want to do more than just simply join a monthly PTA meeting to discuss issues, and we are prepared to take the following actions. 1, seek transparency on issues for our Pearl B community and protection of our teachers if any semblance of retribution appears as a result of stating the facts. Number 2, manage a system of volunteers so that our library can be opened. Number 3, continue to donate toilet tissue, soap dispensers, and other learning resources like blocks or clocks as needed. Number 4, offer IT experts who can help VIA and the Department of Education to fix the internet connectivity. And number 5, fundraise to provide interim playground equipment and other school needs, such as mentoring and school programs. In summary, at Pearl B, we are asking for 4 immediate actions. 1 is the timely and expeditious installation of the playground, repair of the music room, a fix for the internet connectivity, and repairs to the bathrooms, plus all the other items denoted on the VI Department of Education's repair list. Number 2 is distribution of the $250,000 for teacher instruction and learning, no later than September 10th. Number 3, timely and expeditious hiring and deployment of our 7 open positions, no later than September 16th. If international teachers will take months to arrive, then seek temporary certified backfills from nearby locations like Puerto Rico. Number 4, accurate, timely communications should be provided by the VI Department of Education to parents and guardians within 2 hours of an infrastructure issue. Thank you in advance for quickly addressing these issues that significantly impact the future success of our students at Pearl B.
Thank you, Ms. Terry. I'm sure that the commissioner was listening closely and the education officials. We are going to take a 10-minute recess.
Yeah.
Committee on Education and Workforce Development is out of recess. And we're trying to make this a very efficient, well, I am efficient and effective hearing today. And I asked Mr. Greg Benjamin to summarize his testimony in 10 minutes so that we can get to questions concerning the condition of the schools and the repairs. I would want you to introduce your staff, your structure, and then you could quickly go into 10 minutes of telling us really what has happened, because a lot of your testimony is what will happen, will be addressed, will, and we're all right now in the present, as you know, and the parents in here and outside want to know what's going on with our schools facilities. So go right ahead, Mr. Benjamin.
Good morning. I would first like to start by expressing my condolences to you, Senator James, for you and your family for the passing of a family member. Also to the students, we apologize on behalf of our Guide family and the Division of Construction and Maintenance family for this unfortunate incident that occurred. Moving forward now, good day, Honorable Maurice James, Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, members of the committee, other members of the 35th Legislature, other testifiers, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Craig Benjamin, the new Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank you for allowing me to share my vision and objectives. Since we have changed course and it's decided that I do a 10-minute presentation, I will start by introducing my staff. Ms. Chanel Carlwood, she's the new schools architect. Mr. Gene Weeks, he's the Director of Maintenance in the St. Thomas District. Mr. Yancey Milligan, Director of Maintenance in the St. Croix District. Mr. Kwame Garcia, the Disaster Recovery Project Manager, territorially, and other support employees in the chambers. I would like to address the transformation of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance once again. I commend the legislature for its foresight in establishing this bureau. This strategic move allows for a dedicated team to focus on educational facilities, thereby enabling the Department of Education to concentrate on its primary mission, the education of our youth. In my capacity from June 17 up to today, I have prioritized the comprehensive assessment of school facilities operations. This approach of attentive observation and active listening has been instrumental in shaping our strategic transition to the newly established Bureau. Our work has and will remain collaborative with VIDE and the Office of the Governor. Just recently, we were impacted by Tropical Storm Ernesto, which caused significant damage on several of our facilities. The storm's aftermath resulted in lots of water damage. The module classrooms experienced flooding, and some regular classrooms also sustained water damage. This led to the growth of mildew, creating health concerns that required immediate remediation to ensure a safe learning environment. Electrical failures. Fluctuating power levels during the storm caused several air conditioning units to malfunction. This situation further compounded our maintenance challenges, leading to damaged electrical boards, blown transformers, compressors, and malfunctioning capacitors. C, roof conditions. Several large trees fell on roofs. We contracted tree trimmers and landscapers to assist with the debris removals. During this time, what I had to do was to due to the shortage of manpower in our district, and in St. Thomas district especially, I had to go out on my own and gather the team from within my office and other offices within the Department of Education to come out and assist our guys with the debris removal. We work in conjunction with the principals and all other parties that were available to us at the time. Since then, we did a quick assessment, did what needed to be done. Of course, there were lots of challenges before us. We took and did the best we could with what we had. We hired outside contractors to address some issues, like, for example, the mold at several of the schools. This has been an ongoing process that, that took place, and as a result, we had to, losing my train of thought. Okay, as a result, since we had these guys already in motion at several of the schools, we had to increase the scope of work for some of these contractors. Most classrooms that got affected during the storm added to the workload. With that being done, we had to continuously make adjustments to the way we were doing our processes. Our processes had to change, and as a result, we had to come to a conclusion that it's not going to be something that's going to be tackled overnight. It has to continuously happen throughout the year, because the situation is just one that we have absolutely no control over. My guys have done their best to deal with those situations. On top of that, the conditions of some of these portable classrooms are being compromised with the heat that's underneath them, causing the flooring of these classrooms to become saturated. The heat is a result of the ground temperatures. That is, this area is totally enclosed, and it's colliding with the cold air that's being produced inside the classrooms. The insulation under the units are being saturated and creating a moldy, musky odor within these classrooms. On top of that, the classrooms are being compromised by the constant in and out of students.
Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. We are already into the afternoon. We asked for a summary. Can the testifier please just summarize what he has before us in this 7-page report, instead of being, I'm being tugged in all different directions. Please just give us a summary based on the 7-page report that you have here before us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. I was actually doing the time, which was 10 minutes. I was going to say, okay, your 10 minutes are up. That's what I was doing, because I can't be you in summarizing. That can't happen, right? So,
okay.
Do you want to wrap up, and then we go into questions, and perhaps some of the questions which I have at the very beginning for you, you'll be able to provide us with answers that we want.
Okay, I could do so. Okay, in reference to your request for me to summarize everything, I will wrap up right now.
Okay, thank you. And I want to recognize Senator Ray Fonseca, a non-committee member. Thank you for joining us. And Senator Samuel Carrion. Thank you for joining us also. Mr. Benjamin, thank you. Thank you. I know sometimes it's on short notice to do what I ask you to do. So I appreciate your efforts. I do want to ask you I'll start with you, really. You said you came here June 17th, so were you involved in the repairs of the schools during the summer?
No, I was not involved in the repairs. I came and I used that time to do my observations. I went around to several of the campuses and made my own observations of what was wrong at the campus and took note, and I'm going to be compiling a report on each school so that I could compare it to what we have in the system now.
So when the Ernesto hit, you said that you went out also. So when it hit, at that point, you were fully engaged in maintenance at that point? When Ernesto hit, which would have been like August 14th?
Yes, ma'am.
I think, or 13th. So you were at that point. How many members do you have in terms of your cadre of workers who will be maintaining the schools?
Currently, we have a total of, we have a total of 18.
Territory-wide?
No, for the St. Thomas district.
St. Thomas, 18, and St. Croix, how many do you have?
St. Thomas was, I think this was 36. St. Croix has 36.
St. Croix has
18.
36.
Yes, ma'am.
And St. Thomas has 18?
Yes, ma'am.
1.5? Oh, and the amount of schools, same.
Yeah.
Same amount of schools. That actually threw me off, that 36 and 18. It seems to me that is an imbalance. Have you hired anyone since you came on board?
I was able to hire my chief financial officer and my budget manager.
The money people?
Yes.
Right.
I also put in for the HR representative, so that person would be able to help us with the hiring.
And you said we did the best we could with what we have or had. So at that point, you had no access to any of the funds that were appropriated to the Bureau?
I'm currently learning about how the funding is appropriated. We had some funding.
You need to speak a little closer put it closer.
Yes.
Yes, you did or did not? Yes or no?
We had some funding. We utilized what we had.
And how much?
I'm fine.
Yeah, how much is that?
These projects are currently in progress, so once we get them fully procured, we would have a total of what amount of funding we have available to utilize.
Okay, so these are the rules for the committee hearing this afternoon. Senator Fred Gregory, I'm going to recognize you and that's what I was going to say. I am sure that my colleagues have a lot of questions regarding Mr. Benjamin and what I just asked. So when you ask for a point of information, please keep it to the specific topic. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and afternoon. Good afternoon to the testifiers and those who's listening and here in the audience with us. We need more specificity. What is the sum funding that you received? Because we did not allocate this funding separately. The funding was allocated, there's $12.5 million that was allocated as a result of the legislation. And I need to have a clear understanding of what we mean when we say sum funding. The access to the fund should have been provided. So what's the sum funding that we are referencing?
Our sum funding was $2 million.
Okay.
Speak into the mic, remember, please.
It was $2 million, ma'am.
Okay, so the $2 million, the purpose of the $2 million was to assist the Bureau with setting up its operations.
Yes, ma'am.
But that's not funding to support the repair of the schools. And I think what the chair of the committee, what we're asking, what our primary concern is here today is, do you have access to the $10 million that was appropriated to
No, we don't.
support? Why not?
That's something my fiscal team is working on right now. They just
Commissioner Wells, Hedrington, why how long have you been aboard?
Excuse me?
How long have you been aboard?
No, for roughly a month and a couple days.
So what's the situation? What's the issue?
As far as I know, Senator, the money is there. Mr. Smith is aware of the funding codes. There's $2.5 million that has been set aside for the districts. And in terms of the separation, that's what they're working on with those codes at the time. But there's no restrictions, to my understanding, of that funding.
No, so there's no $2.5 million that's set aside for the districts. It's $10 million.
Right.
And there was some funding to assist with the upfitting because we hope that the law is being followed. And in fact, each district is identifying a location with that of the facilities that we already have within the arsenal of the government of the VA, many of which have been our schools, that you'll be utilizing the funding for that. So I think we just need to change our focus. But again, you should know that there is $10 million available to our schools, to the Bureau, to address the repairs of our schools. And then there's another $1.8 million that's sitting in the Public Finance Authority that requires reauthorization. We've been waiting for that reauthorization for over a year. So, when I hear, and I'm going to just be quiet, when I hear that we're saying that, for years funding ain't been available, we can't use that excuse no more. The money's available. Tell us what a shortfall is so we can figure it out. That's what matters at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Fred Gregory. And we will begin a 4-minute round. And this is the order that we're going to go in. Senator Joseph, then Senator Blyden, Senate President Nova Francis, Senator Johnson. I know he's holding on, which I appreciate. Senator Capehart, Senator DeGraff, Senator Potter, Senator Gittins, Senator Fred Gregory, Senator J. Van James Sr., Senator Carrion, and Senator Fonseca. So please try to stay to the 4 minutes and end at the 4 minutes because your colleagues need an opportunity to also ask questions. And then we will likely do a second, third round, however many rounds we need. Because quite frankly, at the end of the day, let's just sum it up like this. A fan just don't fall from the ceiling just like that. There had to have been signs. Thank you. Senator Joseph, your 4 minutes. You're recognized for.
Thank you. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I also want to extend my condolences to you, Madam Chair, on the loss of your family member. And I would also like to express condolences to the Highfield family as well as Ms. Morales' family on their passing. You know, God be with them and their families and grant them comfort and peace during this time of bereavement. Now, Mr. Benjamin, this is baptism by fire. Okay, and that's what we call it. And I just want to focus on some of the questions that were raised by the PTA members here. Specifically, before I go into that, did you have an opportunity to look at the school maintenance projects that
Yes,
was a part of the testimony?
Yes, I did.
Did you, in looking at it, did you feed into it? Did you give input on what and update it? Did you provide any assessment or review of this? Did you provide any updates to this?
I didn't provide any updates to that, ma'am,
Why not?
because I just received that document
When?
yesterday.
Last night?
Yesterday, ma'am.
So we are having an issue regarding one key things, communication. Okay? In order for this to move forward, everybody, truly, if you want to put our young people first, we have to communicate. You take all the egos outside and you communicate, then you collaborate and you find the common grounds. There's C's, just like my name begin with a C. Okay, that's it. That's how it's done. And then you are able to implement. So has there been a transition, Commissioner Wells, from your maintenance group, because both Mr. Milligan and Mr. Weeks were under your tutelage and your oversight? Has there been a transition with them and meeting with them and the principals as well as Mr. Benjamin? Have you sat down and done that transition?
I personally have not.
Who has?
The directors of maintenance have been meeting with Mr. Benjamin on a regular basis since he came on. Mr. Benjamin has also been doing his own assessments of the campuses and so forth. These listings that were presented here in this testimony came from the director of maintenance. And so we've had...
Okay, one moment for me, Dr. Wells Hendrington. I must interject. And, because I think because this is so critical, you should have been involved. This should not have been a transition. When transitions happen, it happens from one high level to another. And because it's so critical, that's why we're having all of this confusion. It's a confusion, you know. That's not how transitions happen. It's supposed to happen with you meeting with him and your subordinates, your directives. Now, I'm going to stop there because I see the transition didn't happen. It needs to happen.
30 seconds.
Now, Madam Chair, I'm trying to stay in my time. Every time I'm doing it, I'm not winning. Okay, Ms. Newsom, Ms. Noor Hansen, you indicated about the perimeters, fencing, and the like, and the mold remediation at Eulalie Rivera School. Mr. Milligan, where are we with that? You are the district maintenance supervisor, okay, for the St. Croix district. Where are we with that? And if the time is called, please finish on the chairwoman's time. Madam Chair?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Yancy Milligan, Director of Maintenance. So some of the projects you talked about...
One moment. Go ahead, speak into the mic, Mr. Milligan, kindly.
Yeah, so you merging most of your projects together, which is not like that. So within the maintenance department, there is maintenance work and there is facility work and there's additional work as we go along. So perimeter fencing is more of a facility assignment.
Please speak into the mic, Mr. Milligan.
So perimeter fencing will not be a maintenance assignment.
Why not?
That, because it's a fencing to replace or we renew the whole fencing of the facility. That's not maintenance. So maintenance will patch a fence that was probably damaged by a vehicle or probably falling from structure not being stable to hold the pole. But maintenance will not repair a whole fencing for a perimeter. So we kind of merging everything together, and that causing some confusion for the team or for the public to understand what is the responsibility of the maintenance department.
Okay.
So mole as well too is not a responsibility of the maintenance department. I really like the mic in my face. So some of the situation we have to identify who the responsibility is for. Maintenance are not responsible for all these assignments. So we're gonna break it down.
Senator Joseph.
My time is up.
Time is up.
was called. I understand my time was called, but 4 minutes, Madam Chair, is not sufficient to cover the breadth and width of this discussion. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you. As an attorney, I could spend an hour asking him questions, but I know that I have other colleagues in the room who need to ask questions too. I could spend an entire hour, believe it or not. Senator Blyden, I recognize you for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. And thank you so much, Commissioner Wells Henrington, for your testimony. Yeah, there are a lot of questions to ask. Commissioner, in respect to your testimony, in respect to the federal fund that must be spent by September the 30th of this year, how much are we speaking to? How much funds need to be spent by September the 24th, and what are those funds for in respect to maintenance?
So, Senator, I would allow Ms. Keisha Culpepper Smith to give the balances, and then both Dr. Powell and Michael Reimer Brown can give the amount that maintenance received.
Please, and please be succinct with your responses, please. I don't have much time. Thank you.
Keisha Culpepper Smith, Federal Grants Director. In the St. Thomas St. John District, $8,318,589. And in the St. Croix District, $3,028,210.
Thank you. And in respect to maintenance? Anyone?
Good afternoon. Disha Powell, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District. We spent over $25 million on our maintenance projects in the St. Thomas St. John District, some of which are still in process. So everything has not been completed, but this is about, we have several pending, but some of them have already been completed. Some have been procured, so we can share with you the details of what some of those projects are if needed.
Okay, very well. Let me ask Director Benjamin. Good afternoon, Director. And you spoke to the $2.5 million that you stated that was available that you know of for your shop. Have any of those funds went toward any type of raises?
No, sir.
No? Okay, thank you for that. Let me ask in respect to operations, and I can probably ask Mr. Weeks since he's been there before, and Mr. Milligan. When it comes to the way the work is distributed and how we do preventive maintenance of our schools, because we know the importance of safety and security when it comes to staff and our students. In respect to workers, it says 18 on St. Thomas, 36 on St. Croix. Can you break that down for me, please, succinctly, in terms of how many painters do you have? How many actually maintenance workers do you have to do other tasks and assignments in the districts? And there's a reason for that. Because I know in respect to Mr. Milligan was talking about with the fencing, etc., and that maintenance guys can't go and do the fencing because they repair a fence, but they cannot install a fence because that goes to contractors, and that's understandable, the difference between maintenance and contract work. But my question is, during the school year, how is that work distributed in terms of preventative maintenance? And then come during the summer, how does that work go out in terms of contract work? And what does that look like in terms of what's being done during the summer? And
30 seconds.
Any type of collaboration and or communication with the other entities in terms of volunteers, in terms of the different shop classes, having them come in and do certain work during the summer. Can you speak to that, please? And what was done during this summer in respect to the work throughout the schools in both districts?
Good afternoon, Gene Weeks, St. Thomas Director. We have been actually working diligently on a lot of our projects. Let me just start by saying First of all, we are understaffed. Like we just said to you, we have 18 in St. Thomas. And during that time, when we're doing our summer program, we have lost 5. Unforeseen reasons.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but you say so basically you have 13 on St. Thomas?
Basically coming towards, yes, the summer projects and stuff that we were doing. We had last 5 at least. So it really put us back in doing all our chores and all the stuff that we had planned to do for the summer. But we still move forward. We still try to get a lot of our stuff done. Using our contractors, putting out scopes, IFBs, putting out scopes, trying to get them back in a timely fashion so we can get the work done for the summer maintenance. It's been a challenge, and it's going to continue to be a challenge if we don't actually get more manpower. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, we're going to be doing fine, and no, we need that manpower. If we don't get that manpower, we're going to always be in this position. I know 12 years back, we had 48 individuals on our team. Today, we only have 13. There's no way we can continue like this and expect to get things done in a timely manner. We are doing things.
Thank you,
every
Mr.
day.
Weeks. Thank you, Mr. Weeks. Thank you. What we're hearing is you're understaffed, and you
Most
can't do
definitely.
things in a timely manner. Let me just ask this one quick question because of what Mr. Milligan said. The staff that you have right now on board, you view them as maintenance and not contractors to do construction work, correct?
Yes,
All maintenance.
our maintenance.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Blyden. We're going to come back. Senator Francis, for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. I want to say that I believe the Department of Education is in a state of crisis. And I'm hoping that there will be a declaration of a state of emergency to address the crisis that we're in. It's very frustrating sitting here and listening to all of this testimony today. And case in point is that we don't even know exactly how much money we have in maintenance for our schools. Commissioner, once again, what is your understanding in terms of the amount of money that's available for maintenance of our schools?
I just clarified with Mr. Kimo Smith, who has recently transitioned over. There's 2.75 million allocated for each district.
2.7 million allocated for each of the districts.
2.75.
And who is in control of this $2.7 million?
The directors of maintenance.
Are they aware of that?
Mr. Milligan?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Weeks?
Yes.
So what's the problem?
There's no problem.
What the hell is the problem? If they're aware of this, then why are we sitting here spinning wheels and having this discussion while fans are falling out of the roof? I attended the Alfredo Andrews School 46 years ago. I opened the Alfredo Andrews School. We're still hearing complaints about the same issues today that we heard about 20 years ago, 10 years ago. And here it is that we're here talking about not having the availability of funds. What is the synergy? What is the conversation being had in regards to the Department of Education and the school maintenance at this point? Who's in charge of what?
Repeat that question, Senator.
What is the synergy that's occurring between the Department of Education and the school bureau?
All right, so
Construction Bureau.
Government House has taken control of the conversations between the department and the Bureau. We've had one initial meeting. We have one coming up to assist with the transition. Mr. Benjamin and I have been together from the time he hit the ground. He has been assisting us with many of the maintenance issues that we're having.
So we're still in a transition phase.
Yes, Senator.
Who writing the checks? Who's signing the requisitions at this point?
Mr. Benjamin has transitioned to sign all the requisitions and justification letters
As of when?
as of maybe 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Is that correct, Mr. Benjamin? I see your face. Is that correct? That's your understanding?
Craig Benjamin. I signed my first one roughly a week ago. Yeah.
In regards to the Impress Fund, the $250,000, where are we with that?
There's no impress funds for 250, Senator.
What is available to the schools for the principals to be able to write checks?
You're talking about the ARPA funds allocations, and the district representatives can speak to that. Dr. Powell and Ms. Mikarama Brown.
Yes, good morning. Good afternoon. Mikal Reimer Brown for the St. Croix District. It is $250,000 for school improvement activities.
30 seconds.
And each principal and leader, they work with our federal grants unit to request the items that they are needing for their particular schools. So they range from IT equipment, classroom furniture, supplies, various miscellaneous items, and we work with each school principal and leader with the school improvement, $250,000.
Ms. Brown, what is the availability of that fund to support this? What it takes for the principals to be able to access that fund?
Time. The principals work with our respective staff members in the federal grants unit. They give us their invitation for bids, their items, everything. I just want to mention Pearl B. They are spending down their last $130,000. We received their last listing. I heard the other speaker talk about that. So each principal leader works with our office and they give us their request. We procure them and the goods and services are delivered to the schools.
All right, my time has been called, so I'll wait for the second round for any additional questions. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. The point of information for Senator Fred Gregory, and then I have some questions. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just believe it's important that, because we keep hearing $2.7 million for each district, and Act number 8717 appropriated $200,000 from the Virgin Islands Initiative Fund to the school construction, $2 million, I'm sorry, in fiscal year 2023, and those funds were made available until expended. There was also the sum of $5.5 million that was appropriated from the same initiative fund to begin repairs, maintenance, and modernization of our public schools throughout the territory, not slated for rebuild by federal funds. And then there's also Act number 8755. The following sum is appropriated from the Treasury of the Virgin Islands, $5 million. And those funds are going to expire on September 22nd of September 30th of 2024. That's that's $12.5 million. So I am not certain where the miscommunication is, but these are the two bills here. These are the two money bills. So I'm not certain what in the world is going on. So I just need to make sure I put on the record, because I don't want to be the person to appear to be providing misinformation. I have the bills in front of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Just one thing to clarify before they go. The $250,000 is just a one-time amount, because I know that the testimony from Ms. Terry was asking for $250, and then it seemed as if $250 again. So I needed to clarify that for her. So it's a $250,000 one-time payment.
If I may, Senator, in addition to that, the schools will be receiving an allocation from the consolidated grant applications to support their school improvement processes, which is based on the enrollment.
Thank you. Senator Joseph?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mr. Benjamin,
Yes, ma'am.
did you receive any of those acts that were referenced by the chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance? Have you ever seen any of those acts that were referenced?
I didn't receive the acts, ma'am. I received the 8717.
Yeah.
And that was the only one I received.
That's the only one you received.
Yes.
You didn't
My
receive the
apology,
other-
not any of the acts. I received the 8717.
What about
and
the?
not the other ones that were mentioned just now.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Benjamin.
Commissioner Wells Hedrington, I want to, I went back to your testimony last year, March 23rd, 2023, where you said for the school year 2023, the department will have an agreement with where CTE students can assist the maintenance division in addressing routine maintenance issues within our buildings during the school year and summer months. Did that happen?
No, Senator. When legal counsel, we're still working it out. There were some issues in terms of coverage and what it is that we were expecting students to do. Our CTE director, Dr. Faulkner, is working on that. It should roll out this year.
From March 23rd to now, you have not reached an agreement. That's what you're saying?
No, Senator.
Why does it take so long? I mean, I need somebody to explain that to me. Are we unwilling, unable, incompetent? What is it that's going on that's not happening with us as a people of color? Let me put that out there now. We do not have the excuses that our African American populations have in the United States. Every time I attend a conference, it's about the issues, the barriers they have. We don't have those barriers. Why can't we not do right by our people? What's happening? It's a difficult question, I know. It's a question I request. But it's taken more than a year for an agreement. And then let me point out, I noticed that the St. Croix District vacancy for CTE, you have a vacancy for a carpentry instructor and a plumbing instructor. How are we resolving the issues with CTE's instructors?
Director Jacobs, can you speak about the recruitment efforts, please?
Good afternoon, Nicole Jacobs, Human Resources. We have been advocating for all instructors. Our CTE instructors actually make more in their private businesses. These individuals are on the teacher's contract. Those salary, I want to believe, begin with about $23, $24 an hour.
Can you repeat that? Because it wasn't very clear.
I said we continue to advocate for all positions, but those CTE positions are on our teaching contract. I know in the past there have been some conversations about doing like a special salary schedule for those individuals because those individuals do make more money in their private practices.
Okay, so the instructors make more money in their private practices, is what you're saying. So it's difficult for us to hire them.
Would make more money versus teaching, yes.
And so this is the time for us all to get together, right? The unions, the parents, the teachers, the entire community, all of us to solve this particular problem, because it shouldn't prevent our students from not having access to instructors.
So we did engage in a conversation, the CTE director, Dr. Faulkner, with the CTE board in looking at possible contracting versus full-time hires as an option. I know that there have been individuals that are willing to come in and teach the trade versus being fully employed with the Department of Education. I will have to follow up with Dr. Faulkner on those conversations, but we did initiate some of that to think outside of the box because you cannot compete with the market now and all the requirements and all the buildings that are or construction that is taking place. We just can't pay people to come on. So that is a possible alternative that I believe some other districts are exploring as well.
Because I did like your March 23rd testimony about using the students, but you can't use the students if they don't have instructors. That's crazy. Senator Johnson, I recognize you. Thank you. Thank you for holding on. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewer and listening audience. Today is a very difficult day here. As I hear the plight as to what's going on in our school, I want to do my question a little different. I'm going to throw out my question for time's sake and listen to the answers. So I ask that you all stay tentative and jot down some notes here. First thing I want to ask about the ARPA fund that expired September 30th. How much funds are we jeopardized of sending back? And if you guys put in for extension, if you got it. That's the first thing I want to ask. Second thing I want to ask, in July 31st, there was a hearing in which the education department came to us, and you guys told us that you had a RFP out for 150 fans. Would like to really know if those 150 fans are some of the fans that are in complex now, and if that's one of the fandom that broke loose. That for sure. And what are you guys doing about it with the contractor who installed those fans? Third question, who's responsible for installation of the fan and complex? Because I just asked about that with the contract. And what mechanism has been put in place to make sure that all of these fans are checked to make sure nobody else don't get hurt? What's the progress on the opening and close of the kitchen? We did have a hearing in February. And I remember in that hearing, we were told that just about all the kitchen was going to be ready for opening a school. And as I go through the testimony, I can see that there's a lot of kitchens still isn't complete. I would like to know when all of them is expected to be completed. I'll stop here at this moment and see if I could get some of my answers to those few questions that I asked.
All right, so Mr. Milligan, can you speak to the 150 fans and the broken one at Complex, please?
Yes, good afternoon and happy birthday, Senator Johnson. Wish you all the best from the family. Yes, those 150 fans was contracted out to be installed by various contractors. They said for Complex, that was an individual contractor. His expertise is being questioned. He was assigned to remove all his fans that he installed. That was done yesterday, Sunday, in the Complex area. So every fan that particular contractor installed, we take them down, we look over them, make sure that he did everything he was supposed to do, and apparently he did not. So we have another set that this same contractor installed in Central High. We're about to remove all those fans this afternoon, take all his work out, and suspend him from doing any work till further investigation. That's on the 150 ceiling fan. Other contractors install about probably 75. That's a different contractor. We still want to look over those fans to make sure that that contractor did what he was supposed to do. We're in the process of doing that this week. And that's the question on the ceiling fan and answers on the ceiling fan.
I didn't like your. I appreciate your candidness, but it's very sad to hear that we're questioning his expertise after he installed them. I think that's something that needed to be done prior to him installing these fans.
Well, these contractors was already on board in the government system for years, and this is not a contractor that I bring on board or no new contractor, Senator Johnson. These contractors have been doing work for the government for umpteen years now.
What's the name of the contractor?
Excuse me?
What's the name of the contractor?
I can't do that right now, sir.
All right, let's go, Commissioner, to the ARPA fund that expected to expire on the 30th.
So Mika Rima Brown will speak for St. Croix District, and Dr. Powell will speak for the St. Thomas St. John District.
I need to interject here. It's a public contract, public funds. Public funds, public contract. We need to know who the contractor is. Plain and simple. Come on now. I mean, at this point, you just need to tell us who the contractor was. There was an excellent question by Senator Johnson. Who's the contractor?
So I could pass that over to the chief executive director, probably.
I would like to be able to
Okay,
supply that
express that.
information to you all offline.
No. No, we need to stop this in the Virgin Islands, right? If we're talking about protecting our children and they're harmed, we do not protect the perpetrators. We don't do that. We don't do that. What's going on here? We need a recess.
Okay.
Apparently, why can't, well, if none of them, they're all mum at this point. Everybody is who's the procurement director? The procurement director is in the audience, I understand? If that's the case, can that person please step forward and provide the information that we need?
Right.
We need the person to come in front. That's right. The procurement. Where is it? Burning thing. That's why I need I want to, but I need a burning paper. Anybody remember the words? Remember? Good. One second. I need a 1 minute recess. Thank you.
Johnson? Okay.
Very good.
The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back in session, and I would like the young lady to stand and say your name. Thank you. Do you solemnly affirm? Raise your right. Hold them. Do you solemnly state your name again, please?
Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement.
Thank you. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you gave to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? Thank you. This is a straightforward question. Do you know the name of the contractor?
Yes, I do.
What is the name of the contractor?
The contractor's name is William Trinidad, doing business as K&J Services.
Doing business as?
K&J Services.
K&J Services. Thank you very much. And I appreciate your courage. Because I really appreciate that. At the end of the day, if we're saying we're public servants, we have to restore the public's trust in us. And doing so is being honest and telling the truth. So does anyone else have any questions for the young lady before I have her return? Miss Joseph. Miss Joseph, thank you.
Madam Chair, my time wasn't finished, Madam Chair.
Say that again, Senator.
My time was not passed because you interrupt me in a good position, and I appreciate what you did.
How many seconds does he have left? 30 seconds. That's right. 30 seconds left. Go right ahead.
All right, Madam Chair. One of my questions I asked was our APRA fund, and it expected to be expired on the 30th of September. What's the status on that APRA fund?
Dr. Powell and Michael Reimer-Brown, can you respond, please?
Yes, good afternoon for the St. Croix District. As of this morning, we have $18.8 million waiting to be obligated, of which we have a spending plan for that. We have about $8 million in justification letters and pending contracts going through. So that is our figure for the St. Croix District.
This is in regard to the funds that are going to expire on the 30th of September.
The expiration is for obligation and not for expenditure. Yes, Senator.
Time.
All right. Thank Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I appreciate you stepping in when I asked that question. I don't want nobody to take to that from me, but I must say that we must be candid with our people. A contractor that's not doing good work shouldn't be able to go into a next government agency, into a next school to do the same thing. And if we keep hiding people, trying to be friends with people, we're going to continue having the problem of failing our facilities, our building, our infrastructure. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden, for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In respect to the last Senator question, let me ask in respect to contracts. Number one, my first question is, how many inspectors do we have at the Department of Education when it comes to contracts? And number two, what's being done in respect to quality assurance when it comes to contracts and the like?
Thank you, Senator Blayden. And we can answer that question. Anyone?
Mr. Milligan, can you speak to any contracts that you deal with and how you deal with the inspections?
Yes, well, good afternoon again, Yancy Milligan, Director of Maintenance. So once a contractor was or is awarded the assignment, the job, my duty is to make sure that he do it in a timely manner, professional manner. So, after the assignment is completed, I'll go and, inspect it. As far as the funds, we're speaking on the ceiling fans. So a contractor installs some ceiling fan, and my responsibility is to make sure the fans are installed, look-wise and working. I won't go back into a unit and break down a fan down to detail to reassemble a fan to say that he did the right work. So my duty is to make sure that the fan is up and the fan is working properly. And that's just mostly an all inspection in any work that is given to any contractor.
Did you check
by scope?
Did you check every single fan that was installed? Is the question.
So every single fan was turned on, and we also make sure that the fan is working properly. At that time, the fan was, ma'am.
When were these fans installed?
These fan was installed a little after June, probably the middle of June, June 17, between June 17 and June 2020, end of June.
Would you have, when they were installed, you would not have turned them on at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, after that point, because there's no school, school is not in session. Were the fans then running from when they were installed until the fan fell on this child?
So I wouldn't know of the time that the fan is being run. I could tell you from the time the fan was installed and inspected. So after inspection, I'm not here in the school every day to see what they're doing with those fans. But yes, the fan was properly inspected after installation.
The commissioner, did Complex have summer school or use of that particular classroom after the fans were installed? Do you know?
No, Senator, but I can find out. I know that at that timing that Mr. Milligan is referencing, all of the programs would have been finished by then. So the fan necessarily wouldn't be on until classes resume. So I would say that when the teacher was assigned to the room is when the fans started to be used after installation. But I'll double check with the school.
Madam Chair, I need to wrap up. I need to follow up with my point, please.
Senator Blyden, you can't be wrapping up when you ask for a point of information. You wrapping up on a point of information?
I'm still on a point of information, and it's critical. I'm still on a point of information, please. In respect to Mr. Milligan, respond. Does the school have a checklist in terms of when you follow up and do an inspection? Do you have a checklist stating that you actually inspected this, whatever it is, based on the specs? That's very important, critical to the department and for our kids' safety. That's my point. Because I'm in this field and I understand what should be done. So that's the question. Please.
Yes, yes, we do.
Is there a checklist of sport?
Yes, we do. Yes, we have a checklist. We do our SOP, our standard operation procedures, which we followed through diligently, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Joseph, for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to ask Ms. Joseph. Ms. Joseph, do you require or does the staff provide you with a contractor performance report? And that goes towards what Mr. Milligan represented about the contractor didn't have the expertise. Do you have that as part of your standard operating procedure that the maintenance staff submit after they've done their review, submit a contractor performance report to you?
Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. An inspection report is submitted to me prior to certification of the invoice for payment. A contractor's performance report will be submitted to me if the contractor is in default of any project that is being done, if they're unable to remedy any deficiencies, poor performance, etc. Then that report will be submitted to me by maintenance and or the activity center, the principals, and that will be taken into account.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Joseph. We will go now to Senator
Point of information.
We're going to come to you, Senator Johnson, right after Senator Capehart, please. Just so we could get, we're not even halfway through the senators who are present today. Thank you. Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to the education team. First, I want to go to Mr. Craig Benjamin. If you didn't understand your role and how critical your role is, after today, you will know. And I just want to say how important your role is to address the serious issues, the maintenance, construction, reconstruction of the Department of Education for not only the students, but the teachers. And when you were hired, you didn't come through the legislature, you didn't come through rules, we didn't get to ask your qualifications. Can you tell us today, what are your qualifications that you can have oversight over major construction, maintenance of our schools? Because it is important to know about maintenance and construction, because when you're doing this job, you have 4 individuals based on your testimony that have architectural experience. I want to know, what are your qualifications today, sir? And with all due respect, if you can please provide that to us.
Yes. Good morning, Honorable Capehart. My qualifications are, I have, for the past 15 to 20 years, I have been working as a construction and project manager under school construction in the state of Maryland for Montgomery County, Maryland, in the capacity of the project manager, and I oversaw school construction projects in various types and sizes. And my background, I worked in the engineering field for the past 30-odd years, and we've been responsible for several construction projects, bringing them to fruition, taking them through the permitting process, all the way through to completion. So especially school construction, ma'am.
So do you have an engineering degree?
My degree is not in engineering.
Okay.
No.
So have you
not licensed engineering. I studied engineering.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you familiarized yourself with the VI code as it pertains to all the permits that your department will have to work at, well, to obtain from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources?
I know most of the codes, ma'am. I've been involved in reconstruction in the territory through hurricanes, from Hurricane Marilyn up to the current storm. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So I won't ask you this, but I'll ask the question and I'm going to answer
1 minute.
Why is school maintenance important? The first one, prevents expensive accidents or a life. That could have happened that day. Cut down on the overall expenses by reducing or eliminating the need for last-minute emergency repairs. That's what we keep doing here in the territory. And continue to hear when we have PTA come to tell us
30 seconds.
Kitchen installation, electrical upgrade, cameras, fencing, grass cutting, state of the furniture's rusting legs, mold, restroom, basic hygienes, low-hanging fruits. Why we keep hearing this every time this comes to this body. And school cameras in each one of the maintenance projects, you have camera installation in progress, camera installation in progress. What about the safety? That need to be now. We playing with our children's lives. We need to prioritize. Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't overtake too much of the time, but I don't get passionate, sorry.
You don't be sorry about being passionate at all. Senator Johnson, your point of information.
My point of information was relating to my question. I wanted to know if that contractor was fully paid for the fans that he installed. And one of my questions was not answered, Madam Chair, but the question I asked in regards to when will all the kitchen be completed, because we keep getting different dates. So that question was never answered. But my main question for this point of information is, was the contractor paid in full for all the fans that he installed?
Thank you. Does anyone know if?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, I'm going to follow up on what was just said, though. The fans were removed, which means there are no fans in our schools right now for our children? None?
That's not what I said, ma'am.
Okay.
I said the fan that the contractor installed was removed. That particular contractor.
How many fans were removed?
I think we installed 17 total on that wing. That's the A wing and the B wing of complex. All was 17 was removed.
17 fans were removed, so it goes right back to what I asked. When are 17 fans going to be reinstalled? Because clearly now we're moving from a dangerous situation to now a heat situation. When are those fans going to be installed, and do we need to go through a procurement process for that?
All right. Currently, all the fans that we have in storage, those metal blade fans, we received over 2 years ago. Those fans were received by the maintenance department. We do have more fans, but we're not going to install.
We can't hear you.
We're not going to install no more of those metal fans, just before safety reason and no more concern. But right now we're working on a solution to make the classroom more comfortable, probably by portable AC unit, until we could have those poles that the fan is being structured and more stable.
When?
Excuse me?
When?
When
is this going to happen?
So we start working on this last week, Thursday, Thursday. So it's in the process right now. I can't give you a definite date, but we're in the process. We done accumulate our coats and this equipment. We're getting ready to look over them, see we purchase the best fit or the most affordable set.
I believe that one of my colleagues said we're in crisis, and we definitely are in crisis if we can't fix that problem in a short time. Ms. Commissioner?
Hello. So, Mr. Milligan, can you tell Senator James and the rest of the colleagues the distribution of the funds? Because that's not all the funds for one room, correct? How is that distribution of those 17 funds? Where were they?
So those 17 fans was in a cluster of 12 different rooms.
No, that's not I know that the fans are where they,
Clustered,
my
yes.
point is you remove 17 fans. I don't care where they are. You remove 17 fans. Are 17 fans going to be reinstalled where the fans have been removed? That's the question.
Hopefully, yes.
No,
because I can't tell you what, listen, I can't tell you if the fan gonna be replaced when I don't have fans to replace them. I don't have any fans right now to replace the fan that was removed.
Okay, so to Mr. Benjamin, because you're above Mr. Milligan. Now let me say this. I am pretty sure that if this happened in Hawaii, because I need to find a place that's far away from the mainland, they would have had fans the next day. Hawaii to the mainland, Virgin Islands to the mainland. Why can we not do the same? Why can't we do that? In the mic, your name first.
Craig Benjamin. So when this incident occurred, I instructed Mr. Milligan to do a thorough investigation of what occurred. That investigation was done with the existing contractor and with an independent contractor who happens to be a licensed electrician.
Okay.
We got our results, and we are now in a position whereas I instructed him to have all the ceiling fans that particular contractor installed removed immediately. That was done and is still being done as we speak.
Okay.
To supplement for the removal of the individual one fan out of each of those classrooms, from my understanding it's the one fan, I have got quotes from the local suppliers of temporary air conditioning units. We received the quotes up to this morning, the last one this morning, we needed 3. They are going to be procured from my department, and we are going to purchase those temporary air conditioning units and install them in each of the classrooms where the fans were removed.
Okay, let me be more specific. Does that mean 17 classrooms? No.
No, because some of the classrooms had 2 fans.
Okay, so how many classrooms?
Mr. Milligan, could you speak on that?
12 classrooms. You're going to purchase temporary air conditioning
Yes,
units.
I've received the
as
quote.
opposed to getting fans. Why?
Why? Because the location of these fans and how they are installed, it is more cost effective for us to do it this way. The air conditioning units are only the 110. They can be plugged into the existing power supply there and still function. So it makes sense just to go ahead and do these temporary air conditioning units. We don't want those model fans to be reinstalled in any of the schools.
I understand that. But if it's temporary, that means how soon will the fans come to be installed?
We are going to look into procuring a different model fan and have an electrician, licensed electrician, come in and do the proper installation of these ceiling fans.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up on a question as I was on a roll. Mr. Benjamin,
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you didn't have an engineering degree. Can you clarify what degree do you have? And have you ever managed the amount of employees that you have managed today on on major projects?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you have a degree in?
I did not complete my engineering degree. I studied architecture and engineering. However, I took the alternate route. I went into the field as I did my intern. I stayed working, and I had various roles within the engineering and architecture background, in the engineering discipline. However, I went into construction management while pursuing my degree, and then I stuck with the construction management, and this has put me in this area where I am today. I've managed school projects going in $160 million. The cheapest elementary school I managed was $60 million in the different school districts in the Washington, D.C. area.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Benjamin.
Senator?
Thank you, Commissioner?
We forgot one question that Senator Johnson had.
asked? Okay.
Mr. Garcia, can you update this body on the status of the kitchens, please?
Yes, Commissioner. Good afternoon, honorable senators. With regards to our kitchen projects and modernization projects for St. Croix, we have completed 5 kitchens thus far, including Woodson, Central High, Lou Muckle, Juanita Gardine, and Ricardo Richards. We have 2 remaining kitchens, the first being Claudio Marco and Eulalie Rivera, aka Grove School. With those 2 kitchens, we are awaiting, well, firstly, starting with the Grove School kitchen, the reason for the delay on that project is due to the vast scope of work. So that has the most extensive scope of work in comparison to all of the comparable kitchens.
Let me interrupt and ask you with respect to Eulalie Rivera, because I visit schools by myself. I think when you go on a tour, you go to where the tour guide leads you, right? So I go by myself, and I went to Eulalie Rivera. There was no one working that day on that job site. No, so I asked the principal, what's going on? So can you tell me why the contractor was not there moving forward on that job?
Yes, Senator James. With regards to the halt of work at Juanita,
Eulalie.
at Grove School.
Right.
It's with, the first reason is for a change order that was not fully processed and is currently in process for Grove School. And until that change order is approved, the contractor cannot have confirmation that he will be paid for the work. So until that change order is approved, we have a halt on certain activities with that kitchen renovation.
How long does it take for it to be approved?
A change order can go anywhere from 30 days to maybe 60 days, roughly.
Okay. With everything that's on emergency and in crisis around here, I'm just wondering why we're taking so long to get things done.
Right. Also, with that school, because the change order exceeds the 25%, the 25% parameter that would allow it to be a change order, it's now extended into a supplemental contract. So that has to be drafted through PMP as well. But
so now you're giving me the amnesty.
So we're considering whether or not that will be.
So you're doing what? Sorry?
So that's still under review.
The supplemental contract is under review.
Right.
So that's why everything has halted. I mean, nothing was happening when I was there, so I was just flabbergasted. So the supplemental contract, that goes through how many levels of approvals before the contractor can return to work at Eulalie Rivera. And you know what was interesting about, I am going to say this, when I visited that day, you know, we need to remember the population that we're serving. And that day, I remember the principal saying to me that they had the whatever it was, I'm trying, waffles, it wasn't waffles, it was something else that everybody loved. The children loved, but because the food was French toast, I think it was like French toast sticks, because everybody loved it so much, there wasn't enough. And because there isn't a kitchen on site to prepare, some go without. We have to understand what we're doing to our children. Point of information, Senator, that was difficult for me. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask the Department of Education leadership, as well as the Bureau of School Construction leadership, have you all read Act number 8717?
Yes, I have.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Then why are we having the response that's being provided to the chair today? It says, under section, see, this is the challenge that we have. We just do whatever we want to do. And this is why we find ourselves in these places. So this bill, under section 102, speaks specifically to the threshold. It says, to perform the duties and responsibilities granted in this chapter, the executive director may procure goods and services and may enter into contracts for architectural, construction, engineering, and maintenance-related projects not to exceed $1 million without the need to comply with VI Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23. But the director shall comply with Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, to procure goods and services for more than $1 million. Why are we having a property and procurement conversation? Like, the reason for this was to eliminate the conversation that we're having today. Like, it's like we move one step backward, we're right back with where we were. There is no need for property and procurement to be involved in this work. If there is a need for you to bring on a procurement person or you're utilizing the assistance of education in the interim, that's what we do. But we have to move this along. I'm sitting here because I'm the sponsor of the legislation, you know, completely distraught because it's as if we have failed to conduct the necessary review around this legislation. We cannot continue to pass legislation in this territory as elected leaders and folks on the ground do whatever they want to do. Because then it says that we are wasting our time. Right. So what's the issue? It's right here in black and white. It was signed by the governor. This legislation has been in effect from 2023. Novel E. Francis, Carla Joseph, Secretary, Governor of the Virgin Islands, the 18th day of April. Are we still having a property and procurement conversation? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. And point of information, Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also need some clarity, and I want to ask a direct question to the Executive Director of the Bureau of Maintenance, School Maintenance. Are you a licensed architect?
No, I'm not, sir.
Are you a licensed engineer?
No, I'm not, sir.
Do you know that Act 8717 establishes that the Bureau is managed by an executive director appointed by the governor who must be either an architect or engineer licensed? And you don't possess none of those two.
No, sir.
That's the problem that we have. We move legislation, and this administration decides what to implement, what to execute, when to do it, when not to do it. And it starts from the top all the way down. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, let it be stated.
Thank you, Senator Carrion, for that. As the chair of the Education and Workforce Development Committee, who has been trying to push reading for an entire year and a half by our students, I suddenly discovered that reading also applies to adults. We have to read. I have a question. Well, I'm going to go. I know that Senator DeGraff has been waiting. Senator DeGraff, your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. All of you listening and present. Boy, a growing hair. It's so unbearable to hear. But Commissioner, what is the health status of the person who was injured by that fan? I don't know if you called his name, but I didn't want to call anybody's particular name. What is the health status?
So I did have the opportunity to speak with the mom directly after the incident occurred. The student had to receive 30 plus stitches inside out. Dr. Gonzalez, superintendent of schools, has been in contact with the mom, and she could provide a most recent update. Dr. Gonzalez?
Good afternoon. I spoke with his mother, and he is healing. She was thinking that she was going to send him to school on Tuesday, but his wounds are still raw, and he's on pain medication. But he is wanting to get back to school, but he is stable.
Thank you for that. Has any counseling been provided for any of other students who may have witnessed that tragedy?
I'm not aware of any counseling that has been given to any of the other students that witnessed this incident.
Okay, was there a medical personnel, a nurse or anyone medically inclined assigned to that school at that particular time?
Yes, the nurse at the school made the original assessment, and then that's when they came to the arrival that he would need to go to the hospital for further medical treatment.
Okay, so it's good news to hear that they're doing well and eager to come back to school. Now, today's date is September 9th, 2024. Is school ready? Is the curriculum set? Is the physical infrastructure of all the schools in the territory ready to have our children in them? As of today, September 24th, 2024. Commissioner, superintendents.
I will allow the superintendents to respond, but I'll begin. Senator, the campuses are not fully ready. We still have challenges from school to school that are being remediated as we speak. Some schools are in better condition than others, and the department will continue its efforts to address those situations as they arise. If we find that we have those egregious safety issues in any respective classrooms, those were shut down so that the repairs could occur. Dr. Jorgen, you can speak as you've been in your schools more than I have been about the condition, and then Dr. Gonzalez can respond.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator, even in my testimony, I mentioned that as I listed the successes and the effects of the beginning of the school year, I stated that amidst challenges,
30 seconds.
we still have challenges. We'll always have challenges, but I walked those schools, every single school at the beginning of this year, and I pointed out every area that was of concern to me. Mr. Weeks has been very responsive. Maintenance has been very responsive in fixing those areas. And so I think our schools are ready. There are some things that we have to continue doing that's ongoing, and the work will continue. But to the best of our knowledges, for me, I know that our schools are ready to have students in them. I came from a home this morning that's termite ridden also, but I have to work through it. I don't get to live in another place.
Time.
So I just want to put that into perspective.
Okay, Madam Chair, my time was called. I could just wrap up with the Superintendent and St. Croix, and then one final statement.
Yes, Senator DeGraff.
Yes, as already was stated, our schools are a work in progress. We still have some work orders that need to be fulfilled. There are definitely some challenges that are still in the schools. And so there are students obviously in the schools, but we still have some things that we have to work on inside our schools.
Okay, thank you. And in a prior meeting, I asked a question in terms of kind of issues that are from, we are all certain that each school is going to have some degree of issues. But I think if any issue tantamounts to possibly being where it can cause injury, how often do we collaborate with the Parent Teachers Association to keep the parents informed of these ongoing issues on a daily basis if necessary? You can answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
I would say, Senator, not enough. I would allow the superintendents to speak about their attendance at PTA meetings. I know from my level, I really don't attend PTA meetings. I do have meetings or upon the request of parents or associations for my attendance, I do. But routinely, I wouldn't at the commissioner's level be at every PTA. Superintendents can speak to their involvement with the parent associations as far as the attendance goes. Dr. Yergin?
Well, as this year has begun, we haven't had many PTSA meetings per se. However, parents have written to either the principals or myself to bring matters to my concern and to my attention. And we have addressed those concerns and responded to the parents to let them know, listen, thank you for bringing that to my attention. We're working on resolving the problem. And that happened even this weekend. We spent Saturday and Sunday in Lockhart K8 because of some concerns that parents brought to my attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I have two questions to ask the commissioner. Going back to your March 2023 testimony, and I'm hoping that I get some positive responses here. You had said that you were going to upgrade the wastewater systems at Yvonne Bowski Elementary School, Joseph Sibley Elementary School, Joseph Sibley Annex are in a planning stage. Well, I'm sure you remember that conversation or testimony, and you said completion is expected by August 2024, 2009 MF bond and 2012 GRT bonds will be used to fund these upgrades. So has that happened?
Yeah. Excuse me, Madam Chair, I was just waiting to hear an answer from also the St. Croix superintendent. I apologize, but I didn't get an answer from the St. Croix superintendent.
Oh, she did.
That question.
She did answer. She did answer. You didn't hear? Oh.
But no, I didn't hear it. No, I didn't. Thank you.
Okay, right
she
after.
Didn't respond.
Yeah, right.
To that question.
It was. Do you remember the question you answered? Let's have the superintendent answer first, and then we'll go to the wastewater on St. Thomas.
Okay.
Okay, being here new only a month, I have not had the opportunity to attend any PTO meetings. However, I do have that on my list to attend. Meanwhile, though, parents have reached out to me about various issues that I've had the opportunity to go and check on for myself at some of the schools.
Before
Thank you, madam.
Sure, Senator. This is your first hearing in front of us?
Yes.
Okay. just like we did with the new director for Bureau, I'd like you to tell us about yourself and what brought you to the Virgin Islands, because I know that you're new as a superintendent. So go ahead and tell us about yourself.
Yes.
And welcome, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that welcome. I am coming to you from the Dallas, Texas area. My entire career has been in Texas. I taught for 12 years. I've taught every grade pretty much from pre-K through graduate courses when I was a graduate assistant in my doctoral program. I also taught I spent 2 years living in Dominican Republic, where I taught at a SACS-accredited American school. I taught second grade there, and then I also taught English as a foreign language. After my 12 years of teaching, I moved on to administration, where I was an assistant principal for 4 years, and after that stint, I was director for bilingual and ESL in another school district, and then I spent 3 years as a high school principal, and then was a coordinator for English as a second language, which my duties were for local and state and federal compliance. And then what brought me here was after I'd gone through my superintendent certification program, I was looking for the next step, and I came across this position and applied, and I am here to make a difference.
Thank you. I'm hoping that you bring your best practices in ESL to the territory, because we have the populations that need.
Yes, I've had conversations with Dr. Camacho already, and so we've got some plans in the work for some positive change.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, quickly on the upgrade to the wastewater, that's a go, that's a yes?
So I'm going to let Mr. Benjamin answer that. That's Alan Fleming's project. Mr. Benjamin?
Yes, good afternoon. Craig Benjamin. Alan Fleming was supposed to be here to respond to this question. I will have him submit in writing the response at a later date.
So no one knows right now whether the upgrades to the wastewater systems at Ivan
Senator?
Bowski Elementary School and Joseph Sibley Elementary School.
Senator, if I may, Ms. Joseph can respond to the contract.
Okay, thank you.
Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. The Sibley and Bowski wastewater and sewage treatment upgrades were solicited both by the Department of Education and Department of Property and Procurement. If I recall correctly, the Sibley project, there were no responses to the RFP, to the IFB. In respect to that was the Bowski project. There was no responses to the RFP. The Sibley project was exceeded the VIDE's budget, and we will be reassessing the scope to resubmit it to the Department of Property and Procurement so we could get that traction. Well, in this case, the Bureau will resolicit, and we will make our awards in-house as the anticipated cost is it's budgeted less than $1 million. So we will put that out. But both projects were solicited. However, they were not awarded. We were not getting responses from contractors, or one, the other. It exceeded the VIDE's budget at the time, and we really needed to reassess the scope. Okay?
Okay, so the answer is no to that one. Okay, Commissioner, I'm giving you an opportunity for another yes answer here. The Student Advisory Board, you had said in last year, 23, that you will be meeting with the students monthly to improve the level of services provided to the student population. How is that going?
So I did that for last school year, and we resume in October.
Okay, thank you. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. A special good afternoon to the leadership team of the Department of Education, as well as the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. And you know, my mother, my father, none of them really had a formal education, an extensive formal education, but they were wise enough to instill in us the importance of us having one ourselves, and they saw to it that we received the best education that was available to us, which was absolutely here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. What she repeatedly said to us was education is a great equalizer. We have an obligation as a territory to provide our young people with the best, the most quality education that is available. And that means also providing a safe and sanitary environment for our children and our staff, faculty administration, obviously, to function in. Having said that, I wanted to ask Department of Education, the commissioner, perhaps the superintendents, about teacher vacancies. So I'm going to shift from maintenance. How are teacher vacancies being covered right now while we're in the process of trying to recruit permanent personnel?
So, Senator, I'll allow the superintendents to respond. I just want to put on record that our recruitment is ongoing. I believe Director Jacobs can speak to some prospective internationals that we are waiting to arrive. In addition, the contract with Proximity Learning is still in place to help to fill some of those vacancies. But in regards to the specifics in what schools are doing, I will allow the superintendents to respond.
Senator, temporarily we were able to fill some of our vacancies, especially on the elementary level, with paraprofessionals. Most of our vacancies occur on the secondary level. We do have the contract work of Proximity Learning that's going to be with us until December. And so this first semester, some of our courses, algebra, foreign languages are being covered through Proximity Learning.
Okay, thank you for that. What sort of, in your opinion, as a professional, as a subject matter expert, how is it impacting student learning? Are we losing anything? Are our children losing anything because we don't have permanent personnel, teaching in our schools?
Senator, I will say this. We do have some paraprofessionals that are well trained. And we also have paraprofessionals that are degreed that have chosen not to go further. However, I stand by their ability in the classroom, and I would much rather have them than someone else that's, is not as committed or as skilled. So we do also have Proximity Learning, and those teachers are really good. We have an individual that's in the room so that someone manages, the basic things that occur in a classroom. And that's the best that we can do now. I think it's a good, solid education coming from Proximity with the infusion of our locals. And, that's what we're working with now.
30 seconds.
Wow. How is the Department of Education, Mr. Superintendent, measuring the effectiveness of your summer enrichment program? I know the commissioner mentioned it earlier today, in addressing learning loss and supporting student achievement. Is this just something that we do? Is there a strategy for determining its success?
I think there is. I didn't get to that part of my testimony, but we had some programs for, maybe 2,000 of our children this summer. And it ranges from credit recovery, where they're recovering a credit that they've lost, to summer bridge, to career exploratory programs, to STEAM programs, to exposure of students off island, to Piney Woods, Harvard. So I think that it's a really good thing to have them exposed. Our students need the exposure. And also we have looked at preparing them for the upcoming year, or try to recover on some areas of deficiencies, especially in the area of our kindergarten.
Time.
Madam Chair, if I may just ask one final wrap-up question.
Yes, Senator Potter.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the temporary modulars. And I mean, for years, I've been hearing that the modulars, the shelf life of modulars is 5 years. And I wanted to get a sense of, because I did my research, everybody has the internet, and everything that I saw said that these modulars should really, with proper maintenance, and I guess that's the operative word, with regular maintenance, can last as long as a regular school if the proper maintenance is done. So I wanted to get a sense from where that information about the modulars, the life of a modular unit being 5 years, is there something documented that says that?
So I will let Director Benjamin speak on the the condition of the modulars, but that 5-year was the warranted given by AECOM during the installation. That's where that came from, Senator. But in regards to the conditions of the modular, I know that Director Benjamin has been really studying the modulars and devising a plan to help to keep them operable as these new schools are under construction. So, Director Benjamin?
Craig Benjamin. With the modulars that we currently have, they have been installed in a improper manner that's not allowing them to live out the life expectancy that they would live, even if if you increase it, 3 years? I think it was 5 years they had on them, and we are at year 8. What is creating the issues with these modulars are lack of ventilation. If we are able to get them to be ventilated from the bottom, we will be able to maintain them in a proper manner without having to be constantly deep cleaning them as much as they are going to be needed to be deep cleaned in the current condition they're in. The other thing we have to do is remove some of the interior panels and also remove the type of insulation that's inside of some of those panels. These little components are creating the problems that we have within the modules. Once we address those and also resealing the roofs and joints that currently hold them together, we can get some extended time out of them. I would not tell you that we're going to get another 10 years out of them. That's impossible. They are constructed of wood, and then you got to take into consideration the constant traffic of kids in and out of these modules. So they're going to be breaking down on a regular basis. But we could maintain them, whereas we could get some, we could extend their lifetimes, their life expectancy, I mean.
Thank you for your response. I won't abuse my time any further. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your flexibility.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. I'll try to do this in 4 minutes, and I'm trying to get my head tight but before I move on, let me just say condolences to my family and St. Thomas and the passing of Ms. Joyce LeBrun. I just hope I could get through this, because this is why they always say when you think about people and you're going to do a visit, you go and don't delay, because these type of things happen. And I said I was coming today, only to get a phone call letting me know what happened, but I'll be there shortly. Let me first thank the Department of Education for all that you do for our children. I know we're in a bad place right now. There's no other way to describe it. But we have to put our heads together for our children and just stop the talk. This body, time and time again, have put forward monies to assist with all the maintenance. Even in the 33rd legislature back in 2019, we reprogrammed a little over $5 million for the school maintenance. And each year we ask about it over and over about the spending. And again, some colleagues don't agree with me, but I don't say this for anybody to agree with me. Again, we don't have a money problem. We have a money management problem. And until we start to manage these monies like how we would manage our own households, we're going to continue to be in the predicament that we're in. We all prioritize on our personal affairs. And I just want to see us work to that end and do what we're supposed to do. Act 8193, back in 2019, appropriated more than $5 million for school maintenance. And every time we ask about it, monies weren't being spent. Today, we again faced with monies going back to the federal government. Commissioner, quickly, because the time is going to run, so I'm not going to even go through all of what I have. But what is, and shortly, succinct, what's your plan to get out of this third-party fiduciary? And how are we holding individuals who are responsible for the spending of these monies, both local funds and federal funds,
1 minute.
accountable?
Well, Senator, to get out of the third-party fiduciary is not just VIDE, it's other entities as well, and we've been working on that, making sure that all the corrective action steps that we were cited to correct, that we are correcting them. We went from 17 action items, and we're down to maybe 4, I believe we're at.
So you're working on getting out of this third-party
Correct,
fiduciary?
Senator, correct.
Right. Okay, do this feverishly.
30 seconds.
Feverishly, please. I had questions on the infrastructure and whatnot. Quickly, Mr. Benjamin, have you implemented any new processes yet regarding building inspections prior to school year beginning? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And you have reporting documentation in place, how these inspections are to be made, who these reports will be channeled to?
Yes, I do.
And regarding the, given the school shootings and whatnot that we've seen on the mainland, Commissioner, I hope that there's protocols, emergency preparedness, safety trainings, and incident responses in places, I trust?
Right.
Thank you. And on August 21st, I wrote to you with regards to the school bus accident, and I requested some pieces of information. I am still awaiting that. All right?
Time.
Madam Chair, if I may conclude right here, I just...
Go ahead, Senator.
I want to welcome the St. Croix District School Superintendent. I have read your qualifications and trust that you'll be suitable for the position here. However, have you, you stated you have not attended any PTOs yet. How long have you been on board?
I arrived to the island on...
No, on board, not when you come. How long have you been on board?
I started, my official day was the 29th of July, but I was still in Texas, so I arrived on the island August 31st.
Okay, so August 31st.
Or, I'm sorry, July 31st.
July 31st. And it's September 9th. Have you met with your St. Croix District school principals yet?
Yes, I've been meeting with my principals and visiting campuses.
You have met with them. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will join the rest of the meeting once I get to St. Thomas. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins, and safe travel. Senator Fred Gregory.
Senator James, if I may.
Go ahead.
Just Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner of Education. Senator Gittins, we have been working furiously in our investigation of the school bus accident. We've had statements from all principals. We have worked very closely with the bus company. The commissioner herself interviewed the bus management, and we will have that information for you and what the next steps are going forward in terms of school bus management accident policies. Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator Gibbons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank the PTSA representatives who are here. Ms. Nur Hassan, you were on point with everything, what they say, in progress, but we need to know when progress is going to be completed. And the Alfredo Andrews, I think it was, I agree with the current lack of modern playground equipment at our schools, which is impacting their holistic development. Also notable is the need for protection of these playgrounds, to put a concrete barrier at the bottom, because a lot of these schools are right at the roadside. A car get away and go straight through the campus, we could have a dilemma. And Ms. Terry at Paul B. Larson, your suggestions are noted. The one on page 3 that you spoke about with regards to the school nurses, this body in the 34th legislature addressed that, and we will be working feverishly with the Department of Education to ensure that this is in place. All right, with regards to the school nurses. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. The one thing that I'm going to say, when I hear my colleagues, especially those who have been in legislature for several terms, that is clear to me, the legislature, and they've all been citing and different acts that have been passed. The public needs to understand that the legislature does not control the day-to-day operations of the executive branch departments and agencies. We can neither fire nor discipline anyone. That's up to the executive branch. Unfortunately, it may take lawsuits. It may actually take lawsuits that have happened in the past to make changes, and that's unfortunate that that is going to happen, but that may be the way that our citizens are going to have to go. When you see parents sitting inside these chambers, that's really where they're at the point where they may have to take legal action. And I wouldn't be surprised if legal action isn't going to be taken with the recent incidents that happened. Because again, and I will say this again, when the guilty don't pay, the innocent pays. And our children are the innocent people right now, individuals in our community. We can't allow that to happen, continue to happen. So, Senator Fred Gregory, I know you have all these acts in front of you, so your 4 minutes.
Madam Chair, you know, what I have gleaned from today's discussion is that we have analysis to paralysis. That's why we ain't getting stuff done, okay? Let me ask, so when school closed in May of this past summer, the responsibility of the maintenance was under the Department of Education. Did you guys develop a maintenance plan for the summer of 2024?
I will allow the district maintenance directors to speak on it.
Yes or no?
Yes,
I don't
they
want
have.
nobody to speak on it.
Yes,
Yes or no?
Yes, Senator.
And was that for both districts?
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Weeks?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the challenge based on the information that I shared? What is your understanding of the threshold that the Department of Education can spend up to? Clearly, I didn't have the million, so tell me what your understanding of the threshold is.
250, Senator.
Okay, so the projects that you had in the summer of 24 were over 250?
Yes, we had various projects.
Speak up, speak into the mic.
Yes, Gene Weeks, Director of Maintenance in Thomas.
So that's affirmative.
We had various projects, yes, that was over.
Okay, so what prevented you all from accomplishing the projects this summer in particular?
Actually, we actually got that information about a month ago that we were able to spend up to 250.
Wait.
That's for me. That's for me.
So let me just share with you that in the regular session of 2019, the legislature of the Virgin Islands passed legislation that says striking 50,000 and inserting 250,000 in its place. That act was vetoed by the current governor on October 7th of 2019 and was overridden by December of 2019. That is very unfortunate. This is why we cannot get anything done. This conversation seems very similar to the discussion that we had with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority of last week. We are in our heads and we are not working together to understand what our responsibilities are. And I see the same thing happening with the Bureau of School Construction. So what's happening is, Mr. Benjamin is now on board. There has been no transition. When big businesses have buyouts, there is a transition period where you sit where the leadership sits with the new leadership, with the new company, and provide a transition. This gentleman should not be answering the questions the way he's answering it, but I can't blame him because he don't have the information. Are we serious about the business of education or are we not? I'm not going to ask any questions because it don't even make no sense. The question is, all of us, we here dressed to the nines, but are we serious about the business of education when in fact we are sitting at the table having these discussions about school maintenance and the people that are responsible for the minimal procurement don't know that we have a threshold. Let's just stay at a 250 for now. A threshold of 250. But we have expectations of our children to read and to comprehend when in fact ourselves who are sitting in these leadership positions, we ain't doing that. How do we expect to get a better Virgin Islands? How? I don't need a response. Just think about it. Let us sink in. Let me ask you a question, Ms. Cassius. I have a bunch of questions, but it don't make no sense for me to ask them because we're just going wrong around the mulberry bush. The distance learning, because I heard the commissioner made a reference to it. Can I wrap that up?
Yes, you may.
Yes, one of the response, and that's my legislation, so that's why I know all about all of it. The distance learning, did the Board of Education establish to promulgate the rules and regulations around it?
Yes,
and
Senator.
Is it being followed? Because yes or no, is it being followed?
Senator, we made a request to the Department of Education when they told us that they were no longer using proximity as their source of virtual education to be able to tell us the updated means in which they're going to match the legislature and our policy.
Listen, one of the requirements in that legislation, I need to know if it's being followed, is that at the end of the year, the Department of Education is to find out from every single principal in the respective district what are the potential shortages based on the resignations, etc. Shortages is not the only thing. Our children should be able to learn Mandarin if they choose to. We know that we don't have those foreign language teachers here, but they should be able to, they should have the opportunity to learn whatever they want. We should do we have a schedule of courses that our children can take via the distance learning program?
Dr. Yergin and Dr. Gonzalez.
Senator, I will
yes or
mention
no?
that that's
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, and at the end of the school year, did we share with our students in the respective districts what is available to them with regards to these courses, and was there any interest? And are we offering these courses to our students?
Senator, there were so many resignations over the course of the summer that we had to spend all summer to really iron out what courses we will be able to offer our students. But we are using proximity.
We're unable to hear.
You can't hear me?
I'm not talking about what happened in proximity. I'm talking about what happened on the ground here in the Virgin Islands in our public school system. Did we offer our children the opportunity to have other courses? Yes or no?
Senator, we are using our distance learning to fill the gap. I'm not in the space where I could just offer children all kind of other courses. We're filling the gap for those vacancies that are graduation requirements.
So the answer is no. Is it happening in the St. Croix district? I mean, I know we have a new superintendent, so, Madam Superintendent? Deputy, sorry.
Superintendent.
Yeah, I know that
Yes.
you're new, so you may not be able to answer the question.
Yes, I'm not able to answer the question.
These are the things that we need to be focusing on. Every time you have the conversation, it's always a different excuse. It's always a different excuse. It's frustrating. And I know my time has been called, so I don't want to spend any time on this, but it is clear that we have analysis to paralysis. And this is where we cannot make any true movements here. And there is zero accountability around this work. And it's unfair to our children. Madam
Thank you, Senator.
Chair, I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Did you want to say something, Ms. Perez-Cassius?
Thank you, Chair. I do want to say that the Virgin Islands Board of Education, over the last 4 years that I have served on the board, has placed in their SMARS accountability report all type of recommendations for us to be able to close this accountability gap. In regards to requesting information, receiving information, and holding people accountable, we have been really pushing in the board, and these informations are in our SMARS report. If anybody would go back, reading is the theme of the day. If we would go back and truly read these reports and really take the recommendations of the board into consideration, we would have already started to look at funding accountability challenges, jurisdiction accountability challenges, hiring accountability challenges, and the supervision of school safety challenges that we have placed on record up to the last one that was delivered to everybody on June 5th, and it is absolutely open to the public on our webpage right now. Please go in there and look at these recommendations, because it's the same thing, and there's really a need for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Really, when the system is broken, it needs to be totally demolished. It needs to be demolished, and we need to come up with a new structure, a new system, a new educational structure. I don't know. It really has to do. It has to do with the system, the way that the system it exists right now. Senator Javan James Jr. Senior, sorry.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. You could also say Javan James. I really want to just shake your hand and give a big hug because you took my whole line of questioning. That was going to say. Everything they write in this book. What it takes to get everybody in this room and have a conversation. What it takes. We all know each other's phone number. We know how to get the emails. It takes the chair, and I understand you're doing your role, Madam Chair. You're doing your role. But what it takes the Madam Chair to bring us in a room and have this conversation with the PTA leaders and the Board of Education when we have a report right here. So my question to the new head of the Bureau of Education and Maintenance, or whatever you call it, have you had a chance to read this report?
No, I haven't.
Ms. Prentice, can you get this guy a report before he leaves and study it like a Bible? That's your Bible. Because everything is in there. I don't need to really ask you anything. I could ask you about something that happened yesterday because it's current, but I'm going to give you a chance to breathe. But you need to read this report. Simple. Sit down with people like Mr. Ali and these individuals who took the time to come and put their concerns on the record, not just their concerns, but concerns of the public. They have other things to do. They could have been doing other work. You could have been doing other work right now. But look what you're here right now, getting beat up from us because you haven't had a chance to read the report. You didn't read the report. Read the report. It's right in the report. This is going to make my 6th year in the Senate. I've received all 6 of these reports. And I must admit, we had times where we saw the challenges and we brought the legislation to address those. However, there are still underlying issues. And I read the part with the jurisdictional authority, and the list goes on. So the legislature has some work as well. And we have a list of things. We have a legislative concerns, 3 pages long. 1, 2, 3. So we all have our share of duties. The legislature, the executive branch, the Board of Education, and the list goes on. But the thing is, we putting this on the record and understand we have to do our job because our constituents are asking us what's going on. And it looks as if we're not doing anything, but we really have to be putting these things on the record. It's embarrassing. We have people talking about locks need to be fixed in schools. Locks? I could fix a lock. I used to fix locks. And when I get in my mother room, I take the lock with a screwdriver and fix the lock. We're talking about low-hanging fruits. And I went to Pobby last night and I cringed when I heard her testimony. A lock? We're talking about a lock? Listen, read the report, okay? Please.
Will do.
Come better equipped when you come to this legislature. You continue to make yourself look like what you look like today. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
1 minute.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's even hard for me to say good afternoon, right? But it's a proper thing to say good afternoon to everyone, because clearly it's not as good as we would like it to be. And I have to agree with my colleague that we have been in a crisis regard to our education system. And it's about time we turn this ship around. And I think this body has done an effort moving legislation to be able to assist in the process and funding in able to assist in the process. And in the testimonies I've heard from the commissioner, I know it's her intention to do so too, based on things I've heard here before. I want to welcome the new superintendent, Dr. Belton Gonzalez, right? Thank you for coming aboard. Welcome. And also the deputy superintendent, I think she's also among us. Welcome also for coming on board. And hopefully, with the new individuals that are coming on board, we should see some changes. But I have some specific questions with regards to the incident that I know it's the material at hand. And of course, we know that this type of negligence is unacceptable. And we have to really address the situation for the well-being of our children to avoid certain situations like this to happen again. And I don't think it's so much the fan issue. I know I'm hearing that the fans were taken off and were not being used again. It's the installation of the same, because any fan, if you don't install them correctly and they're not properly inspected in the installation, you're going to have the same incident. You could have incident with anything that is installed if it's not installed correctly. So the response is not really the fan, is a failure in the process and the system that we have in place for inspection and maintenance. And this is something that's been happening for years. I understand that the department wasn't properly funded, but we have no excuse now. Even though there's still much work to do, I don't understand why what needed to get done is not being done. Let me ask the new executive director, based on the standards of maintenance practices, what is the formula that is used per dollar amount per square footage? For maintenance budget.
Well, I have to double check and see what we have in our current database.
What's the square footage that we have for property within the Department of Education?
3 million.
The square footage is 3 million. Okay. And a basic standard practice, according to per square foot, what's the dollar figure for maintenance of buildings?
5 million.
I'm sorry?
5 million.
No, per square foot.
5, sir.
$5 per square foot?
Per foot, yes.
Okay. And how much would that be then, based on our square footage of what would be required for maintenance within our Department of Education?
1 minute.
It will be 15 million, sir.
And you have received 12, if I'm not mistaken, we heard today, right? So, Commissioner, I'm trying. What's the challenge? Tell us what's the challenge.
What's the challenge?
The challenge with maintenance?
30
Yes.
seconds.
Then myriad of challenges. One is the workforce. The other is the procurement processes, vendors bidding on these projects that are exceeding the ability of the maintenance workers. Timeliness of services. By now, we anticipated that the kitchens would be installed. And every time it's a different change order, and a change order, if it exceeds the 25%, then it has to be a supplemental contract. So it's just like delays after delays after delays based on my conversations with the directors and getting things done.
What can we do now to fix it? What do you need from us? How can we, because we know the problems, we've seen the pictures, we've walked through the facility. I have children in the public education system. I think I'm one of the 2 senators, and some might have grandchildren, but you know, we're vested, so it's our children that are being affected.
So when Senator Gregory made the statement about the $1 million threshold, I immediately turned to Director Joseph of Procurement to see, well, if that's the threshold, then why are we waiting for DPP to do a supplemental contract? It doesn't add up. And that's when Director Jacobs texted me and said, well, that was before the Bureau. It's a GVI and VIDE contract. So it does not follow the Bureau's. So that's part of the challenge.
But I think part of the challenge that we have, I think our senators have mentioned it here, we have to read the law. So we have moved legislations and not only read it, execute and comply with what we have established in the code. And if we do that, everybody just has to do their job, you know, and go through the transition process. So thank you, Madam Chair. I think my time has been called.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. There's a term called continuity of operations, right? Which means that everything should, once you have somebody else coming in, everything should be moved over. You should know exactly what you're picking up and moving on. But there, especially when it comes to children, there should not be any gaps, especially with respect to what we're experiencing right now. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to the Department of Education and all of the distinguished panel. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings. You know, I wanted to follow up on what the vice chairwoman of this committee had mentioned. As a matter of fact, you know, our Senator Fred Gregory was honored yesterday, and she was honored for being a good parent and a good grandparent. And so, you know, we're here with education today, and I wanted to follow up with the distance learning. Because, you know, the world is constantly changing. So I'd like just to see a raise of hands of all of the persons from the Department of Education here today who have completed some type of distant learning course. Can I see a show of hands? Okay, so you see, and so that's important. Even the commissioner herself has completed a course in distant learning. And that's how the world is going. You know, right now with distance learning on your home computer, even on your cell phone, you have the Library of Congress that's available. You have the Library of Duke University, Stanford, North Carolina, even the University of the Virgin Islands. So distant learning is very important. As a matter of fact, you can get a PhD. That's right. You can get a doctorate degree online. So why can't you get your high school diploma online? We got to look at how the world is, you know. It's changing. There's a lot of information. So I applaud you, and that I know that everyone in the Department of Education realize the value of the online learning. So real quickly, I wanted to go to Mr. Craig Benjamin. And based on my calculations here, you started on June 17th. So today being September 9th, you have exactly 82 days and 5 hours on the job. So the last time we met, we were over at Charlotte Amalia High School, and we had a conversation with the principal of Charlotte Amalia High School, and there was 6 classrooms in the modular units that had some issues with mold, and you had indicated that you were going to have that addressed the weekend, which was the Labor Day weekend. So can you give us a status? Can you give me a status on what happened to those classrooms in Charlotte Amalia High School?
Yes, Craig Benjamin. Good afternoon, Senator Fonseca. Our contractor has conducted the work. He is currently still on site, and it's ongoing. And
1 minute.
we did exactly as I told you that they were going to do. They started the next day.
Okay, good. So the work has not completed. So are those students, Commissioner, have they been reassigned to a different classroom? Or are they now receiving learning and instructions? What's the status of those students that were displaced, for lack of a better term?
So, Senator, they're in different locations at this time. Dr. Jurgen can give more specifics on that, as he is the superintendent, but I know that the principal has shuffled them around. What we're doing as well is we're getting ready to move the skill center from up by the 9th grade academy. That will free up some additional classrooms there now that they're moving down to the Gladys Abraham site. But Dr. Jurgen, you can give more specifics around that.
Time.
No, hold a second. Dr. Jurgen, if the chair would allow, you could answer that on the chair's time. But Madam Chair, I have another question. Can I finish up?
Go ahead, but Dr. Jurgen needs to answer that question anyway. If it's on my time, let him answer it, and then so that he doesn't forget it. So go ahead and answer that.
Okay.
Correct, Dr. Jurgen. Dr. Jurgen, St. Thomas St. John Superintendent. Senator, those classes have been relocated to another location. As the commissioner mentioned, we did have the Raphael Whitley Skills Center is moving down to the Gladys Abraham site. So we did pick up some classrooms there as well as classrooms on the campus. So we removed anyone that complained about mold. We removed them out of those rooms, and we found an alternate site for them to be able to receive their education.
Yes, okay, and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to finalize this one question. Mr. Benjamin, I want to go back to you real quick. So have you had a time to complete your assessment, and have you had time to complete a report, and who have you submitted it? Who have you submitted that assessment report to?
I am still in the process of completing my assessments. As you know, each one of these schools have severe issues, and we're going through each campus and obtaining the necessary information. I've done so to the majority of the campuses. Once that report is completed, it will be made available to you if you would like to see it, and whoever else.
Yes, I'd like through the chair to make that request for you to send through the chair that report so that we can have it. And thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. I want to recognize Senator Bolkes on the St. Thomas Chambers, but before I go to him for his 4 minutes, I have a couple of questions. With respect to complex I don't know if any of you have been there in the night. There are no lights. Can somebody explain to me how can we have a facility, a school facility with no lights? It's dark. What's going on at the St. Croix Educational Complex?
So good afternoon again, Yancy Milligan, Director of Maintenance. So all those utility poles that provided lights, parking lot lights and security lights for the students or faculty was destroyed during the storm. There are floodlights around the buildings, but they're not bright enough to reach to the parking lot.
Right.
So until we could get those utility poles, utility lights back up, we just have to kind of concentrate on the floodlights closest to the building.
Where are the utility poles coming from?
Just facility, we just have to provide them and install them.
Who does, WAPA?
No, facility, our end, just a facility problem, most of our maintenance. So
and you know, as we go into the later months, it gets darker and darker, earlier and earlier. When are we going? Safety, today really is about the safety of our children in so many different ways, right? When?
So, I really don't speak on facilities work. Maintenance is on my end. So we really have to kind of separate what is maintenance from facility and operation.
I know, but you know the bureau that you're now a part of, they're responsible also.
Well, that's a good thing. I mean, that's a bright day for all of us, knowing that now that we have that capacity of funds to do all these facility work.
Right.
I mean, which is good news. So once that funds is more readily available, then these things are going to get accomplished.
Mr. Benjamin, you heard that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let me ask this about the two-way opposite direction and single dome cameras. The St. Thomas St. John District had contracted with a broadband technology company, SmartNet VI, to install the cameras at all schools at a total of $2,490,000. I'm reading your testimony. $2,497,802.45 funded by ARPA. This amount covers installation, materials, software, licensing, and warranty. The St. Croix District selected Monethos Pro Support LLC to install 929 cameras in all schools and programs in that district at a cost of $2 million approximately. I think you know the question, right?
Mm-hmm. Where are we?
Where are we? What's the status? What's the status?
So the installations in the St. Thomas St. John district are further along than the St. Croix one because the contract was not executed at the same time. We have cameras installed at the Edith Williams Alternative Academy that's finished. We have Alamola online. Joseph Sibley comes online this week, and then we move through the other schools. In the St. Croix district, we received our cameras. We did walkthroughs last week, and I'm going to end there and allow Director Joseph to pick up for me because I don't want to say the wrong thing. So we did the walkthroughs. Can you comment on that, please?
Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. The St. Croix District received half of the cameras that is expected, approximately 404 cameras. The contractor requested an additional walkthrough so they can begin their installation. That walkthrough was conducted on Friday, September 6th. We received the camera the Thursday before. The contractors informed us that he's still awaiting, that they are still awaiting clearance of the remaining cameras in Miami.
Okay. I think all of we knew that Monethos has been in the news recently. So that contract is still in existence. There's no breaches, no problems with that particular company?
No.
Okay, thank you. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized. Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back to the Executive Director of School Construction in respect to the assessment report that you're talking about. There's several reports that have been done before. Of course, you have prior reports from the school maintenance. The PTAs have submitted report as well as the Board of Education have submitted reports. So I ask that you at least review those and at least have a benchmark in which you could step out from.
Okay.
Rather than taking the time now to do a whole full assessment of a report again, which dragged on the time. Of course, there may be some amendments or some updates that may be required, but there's no reason why you should have to go through this whole full-blown assessment at this point.
Thanks for that.
My suggestion. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Senator Bolkes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the leadership of the education system of the Virgin Islands. And I, too, was disappointed to hear that the maintenance construction school manager did not read this report. I requested a copy of this report from Executive Director Bess and Associate Director Prentice of the Board of Education this weekend, and I read the report, and a number of things which we're all aware of: mold, air quality issues, infrastructure failures, broken and faulty air conditioning systems, unsanitary restroom conditions, termite infestation, overdue maintenance repairs, and all of these things lead to the ongoing safety risks, which have damaged and made faulty equipment become a norm in our schools. And of course, utilizing those remaining equipments is a hazard for our students, as we can clearly see with what happened or transpired recently. Now, I don't know if a question like this was asked before because I came here late, but I said to myself, who is responsible for ensuring the safety of students regarding the maintenance and conditions of classrooms and equipment? So I'm assuming it's the director of the maintenance and school construction. So in light of this recent accident, did you perform a safety audit of that entire school, including any hazards that have been identified throughout that audit, if you conducted it, and have they been fixed so far?
The only investigation we've done with that particular school was investigate the ceiling fans in each of the classrooms, and had a license.
I would suggest having a thorough audit of the entire school, because if one thing falls, likely there may be something else behind of it. That's just my opinion. So I would encourage that you conduct an audit as soon as possible of that school, just in case. Now, when it comes to your testimony, and I heard that it was not provided, but I did read your testimony, and I do have a question based on your testimony. Your testimony commits to addressing emergency repairs within 24 hours.
Yes.
Yet you also mentioned that delays of equipment and supplies may limit your ability to make such timely repairs. So what are your plans that if you don't or you cannot ensure that you are getting the equipment that you need for repairs, how can you get a quick turnaround in 24 hours if you don't have the equipment that you need?
Should there be any emergency at the school, whereas something simple needs to be repaired, and we have to have our contractor involved, and he needs to get specific materials that are not readily available, we'll have to come up with a plan to use alternate material that could suffice for the time being until we get access to the appropriate materials that the particular task would require. In this climate, in the climate that we are in right now, when it comes to construction, you're going to find that a lot of the materials that were once readily available prior to the pandemic, you could easily go on the shelf and obtain those. That's not the case anymore. A lot of the manufacturers have changed, et cetera, et cetera. So,
Director, you have a heavy lift here. You have a very heavy lift here. And given the consistent reports of infrastructure issues across that school and multiple schools throughout the territory with roofs leaking, mold, damaged ceilings, faulty air conditioning, unsanitary restrooms, and specific issues, what steps is your division, the maintenance division, going to take to ensure that these facilities become safe and functional to meet the basic health standards before the start of the next school term? And that also means, how will you guarantee ongoing maintenance right now, today, moving forward, for these issues promptly, so that we do not have these future hazards on our hands?
Time.
Well, in response to, well, let's identify a particular issue that we have, which is the mold. As you know, addressing the situation will require us to be, let's say, for instance, you would do a quarterly deep cleaning of those temporary classrooms. Instead of doing a quarterly cleanup, deep clean, we will do maybe a monthly deep clean of those classrooms to ensure that they are in the proper condition that's needed for the students. And then that will be ongoing throughout the year. We would have to utilize a contractor, or we'll have to have hire additional staff that their primary function will be to address the deep cleaning of these classrooms on a regular basis instead of your typical cleanup that the existing custodials do.
While I appreciate your answer, and I know that that was just one component of what you have before you, and I know it's a very big job.
Right.
I'm not trying to discredit you. I'm not trying to make you feel that I'm not supporting you. There is a lot to do, and we do not want what happened to repeat itself again. Let this be the first and the last time that repeats itself. We have to make sure that the safety of our children is paramount before anything else. Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator. I want to go back to Complex. Complex isn't Complex a designated shelter? If we're in a hurricane season.
Yes, Senator.
So have you been? What's the conversation, the communication with Vitima regarding the appropriateness of Complex with all these issues that are going on right now? What's happening? Is there a conversation? What's going to happen?
Good afternoon, Senator James Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner. We meet with Vitima on a very regular basis. We're a part of ESF 6. Not only does the Department of Human Services, but also the Red Cross does a walkthrough every year of the complex. The shelter areas are primarily the gymnasium, clearly the kitchen for cooking, 72 hours after a storm, and we also have to provide for the lack of a better word, an animal shelter, a place where people can bring their animals and we can store them. There's also the provision for medical sheltering. In the past, we've used the nursing classroom on the CTEC side. We've also had to use a library at Complex for medical sheltering. So they haven't done their walkthrough. I believe they've done their walkthrough already with the Red Cross. I'll have to confirm that with Vitima. But we have a monthly meeting through our ES6 operation.
Okay, well, I'd like you to provide us with information that they've done the walkthrough. I do not want another Ernesto or whatever else the rest of them are named for the year. We don't want that. We don't want anything to come to prove to us that we're not ready. So we need to be ready. Okay.
I will provide that information.
Yeah, please do.
As soon as possible.
We're going to, as at the discretion of the chair, and I am the chair, I'm going to allow the PTA representatives to ask a question of the Commissioner of Education or the Director of Bureau. And then we're going to take a 20-minute recess so that we can all have some lunch and come back to hear from the Board of Education. So, Mr. Ali, do you have you may not have a burning question, but if you do, go right ahead.
I don't have a burning question per se. I just want to say that it's good to hear that some efforts are being made through the maintenance division to try to move the process forward. There are obviously other issues. We got to think as well about the students and some of the stuff that they're going through at this particular time. There's the fan. and just the fact that they're being out speaking their particular minds. So I'm just very hopeful that we're going to be able to come up with a change plan somewhere where we're going to work together for the common good, which is the students at the end of the day, and that we're going to do that as soon as possible. And also to make sure we develop a plan that calls for healing, because right now we're all in pain. It's not just the students, it's not just the education department, not just the parents, we're all in pain. And we need to come up with some kind of design that's going to help move us forward. So that's really what I think needs to be done. Whatever we're going through now, it's going to happen again in some way or other, especially if we have a hurricane. And we also need to let our young people know that some of the things that have happened could happen to them at a personal level. So get the healing process moving in a kind of way that there is an understanding. We're just going through life. These things have happened for other people as well in other situations. So to me, that's the paramount thing, that we begin to understand we're going through life's problems and we got to come up with plans and designs that's going to really move us forward, and at the same time to come up with change ideas that make sense and that's going to be of benefit. So I don't want from my point of view, the emphasis just to be on the maintenance. Very important, we need to do that, but we also need to do some maintenance of our minds and how we're going to view the future.
Mr. Ali, this hearing isn't finished, you know. Remember I stopped the commissioner at maintenance. We didn't go. She had some more to read. If you want to stick around after, you can.
Yeah,
but it hasn't finished.
Okay.
We're going to be on recess.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Luciana?
I actually have two questions. Is that possible?
Oh, sure. Mr. Ali didn't ask his, so go right ahead.
Okay. My name is Cheryl Luciana. I am the PTO, one of the Federal Underschool PTO members. My question is, I noticed that there was a press release put out about Delegate Plaskett, reference to a FEMA grant for the Alfredo Andrews School for the demolition and reconstruction of over $75 million. I don't know if anything was put out there as to what is the process for the transition, because I know everybody's talking about maintenance, but what is the plan moving forward as far as that transition, if you understand my question?
Ms. Coward, would you respond to that project?
Good afternoon, everyone. Shaniel Callwood, Architect, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. I have been working on the new schools project for several years, and we have received the obligated funds from FEMA for all of our permanent work now. Now we are in the process of developing 30% design concepts to send to FEMA so that they can approve the work that we plan to do in order for us to be able to use those funds. We have received that approval so far for one campus, which is Arthur Richards, and FEMA is reviewing the one. They're close to finishing their review for Central, CAHS, and the modernization of Bertha Sibu Shelter. And Alfredo Andrews, we do not have any drawings at all. So that one is not in the next group of St. Croix projects. The next group of St. Croix projects is going to be placed out for bid in March, and we currently have an architect on board who has finished the 30% drawings, and those have been sent to FEMA. So they are starting their review of that, so that by spring we would have, we'd have FEMA approval of those drawings. So that's where we are. So Alfredo Andrews would have to be in the round after that. So we still have to keep on maintaining all these campuses because it takes a while. It's a lengthy process to build a school.
What grades are your children in?
My daughter's in AP 5th grade, and my son is attending Central High. So,
So the AP fifth grader is who you were.
yes.
So that's not going to
So
happen.
she's not gonna stay in the school
No,
right now.
I was just going to tell you, that's not going to happen, right?
Tracking.
You had another question?
Yes, my second question was, we started to get updates about 30, 60, 90 days maintenance for the schools. That was actually kind of good, and then it stopped. So we wanted to know, once you're kind of gotten your feet wet, will you be able to provide updates by school as to what is occurring and what has changed so that we are aware? Because sometimes change do happen and we're not aware. I mean, I do walkthroughs of my school very often. They're so used to me now. It's PTA, go ahead.
Yes,
so,
I will.
I just want to know if that'll be something that you'll be doing, and what is your forms of communication, whether it's going to be on radio, Facebook, or whatever, because we all communicate different ways.
Yes, I will. And Craig Benjamin, my apologies. In response to how I'm going to communicate, I will be meeting with the PTAs on a regular basis and the PTSAs. I think you all call it what's your acronym for it? The overall PTA group? Yeah. With
For
all
my
the
school?
presidents on the whole.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll be meeting with your PTAs and giving you all updates on your particular schools and on a regular basis.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Ms. Luciana. Ms. Nur Hassan? Don't read that whole list now, you know.
No.
I think we covered most of what you
Yeah, I
had.
wanted to bring to your attention, I have 2024 school year plan, 2024, 2025. If you could go through it, and I suggest to you, it's kind of like the same repeat in progress. When is the people of the Virgin Islands gonna know when is the completion date? Because the last time I testified before the body, it was all by March of 2024. The kitchens, this and that, they were very set in stone to a certain type of what the vendors or the contractors is going to be completed by a certain. So can we be guaranteed or promised these are actually works in progress? Because it's for the safety, not only for the children, for the faculty, the staff, the monitors, for everyone. And I have one more point. With climate change and the place is so hot, even before 11 o'clock, the heat index is like 1991 degrees. What is your plan? What is your plan for these children that have AC, no AC, fans? When teachers, when I go visit Woodson, they have fans on them. You know what's fans blowing hot air on you? It shouldn't be like that. The counselors are in like the office, like they're displaced. The gym had no AC. Like school's supposed to open the first week, they don't have no ACs. What are the excuses? There should be no excuses.
Well, there is no excuse for that. However, when you have all the elements coming at us the way they do, I'll give you a good example. We've just installed new air conditioning in some of these temporary classrooms. You can't make some of this stuff up. Here comes a power outage. Brand new air condition is fried. That's stuff, that's what's happening. And these problems are not just unique to us in the Virgin Islands. A lot of the school districts are having a very, very hard time with their maintenance divisions. And those maintenance divisions have been taken over by the school construction divisions. And that's what I've been doing for the past 16 years in terms of the elements out here. It's nothing you can do about the element, but you know what? We adjust, and we make adjustments so that we can address these issues in a timely manner. And that's what I'm proposing for our newly formed bureau. If I had an opportunity to go over the whole presentation I had, you would see where I am, how I plan to address all these things, and how we are already making a difference in what we're doing in the short period of time I've been here. Okay?
Thank you, and I'm looking forward to every expectations that you will bring to us.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Expectations must be met at this point.
Right.
Yes.
And guess what? It's going to cost lot of money.
Well, you have the money, spend it.
That's what we will do.
Terry.
There should be no way you sending back money. Spend every cent.
Ms. Hassan, you're rolling now.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Spend every cent. No money going back.
Yes.
Miss, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you being here today. I want you to know that. Miss Terry?
I was hoping the department could speak to a little more specifically on the teacher shortages and timelines that you expect, and if you're doing any. I know that off the record we discussed a little bit about having things on Indeed or having advertising these jobs in the States and in other internationally. You guys have been hiring teachers for many, many years. How I know it might be getting harder since the pandemic, but what do you expect? I mean, are we going to be without first grade teachers for the rest of this year? Or are we going to potentially get them by mid-year? How have you seen this work in the past as far as hiring? And when should we expect teachers to come on? And is there any more details you can tell us about that?
I'll start off and then allow Director Jacobs to chime in. So the recruitment of teachers is ongoing. The issue that we have locally in terms of creating a package that would invite people to want to come to the territory is our challenge. So there's no moving expenses and all the things that other jurisdictions or districts would offer. So we're competing for the same individuals, but with limited incentives to get them here. Director Jacobs can speak to the international pool, but we will continue our efforts. One of the things that we did last school year that we will continue to do moving forward is right sizing. That means looking at your enrollment and looking for all those extra teachers that principals would love to use for other things that we just don't have the luxury of having individuals that just deal with reading, coaching or whatever. So we did the right sizing and we were able to move some people around to fill some of the gaps. But what remains a challenge for us is the late notification of resignations and retirements. And as much as we say it never stops. So we got them in late July, beginning of August, and so some of those vacancies were also unexpected for the district superintendents as well. But Director Jacobs, can you speak to your recruitment efforts with your vacancies with teachers and paraprofessionals?
Good afternoon, Director Jacobs, Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources. So like the Commissioner indicated that our recruitment is ongoing. We are competing with other school districts. Actually had some conversation with some recruiters. Our international teachers are also reconsidering other school districts. We are competing. We are competing as we look at some of the trends. Other school districts are filling their classrooms with unqualified teachers or individuals, but we work collectively with the board to ensure that we get some qualified folks here. We recently had interviews for elementary education, I want to believe about 2 to 3 weeks ago, where we netted only 2 individuals. We are also working with UVI as we continue to try to get qualified individuals in our classrooms.
So do we expect international still, Director Jacobs, for the St. Croix district?
Not on the elementary level. We actually have about 3 individuals that are coming in, but they're in our special subject areas.
What countries are we targeting?
So we target the Caribbean, we target Africa, we target, of course, the Philippines. But those individuals, some of the Caribbean, they're also competing as well. So we are no longer getting individuals from Jamaica and so forth as we did in the past. But a lot of our individuals now that have decided to come here is the Philippines and the Africans, and we have just a few Caribbean individuals.
Thank you. The Committee will now stand in recess for 20 minutes to allow us to. You had something that you wanted to. Go ahead, Mr. Benjamin.
Craig Benjamin. In response to Senator Capart's question about the qualifications, in the GVI website where I applied for this position, it clearly states for the minimum qualifications for this position: a bachelor degree from an accredited college or university in engineering, architectural design, construction technology, and 4 years of supervisory experience in construction, capital project management, or maintenance management, or graduation from high school or its equivalent from an accredited institution, completion of vocational level courses in building trades related fields, supplemented by 8 years of supervisory experience in construction or a related field. That's where I applied on the government website for the. Okay. After I got the job, I had the opportunity to review the bill. So I wanted to respond to you and let you know why I'm here today.
Go ahead, Senator Capart.
Thank you for your clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
But I understand your response to applying for that job. But based on what a VI code say in Act 8717, if I may, Madam Chair, Section 102, Executive Director of the Bureau. The Bureau is managed by, 1, an Executive Director appointed by the Governor who must, you hear that word? Must be either an architect or engineer licensed in the Virgin Islands, and an individual with 7 or more years experience in construction, capital project management, or maintenance management. And that's why I asked you that question, because I looked at 8717 and I wanted to see if your credentials matched what the VI code said.
Okay.
So I understand you applying for whatever avenue you got the description, the job description, but based on the VI code, it doesn't say that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Actually, I'm curious, who posts those and put those descriptions together? I don't know the answer. Commissioner, do you know?
Office
They posted it?
recruited.
Okay. That means,
Wording matters.
Mr. Benjamin responded to the post. That's what he did. And exactly. But the person who put it together is the person who should have read the law and applied it. We're going to take a 20-minute break because we have those of you who have to leave, we understand you have to leave. We will take a recess for 20 minutes. The committee stands in recess. Good afternoon. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back on the record, and we will begin with having the Board of Education, Mrs. Emanuela Perez Casillas, summarize her testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Maurice C. James, Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, committee members, other members of the 35th Legislature present, and the listening and viewing audience. Before I read or summarize our testimony this afternoon, I come before you with passion and empathy. Empathy for the parent who had to receive that call that their child was hurt. And I empathize with this parent because I too am a parent of the Bara Nation, and it could have been any of our children, and we recognize that. And therefore, I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record and use the words of our PTO collision. We are all in this together. Our members of the board has put together several priorities for the 2024-2025 school year that includes assessing school curriculum and instruction practices and the administrative procedures. Starting this week, the board is on the floor, boots on the ground, going through all of our schools through the Plant and Facilities Committee to conduct evaluations of all the schools. If you look in our testimony, you will be able to see the checklist and the chart that we're using to assess each of these areas. We're also focused highly on increasing teacher certification. You have heard in past testimonies the amount of teachers still requiring certification, and we are working diligently to ensure that the excellence of education is being upheld through all these changes. And we understand that certification serves not only the career advancement tools, but also as a proof of proficiency in our classrooms. We are focused on our last top is health and safety of students and teachers. Notwithstanding Act number 8717, the health and safety of our students remains a priority as a learning environments are critical to our students' academic, emotional, and social success. We mentioned many concerns inside of our testimony, but those concerns was met, spoke about, tackled, addressed, and hopefully beginning to strategize to meet the need and address the matter. So in conclusion, we commend all the administrators, faculty, staff, students, parents, and the School Plans and Facility Committee, along with the Virgin Islands Board of Education staff, for their commitment to better education. Your hard work ensures that our students are equipped with the knowledge, skills, resilience needed to succeed. We encourage continued participation in the support for education on every level. Thank you to our volunteers. Thank you to those parents who have joined your respective school PTAs, those mentors of our students and their peers, and attending all school visits and parent-teacher conferences. It's still highly encouraged. Such engagements foster positive relationships between the administration, teachers, students, family, community, leading to an increased school morale and pride. Chairwoman James, thank you again for allowing the Virgin Islands Board of Education to provide this summary of testimony, and we stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Perez Casillas. We're going to go to the Commissioner of Education to read a few pages regarding no, we're skipping the summer for now. We'll address this, the one right after that. The reassignment of the principals, I believe, is the next. The data. Thank you, yes. Yes, you're correct. The data on student enrollment.
All right. Data on student enrollment. Over the past 5 years, public school enrollment has experienced a decline as a result, as illustrated in the table below. This decrease is driven by several factors: demographic shifts, including declining birth rates, resulting in fewer school-age children, and an increasing senior population are significant contributors. And as you look at the table, you'll see that even though we had a declining enrollment, we sort of started to see an uptake, more so in the St. Thomas St. John district than in the St. Croix district, but however, both have grown somewhat. And that growth you can see as delineated in Table 1 by school. Some schools declined and some schools increased. And if you look at Lockhart Elementary School, that went from 977 to 934, one of the things that Superintendent Jurgen did was did some districting. Before we allowed individuals to select which school they would want to put their child in, but because Lockhart K-8 is busting at the seams, some of the students who are from the east were sent back to BCB. So you'll see BCB numbers moved up from 538 the previous year to this year 622. And then in the St. Croix district, it was a slight increase, not as noticeable as St. Thomas, but we did have some increases at certain schools and decreases in others. Alfredo Andrews decreased a little bit. Clado went up a little bit. I know that when we started to see the shifts in St. Croix, it was primarily because of the housing communities closing and people being shuffled to the west. So one school that we're keeping our close eye on is Juanita Gardin. So Juanita Gardin is steadily going down in enrollment. However, that's a pre-K to 8 school. So turning the page, we go to Table 2, which is demographic data. It goes deeper into the delineation as to, what type of students we have in our district. We know that it's primarily Black or African American. And then in the St. Thomas, St. John district, we have a Hispanic population of 745 this year. However, in the St. Croix district, we see those numbers are really much higher. And so one of the things that we've discussed with Dr. Gonzalez, being that her background is bilingual education, is how we could make sure that we are servicing not only her district, but working with Dr. Camacho to come up with strategies that would help us to address our bilingual education of our students. Then we go by gender, and in the St. Thomas, St. John district, we have more males than females, and also in the St. Croix district. So the assignment and reassignment of principals for the 2024-2025 school year, the Virgin Islands Department of Education has made several strategic assignments and reassignments of principals and assistant principals across our schools. These changes, though minor, reflect our commitment to ensuring that each school is led by individuals whose skill and experience best aligns with the needs of their respective communities. The following tables provide those breakdowns by school, so you can look at that at your leisure. And that is given for both the St. Thomas, St. John district as well as the St. Croix district. Teaching vacancies and recruitment efforts. The United States is currently grappling with a nationwide crisis in teacher vacancies, leaving many schools and districts struggling to provide quality education. This pervasive issue has been exacerbated by a combination of factors, including low salaries, inadequate support, and the lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, classrooms are often left without qualified instructors, forcing schools to rely on substitutes or increased class sizes, which negatively affects student learning and engagement. The shortage of educators not only compromises the academic future of our students, but also places a significant strain on the remaining teachers, which leads to burnout and further intensifying the vacancy problem. Urgent and comprehensive measures are needed to address the critical issue and ensure that every student has access to a dedicated and well-supported teacher. The Virgin Islands Department of Education continues to recruit on various platforms to include international teachers to fill those vacancies. And as Director Jacobs mentioned, international teachers are now choosing to remain on the continental U.S. Rather than coming to the Virgin Islands. So now the competition is really much more prevalent than it was before. And another thing that is worth mentioning is the fact that, you know, they provide incentive packages on the mainland, and we truly don't have those resources to do that. So table 5 shows the St. Croix district vacancy listing by schools. In those areas, those hard to fill content areas, as mentioned by the superintendents, the districts would utilize the proximity platform. However, do note that with the proximity platform, it still requires a paraprofessional to be assigned to the classroom as the students partake in distance learning. So, you know, schools have had to be very creative in how they're dealing with it. I think someone asked about incentives for paraprofessionals to earn their degree. Right now, we're in collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands, as well as VID and the Governor's Office, to develop an apprenticeship program that would allow for our paraprofessionals who are interested in becoming teachers an avenue to do that. So table 5 and 6 show the vacancies by schools. And again, our recruitment and retention efforts are ongoing. Again, table 7 is the table that, if you ask me, would keep me up at night. Yeah, those who are eligible to retire, to include myself in the list. So, you know, at any time, once you reach that 30 mark, you could say enough with us, and you say sayonara. So we have 38 administrators who are eligible, 12 counselors. What sticks out for me is 151 support teachers, 193 eligible. So, you know, when we look at our total eligible employees at this current time, 478 of our employees can, on any given day, say that they are retiring. Certification data. Certification fosters professional accountability, encourages continuous learning and development through ongoing professional education and adherence to ethical standards. In essence, teacher certification is fundamental to maintaining the integrity and effectiveness of our educational system, ultimately benefiting students, schools, and a broader community. As such, our certification numbers continue to be a great concern. Although the department provides access to a platform that offers all the self-paced courses except Virgin Islands history to our teachers and paraprofessionals to attain full certification. And I know that the Board of Education has been working with the districts to provide additional support when it comes to certification, but it still remains a concern. And you will notice from table 8 that shows the teacher certification data, and then table 9 shows the administrators who are still not certified. So in table 8, you'll see in the St. Thomas St. John district, we have 225 uncertified teachers, 280 in St. Croix for a total of 505 uncertified teachers. And then in St. Thomas for administrators, we have 32, St. Croix 33 for a total of 65 administrators who have yet to fulfill their certification requirements. And we're going to continue to pursue that. Again, we have invested in a platform so that they could get their credit hours and they can get recertified. And so I encourage the employees to continue to do that, as well as our administrators to continue to encourage that, as well as superintendents encouraging administrators to get their certification up to date. Continue, Senator, with the status of federal funds. Okay. All schools receive their federal funding through the American Rescue Plan and the Consolidated Grant Application. The goal is to allow schools to create budgets aligned to their school improvement plans to drive the improvement in student outcomes that they want to see across their campuses. The ARP fund was a one-time allotment to school. That's where we talked about the $250,000. And the federal grants offices at the district did the procurement for them. They put together their listing of what they wanted to jumpstart their school improvement processes. And those initiatives and goods and supplies are being purchased as we speak. So there are 5 grants on the table, and the table 10 shows the expiring grants. And so right now, our focus has been very intentional, not that the other grants don't matter, but the large balance that you see in the ARPA funding is where our focus is. And that available balance does not include operating supplies only. It includes the personnel that needs to be drawn and the indirect cost. So we still have quite a bit to go. The districts can give you, Senator, a breakdown. We did include our spending plans in the back, which are detailed and show where everything is. I've been in close contact with the Department of Property and Procurement. Commissioner Alejandro and myself have been working together. We supplied the third party with the spending plans as well, so they're on guard looking out for the stuff as they come in. And with the ARP fund, it's not liquidation, it is obligation. So we just have to have the JLs going through the process and being approved so that we could get the purchase orders. Once we get the purchase order, we have some time to do the liquidation phase. So again, the districts have been working tirelessly around the clock. The superintendent and Ms. Raima, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Powell and Michael Raima Brown will be able to give you specifics in terms of what the money was being used for, and we will continue our efforts until the end. And so in conclusion, I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide this comprehensive review of the state of public education in the territory. Of course, you know we are here to answer any questions that you may have, you or your colleagues may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I am actually going to start with a very serious, we were talking about safety and accountability. And my pen is leaking. And I copied you on a letter that I sent to the Attorney General and the U.S. attorneys, the U.S. attorney for the Virgin Islands district, having to do with the sexual assault that occurred on the island of St. Thomas over a span of 15 years. You know, the thing about parents coming in here today to talk about the fan and the physical facilities and those types of things, as a parent, I cannot come in here and talk about the sexual assault that occurred on my son, because then it makes him known and I have to protect him. And so we won't see that outrage from the parents, because they're going to protect their sons. But a parent called me from the island of St. Thomas, Charlotte Amalie High School, and I was following everything that was happening in the media for the most part. And the one thing that caught my attention was the fact that the assistant U.S. attorney who was prosecuting the case mentioned that there were officials that had knowledge of and did not report. And our code allows us to prosecute people who have knowledge of and do not protect our children. And so I wrote a letter to both the U.S. Attorney and the AG's office to find out whether or not they would prosecute the individuals that the U.S. Assistant Attorney clearly said there was evidence of that. I bring it up today only because we're talking about accountability. And even though this particular parent especially wants closure, she also wants justice. And I'm bringing it up only because you have criminal procedure, you have civil procedures, but you also have administrative procedures. And without going into, because you cannot, I only wanted to ask whether or not disciplinary measures are being considered, taken, will be taken against administrators and officials who fail to protect our students and properly address the complaints of sexual abuse. That's really, because I'm sitting here looking at you, but you cannot close a case unless you have addressed the responsible parties. So I know that the governor had said that a report was sent out, but the report really dealt with the protocol and the procedures. It didn't deal with the internal investigation that needed to happen. So I just need you to, for me, but for that parent who called. And I could not identify the parent because the way that they did it was a person handed me the phone without my knowing who it was. That's how protective that parent is of her child, and did not want me to know who, but I spoke to her. So I don't even know who the child is, who the person is, but I felt the pain. And somebody sent, I'm going to read a quote because I don't want this to go unaddressed, right? But I got a quote from someone who said, "Pain insists upon being attended to. God whispers to us in our pleasures, speaks in our conscience, but shouts in our pains. It is his megaphone to rouse a deaf world." The fan was a megaphone. These sexual assaults were a megaphone. So I understand the parameters, but I just wanted to bring it to you. And if you can say what you can say, I would appreciate it. You can perhaps answer this part for me, and that is whether or not the survivors were ever counseled, received any kind of assistance from us in government, and how do we ensure a safe educational environment moving forward? I think you can perhaps answer that more than the first part. Just, do you know if they've ever received counseling?
Thank you for that question, and your concern remains my concern as well. That's something that we do not promote inside this department at all. And so, like you mentioned, the first investigation that took place by the independent consultant looked at our processes and procedures and made recommendations for which we are not taking lightly. So we've begun to collaborate and work on making sure that VIDE and DHS are speaking the same language when it comes to the reporting aspects of any type of future cases that we may have. And then, you know, we mentioned that we put together the compliance line within VIDE, which is an anonymous hotline that would allow us to know about things without students feeling retribution, or even teachers or your parents or anyone that wants to make a complaint relative to issues like that can do so. So that work is still ongoing, Senator. As you mentioned, and I did acknowledge that I received your correspondence, that is an ongoing investigation. So I really cannot comment on that, but do note that once the investigation is over and any individuals are found to be negligent, they will be dealt with. When it comes to counseling, I was not in this position at that time, and I'm not clear if they did receive any counseling or not.
We would like to get a copy of the report.
Sure.
So please send that to us. Okay, I'll say this. So that's administrative, and then there's the criminal side that's in the hands of the AG and the U.S. Attorney. So I am a Catholic, and in the Catholic Church there was abuse of boys, and how it was handled in the majority of states was they allowed the minors, when they became adults, it didn't matter how many years, to sue the people who were responsible or failed to act. And so I have proposed legislation to remove any statute of limitations, meaning that if I am 100 years old and I am suffering from counseling, any type of abuse I had, I can sue my perpetrator if he's 105. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will support me on that measure, because if people are not going to pay by going to jail or losing their jobs, they're going to have to pay monetarily to these victims, to these survivors. In addition to that, as an attorney, I know, because I had a client when I first came out of law school who was sexually abused by his father. And when he became an adult, he began to do that also. And that's the reason why I asked, we have to stop this cycle that continues and continues. Because if they're not helped, that's what happens. And I'm hoping that my colleagues support me and that we get this passed before the end of the year, because people need to, as I said before, if the guilty don't pay, the innocent pays, and we need to stop that from happening. Moving on to ARPA funds.
Senator, if I may?
Sure.
Victor Slum, I just want to add to the Commissioner's response that the Commissioner has charged me to meet with administrators and monitors throughout the district to talk about expectations. And a part of that expectation is to remind all school administrators and school monitors that under Title V, Section 2533 of the mandatory reporting requirement, and we also discuss, and Mr. Mason has joined me, he's our Director of School Security and Disaster Planning, we also remind them that they're subject to penalty if they know and do not report. So we're very much aware of what our responsibilities are in that light, and we're also reminding our administrators and our monitors, and we'll get to other staff as well, that they have a responsibility under Title V, Section 2533. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want you to tell them that under Title 14, the criminal code, they can go to jail, right? They need to understand that that is a crime. You know, there's crimes of commission and then there's crimes of omission, right? So I just wanted to get that out because we focus on safety of our children today. But anyone who sends their child to school, you know, there's the Latin term, I think is loco parentis, if I remember correctly, right? You stand in the place of the parent. You do. And so we need to protect our children. But thank you for letting me know that that's happening. And I'm hoping that the mother who called me will have heard what was said today, and that somehow at some point she will in fact be able to find closure. Because the only thing I found out was that he's left the territory and never wants to come back. Never wants to come back to what we consider paradise, right? It's sad. When it comes to ARPA funds, I'm going to switch to that now. And ARPA funds, I understand that there's some people who were hired with ARPA funds, but were terminated. Is that true? Did that happen? They were terminated because, or are going to be terminated because when the ARPA funds expire, there are no funds to keep them on? What's going to happen to those people?
So, yes, Senator, there were some positions that were created under the ARPA funding. Once that funding source is gone, we do not have the capacity to sustain them on the local budget. What we did is we looked for possible vacancies that we could slide people into, and I believe Director Jacobs, correct me if I'm wrong, that we've moved as many as we can over onto the local budget. So unless there's some appropriations, we just can't. We don't have the capacity to sustain all of those positions that were created utilizing federal funding.
Somebody on St. Thomas is going to answer.
Director Jacobs, am I correct? Can she hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, you are correct. It was a total of 113 positions. And so we were able to, I must say some of the positions that were on the ARP funds were longtime employees that were initially hired on the general fund. So yes, we were able to save 53 of those individuals because we had to move them back over. So a lot of our vacancies went to ensure that those individuals remain employed.
Okay, so they moved from general to ARPA?
Apparently, when the federal funding came on board, a recommendation was made then by the Office of Management and Budget to ease the local funding and put some of these critical positions like teachers, paraprofessionals onto the federal budget. You have moved them back. These are long-standing employees. These aren't creative positions. These were positions that were originally budgeted in the local budget. So that was the first priority, to get those people back onto the local budget. And then we had other positions that were created to support schools that the superintendents would love to keep, but I don't have the local budget to sustain those positions at this time.
So you don't have the money?
No.
So it's not a money management problem?
No, I don't
my
have
colleagues
it.
will go back and
I don't
forth on
have
that.
it, no.
Wow. So how many people will be out of a job at the end of September?
Director Jacobs?
It is a total of 53 individuals, and we already had 7 that resigned.
Okay, we're going to start our line of questioning, and we start with Senator Joseph.
Thank you.
4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just want to continue that line of conversation because I wanted to ask you, Commissioner Wells Hendrickson, for those persons who you have now switched back on to the budget, were they included in your 2025 budget?
Right.
Or are they included in your 2024?
In the 2025 budget, so we're able to slide them into
How many
some of those
persons?
vacancies. How many, Director Jacobs, did we slide over?
53.
I thought it was 53 that was going to be terminated. And
So it was a total of
7 of them
that
had
would have been
resigned.
leaving.
Wait.
It would have been a total of 60. Of that, 67 already resigned. So it's a total of 53 we were able to slide over, and then another 53 that will be leaving at the end of the month.
Okay, so it's 253 then. 53 you were able to
Correct.
absorb into the 2025 budget, and 53 is going to be leaving at the end of the month, and 7 of the 53 has resigned. Is that correct, Ms. Jacob?
53, it was a total of 60. So 7 of that 60 has already resigned prior to receiving the letters.
Okay, got you now. Okay, 7 have resigned. Okay, got you. I'm clear now on the numbers you gave me. I want to ask regarding a statement, and you're consistent, Commissioner, in making it. I just verified it from your previous statement. You said moving forward, all schools will have allotted funded through the consolidated grant. I note that you have about $63,510,162.34 that is available balance from your fiscal year 2021 through 2022 consolidated American Rescue, an adult education and special education fund. With the largest amount is your American Rescue Plan at $57,744,890.50. Now, I want to ask you, do you anticipate, and all of these are expiring at the end of this month, do you anticipate spending down any of that money? How much do you think that you're going to spend down? Because your balances are stated August 26th.
So, Senator, if you don't mind, I would allow the districts to respond.
Okay, but before they go and respond, how much money have you allotted to each school for the use of the consolidated grant? Because we're getting...
That's not on there.
Yeah, we're getting requests. I don't know if you're aware. We're getting requests from the schools for funding in our budget. Don't look so perplexed. It's a fact. We're getting those requests from your schools asking for funding for particular items. Okay, I know that may not be coming through, but I recalled that you had allotted some money. I'm sorry, to each schools. You had made that statement. So how much are you?
So each school received $250,000 out of this ARPA funding. What the districts will have to do is tell you where that is in the procurement for the schools.
Okay, is this is a one-time
One-time out of ARPA.
Okay, but you also stated the consolidated grant.
So moving forward within the consolidated grant application, each school will receive, based on their enrollment, funding that will be used to drive their school improvement planning processes. So that's coming up moving forward. We're bringing that back to life. That kind of died off. And schools have prepared their plans, and now we're funding their plans. Okay. But with the operating balances of ARPA, I really would like, on the chair's time, that's what you say, right?
Yes.
For the districts to respond to that.
Okay, please go ahead and respond. Thank you so kindly.
Dr. Powell?
Good afternoon, Disha Powell, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District. So our district started off with $65,367,102. And so our current balance is $23,150,179.85. Of those funds, we have $11,860,860.07 at DPP going through the DPP process. There are different layers of the process. Some are in contracting, some are, we've already have evaluation meetings. I do have 1.9 million where we had tried to have our evaluation meetings and the vendors did not qualify. So that had to go back out to bid of that $8.8 million there. So we also have internal jail submissions of $10,508,640.31. And so what we're doing now is pretty much as we get our approvals, we are entering them into the Munis system so we can get a purchase order. So my staff is really now tasked with encumbering the funds. And so we also have another team at a district, a local team who will be joining my federal team in encumbering those funds. We are hoping to encumber at a rate of a minimum of $2 million daily as we get our approvals and as we get our approvals from DPP as well as our internal office. For example, today, I just got something for over $500,000 to encumber. So as those come in, but the goal is to stick within a $2 million or more per day. As I said before, we're just encumbering now.
Good afternoon, Mikal Reimer Brown, for the St. Croix District. We started out with a total of $58,975,486 with 98 cents from ARPA. We are down now for obligation left to encumber $18,341.36. Of that, we've already sent through, and they're at different levels of between procurement, our internal and DPP, about $6,879,414.43. Our team is working again with our ARP team and other members of our federal grants office to encumber the balance of about $10 to $11 million. In the next few weeks, we know that it's an uphill battle, but the team is working 7 days a week, many hours into the nighttime hours, including myself, our deputy superintendent, and the rest of our procurement team and VIDE team. We believe it is possible. We are going to push and make it happen before September 30th, 2024.
Go ahead, Sandra.
Thank you so much for that report. I also wanted to get how much each school is allotted. Is it the same fixed? Is it a fixed number per each school, no matter the amount of students enrolled?
So as it relates to the ARP funds, every school was allotted $250,000, where they were able to make their own decisions about what they would want to do with those funds, aligned with their school improvement processes, et cetera. However, each school, and I can share with you at a later date, are receiving much more than $250,000 in our district.
And for the St. Croix district, that is similar. The minimum was $250,000. Schools are slated to receive more and have continued to receive other resources. For example, our schools who are getting playgrounds of over close to $250,000, that's not figured in to their base $250,000. So we have schools like Alfredo Andrews, Eulalie Rivera, Claudio Marco, Pearl B. Larson getting playgrounds that are about $250,000. So they are getting above and beyond that base $250,000. The $250,000 was their prerogative and in their school improvement plan, but there were other big ticket items and high priority items that all of the schools have benefited from and will continue to benefit from.
Thank you. We're actually confused, so you're going to have to walk us through this for sure. The ARPA funding was the one-time allotment of $250,000.
Correct, Senator.
Okay. And then
moving forward.
My colleague was right. That moving forward line, it says
moving forward.
Well, what's moving forward? What happened?
So the consolidated grant application allotments will be based on enrollment. So schools like Charlotte Amalia High School and Lockhart Elementary and Central High, they'll get way more than $250,000.
It's based on their enrollment. The minimum. What's the minimum?
Oh, Ms. Culpepper-Smith, can you help me with that? What's the smallest school, like Tuit? Juanita?
In the meantime, let me ask this. Why was the ARPA funding a one-time allotment? Is it not possible for us to give them another allotment from the ARPA funding to reduce that amount? I mean...
Not at this time. You would have to go back to the U.S. Department of Education for a revision. We don't have the time.
We didn't think about that before? Asking them for another allotment and another allotment, knowing...
Actually, no. When I first came into this position, you know, I sat with the districts, and that's how we were able to move some of the money into maintenance. It wasn't in there before like that. And so we were able to do a lot of big ticket projects. We have some generator projects going through the ARP funds. Those were all revisions that were done with the U.S. Department of Education, and those revisions, although they work with us, it's too late for us to go back for revisions at this point.
It's too late at this time? Yeah. And so there's no extension that's going to happen with
Not for the obligation, for the liquidation.
Not for the obligation,
but for the liquidation.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So that means once September 30th comes,
that's it.
What? Man, The playgrounds are going to come out of which one? The
ARP.
Of the ARP? The playgrounds are coming out of the ARP?
Yes.
Yes.
4 schools. Correct, Mikkel? Right, my Brown? 4?
Yes, that's correct. For St. Croix, the big playgrounds are 4 schools, and then we are buying smaller outdoor play and recreational equipment. We're also doing the basketball resurfacing, the Claudio Marco gym renovation. So there's several projects that go beyond that base $250,000.
Was that forced on a school, or is it true? I've been hearing that the 250,000 wasn't the use of it really was not at the discretion of the schools, but was in fact a determination made at your levels. Is that true?
Not to my knowledge, based on the information received from the superintendent.
So that was their intent, that they would want the monies used for the playground?
No, that's separate and apart. That's what Ms. Rima Brown is saying, that even though the schools received 250 as base, several schools got way more because they have additional projects that are unique to their campus.
Out of the ARP funds?
Yes, yes.
Got it.
Yes.
So that's how they
So,
got
for
the
example,
additional.
in St. Thomas, we have the generator project at DCB, and that project is about 1.8 million, or am I wrong? It's a sizable amount of money, 1.2 million. And so that's in addition to the 250. So, yeah.
Let me ask this before I go to the next person on the list. When you mentioned 2 things. One, I was wondering if, I know it was before your time when I asked about the counseling for the boys, but I was wondering if Dr. Jurgen would know whether or not any of them received counseling. Because he's been here longer than you, right? Hasn't he? Dr. Jurgen?
Yes. Yes.
Does he know?
Dr. Jurgen?
I have not been apprised as to who these individuals are.
So the Department of Education right now does not know who the survivors are.
No, we don't have those names.
So that's part of the challenge. That is a difficult. That's difficult, very difficult. And then when you spoke about the transfer of the people from the ARPA funding to the general funds, I was informed that no one in St. Croix was transferred to the general fund, that they were all people in St. Thomas. Is that true or not?
Director Jacobs, can you respond to that?
That is not true. We have not done the NOPAs as yet. We're trying to stretch it out so we can continue to spend that money. But it is not only St. Thomas employees that are on there.
Okay.
So right now, Senator, all employees receive the correspondence indicating that the grant is
Expiration.
expiring.
Okay, got that. So that's what has happened. The next person on the list is Senator Blyden. Is he? Yes, he's there. Senator Blyden, go right ahead, please.
I'm still here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to Dr. Wells, Hendrington, and Board Vice Chairperson Perez Casillas, and thank you so much for your testimony. I must say, in respect to the testimony from the board, it is very detailed. It lists every school and all of the challenges that they're facing and what they saw. But let me ask, in respect to the walkthrough, in assessing the learning environments that basically impacts our students here in the territory. When you did a walkthrough, and I saw the list in here in terms of the paperwork, did you prioritize your findings in terms of emergency findings, urgent findings, and or routine findings? And what the next step from the board's perspective, especially since Director Benjamin found out today that he have actually $250,000. The schools have $250 that they can tap into right away. And how? But first of all, have you done that? What's the follow-up in terms of what's the next steps? Basically, that's my question from the board's perspective.
From the board's perspective, as soon as we conducted the walkthroughs alongside the department, we came back and worked with our school plans and facilities committee to discuss our findings, and then we put it together as fast as we can to get it out to all of our stakeholders who make the decisions on what the next steps are as it pertains to maintenance. In regards to the board, we will continue to work closely with the department to monitor, to document, and to share the information as prescribed by Title 17. We'll continue to put out our recommendations, and we will continue to seek immediate response from our management whenever something arises in front of us.
So there were no one from the school construction maintenance on a walkthrough with you, or from maintenance department?
Absolutely. That's where we walk through with. We walk through with the maintenance team and Mr. I forgot your name already. Mr. Benjamin. Thank you. Yes. And Mr. Benjamin and the rest of the VIDE team. The commissioner was also there with us.
Okay, very well. Now let me go to Mr. Benjamin then. So, Mr. Benjamin, good afternoon again. So now that you have the listing of all of the different findings from all of the schools in both districts, have you prioritized the findings in terms of emergency, urgent, and or routine work and safety, and what will be done moving forward expeditiously as a result of your knowledge right now that you have money to spend to do some repairs at the schools?
Well, each task is going to be prioritized based on its urgency.
1 minute.
Yeah, so, sorry, Craig Benjamin. Yeah, each task will be prioritized based on its urgency. And I'll go through each item, each detail of the item, and then I will identify what priority I place it in.
Okay, very well. And before my time is up, let me go to the commissioner. In respect to
30
the board
seconds.
Assessment when it comes to challenges, when it comes to internet challenges, and she spoke in respect to increase with the return of more people coming to the building. So let me ask you, Commissioner Wells Henderson, did you receive a correspondence from my office back in August?
Can you be more specific with what the correspondence was?
Yes, it was in respect to Project 10 million that we spoke about since back in January with T-Mobile.
I think I may have assigned that to Mr. Hendrickson, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, because we have been at this from since then, and we really haven't gotten any response.
Senator, if I may, sorry. I assigned
Of course.
I assigned it to AC Som. AC Som, can you respond?
Senator, good afternoon. Victor Som III. My office is in the process of collecting the data. The data comes from several areas, from our special nutrition program, from the districts, from our planning, research, and evaluation. So we're in the process now of compiling the data. I believe you gave us until September 11th, which is Wednesday. And come hell or high water, you will have that information, sir.
Very well. I'll digress at this moment, and we'll follow up on another. Thank you so much for all you do in that space, and thank you again, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up on a question from the previous chair, because he asked a previous speaker, because he asked a very critical question of the director, the new director. Director, regarding priority, when myself and the previous speaker were in housing, they had a priority list, actions that would warrant a priority. Like you have water leakage, that used to be a priority. Is there something internal, maybe because you just came on board, that you may have seen that lists things in a priority?
I haven't seen any listings in the priority.
Speak into the mic.
I haven't seen any listings that are prioritized. However, I am generating my own priority list based on emergency status regular maintenance, and so forth.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone once again. I want to, first of all, say that I believe that the testimony that has been provided by Mr. Abdulali, Ms. Norhansen, Ms. Luciana, and Ms. Terry are vital information that should not fall on deaf ears. I think that there's some opportunity there to be able to address, some of the recommendations that have been made by these individuals, and I'm hoping that you continue to engage them in your discussion moving forward. Impress Fund, the $50,000 that's assigned to each of the school principal, when do they receive that?
So the 250,000 from the ARC, or which one? Impress?
The Impress Fund.
Impress. It depends, Senator. This past school year, we did not receive Impress until the new year, 2024. So it's hard to say. Generally, Impress usually comes around November, but last year it didn't come that early. So it really depends on when it's released. One of the things that we do over the summer is prepare the reports, have it all ready to go if they're missing receipts and things that schools need to address. They usually do so now that we're back in, and we try to get them down to finance as soon as possible. But we don't have control over the issuance.
Good. I hope that you'll be a sounding board, because obviously that's, again, a quick spend for the principals to address some of the emergency situations.
In addition, Senator, if I may, accreditation as well. When I first came on board, back when I was superintendent, I remember accreditation used to be about 50,000 that would be given to the high schools. That had been reduced to 5. I made a commitment to take it back up. I should have waited before the budget cuts, but what I plan to do is utilize some of the indirect money that we get back to get them back to the 50,000 as well.
I know today we're talking a lot about the school maintenance, but I also have some other issues of concern. The start of the YRC school, what's the status on that?
So it began today.
It started today.
It started today. We had some challenges with the trailer, which is under scoping or out for bid. Out for bid right now. And so we were able, in collaboration with the Department of Human Services, to use a small classroom that ACSOM worked on that would be able to house those students for instruction.
So your testimony started today?
Today.
Good.
And the hours are 7:30 to 2 p.m.
Special education in terms of getting a psychiatrist as well as some field experts or experts within the field. What's happening in that space?
So Director Joseph, would you want to comment on the special education
1
services?
minute. Good afternoon, Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. The department has prepared all 3 contracts for our therapeutic service providers to include school psychologists, social workers, physical therapists, speech language pathologists, the list goes on and on. We have some funding concerns that we will address in the beginning of the fiscal year that's prohibiting us from fully executing those contracts. But those contracts are there. One of them should be fully executed perhaps within the next week. But we are waiting our local funding for next fiscal year so we can fully execute the remaining contracts. However, those contractors are on board and are completing the services in the St. Croix and St. Thomas School District.
Okay, real quickly, as my time run down, the school lunch. I know that you're doing some work in getting our kitchen up and running, but I had spoken to you regarding the walk-in coolers that seems to, again, require some tremendous or heavy lift. Any contemplation about providing them with the maybe 2 deep freezers or whatever that could support and assist them being able to get their food, the frozen food in advance?
Thank you, Senator Victor Sum. We have been working with procurement on getting the refrigerated trailers. Our SFAs, school food authorities, their storage requirements are much larger than the deep freezers.
Time.
So the 40-foot trailers would be much more, 20-foot trailers, whatever size, would be much more amenable than just deep freezers. It's just too much to store.
Any timeline in which you'll be able to get those in place?
I would defer to Director Joseph to see where we are with that process.
Once again, it is a funding concern, particularly to acquire the local funding to acquire and get those trailers from the distributor in Puerto Rico.
So with that, I could speak to that. We're utilizing some indirect funding. We're waiting for OMB to put it in the right category, and then we're good to go. The money is already allocated. It just needs to move from one category to the next. And I'm pretty sure that will be done this week, and we'll be able to push through and get the purchase order. The good thing is it's in Puerto Rico, so it shouldn't take as long as it would take to come from the mainland.
Okay, Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up with this. Intercom system, and I think that it's important that we start to work towards the active shooter drill as well as the mass casualty drill. Those things, I'm hoping that that could be done in a timely fashion. Please make sure that that becomes a priority over the next 30 or 45 days.
So I know Mr. Mason, in his meetings with AC SOM as they go from school to school, that's part of what we're doing. We have a series of drills that are scheduled, and all of those will be included, Senator. So it is a priority. There are some schools that need to update their crisis management plans. And one of the components that is often missed by schools is communicating a plan with parents. So I want to see that component where parents are able to sit and review the crisis management plans and know exactly where to go if there's an emergency and not rush directly to the school. So those are all things that Mr. Mason and AC SOM are working on as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. And Madam Superintendent, I look forward to engaging you in the future. I know that I'm hearing there's some hostility in your office. I need to make sure that we get those things resolved for the benefit of all students. So we'll have a conversation offline regarding that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Johnson, are you still with us? Yeah, well, if he's not...
Yes, I sure am here. I'm looking at you.
I was just going to say, I hope you're having a happy birthday then. But okay.
I sure am.
You're committed, so let's go. Good. You have your 4 minutes.
I want to back up a little bit, Commissioner. I want to ask, because I'm going back to the cameras, and I realize we spoke about St. Thomas being farther advanced than St. Croix. However, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Monitos got paid in full for the work on St. Croix?
No.
And if he did, why was the contractor paid up front? And he is way behind in St. Thomas District, who have not been paid fully up front.
So, Senator, that's incorrect. I will ask Director Joseph to respond to that. They were not paid in full. But Director Joseph?
Adila Joseph, Director of Procurement. The St. Thomas contract was executed in September of last year. As such, a contractor was able to begin the services way before Monitos' contract, who's providing the services to St. Croix District. Their contract was executed in February of 2024. Monitos provided services, preliminary services, and issued a deliverable to the department warranting their first payment. The contractor was able to utilize that payment again to start purchasing their camera equipment. However, it was not a payment up front. It was $385,000 as they completed the first part of their contract, and they were able to procure the services or the components necessary to provide the installation services.
$385,000 out of how much? What was the total?
The total cost of Monitos contracts was $1.9 million, sir.
Since the 300, have they received any other funding?
No, they have not.
All right. Thank you very much for that clarification, because that's the information was being received about that.
You're welcome.
My other question I want to ask, Commissioner, I've been told that you guys have people working from home still since COVID?
Yeah, there's some people who work remotely. I do have individuals that have completed the telework package, so it varies, Senator.
All right, what I would like through the chair is the amount of folks that are still working from home and how many off-island either contractors or employees that you have on your list of employees working for the department.
Will do.
And then I want to back up again with these fans. You know, I received a call since we went on break, and I need some correction here. Did the department give those industrial fans to be placed on the original stubs that was in the ceiling?
I would have to defer to Mr. Milligan. I cannot answer that, Senator. Mr. Milligan?
Yes, Mr. Milligan. Could you repeat the question, please, Senator Johnson?
I got a video. Someone showed me a video and showed me that the fans them that the contractor put in was fund that the Department of Education gave him, and these fan was heavy industrial fan that was placed on the old stubs that was already in the ceiling. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct, sir.
1 minute.
Well, then why would the department put heavy industrial fan on these stubs that are not sustainable for a heavy industrial fan? Because no, we're in a bad spot. Because as much as that contractor might be liable, from what you're telling me, the Department of Education will be also at fault. You just know the contractor. Folks called me and I saw a video. And for the time these fan was installed, there was shaking all over the place because of it's a heavy industrial fan going on pretty much a home base. And that in itself speaks to some problem. And I don't know where it's going to go, but I know it's not going to go good for none of us. So I'll leave that at that for now. What is the result of the recent standardized tests given to students, and how are you using the ARPA fund to bridge the learning loss that we have right now?
Can you repeat that, Senator?
What is the results of the recent standardized tests given to our students, and how are we using the ARPA fund to bridge the learning loss?
So the way that the schools are utilizing the ARPA fund, Senator, will look different from school to school. That's part of the school improvement process. And so we have some overarching things that we have in place, such as the iReady intervention program that is territory-wide, where students are assessed 3 times a year. It's aligned to the standardized test. It identifies the areas where the students are deficient, and each child receives a prescription, and based on the program, they're expected to be on the program at least a minimum of 45 minutes a week. So what the teachers are doing is incorporating that into their daily instruction by doing the center's work. Once the school improvement plans have been approved by the superintendents, then we will publish. So I will furnish a copy of that to this body so that you would be able to see what each individual school is doing to bridge that gap. When it comes to the standardized testing, we have unofficial results. There were some schools that had greater gains than others. We saw a significant amount of growth in the St. Croix district versus the St. Thomas district in some cases. But overall, the trajectory is moving upward, which is what we wanted to see. So the more individualized that we get with the schools using their data to make those informed decisions based on their needs, we should be able to see that uptake. And in their school improvement plans, the principals and administrative teams have put together projections of what they expect to see, whether it's a 10% growth, 7% growth, whatever, and that would be the measuring stick that we would hold our schools to for this upcoming school year.
Time.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I wrap up on this?
Go ahead, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much. Mr. Greg Benjamin, I really don't have questions to ask for you, but in listening to my colleagues, I should say, based on the law that was passed in the 34th legislature, and based on what you applied for, based on whoever in government house sent out, you're kind of an illegal hire based on the law, based on the legislation that we passed. And I'm not saying you're not skilled and you wasn't doing this type of work, but based on what our request was in the law and what the administration sent out, You applied for what you saw, and you had all right to, being that you're seeing that you fit the category, but it doesn't fit what the laws prescribe. And I don't know where we're going to go with that. But these are the problems that continues to just bother me with the administration, how they just circumvent what the lawmakers put in place and send out wrong information. And you applied based on the information. So at this time, I'll hold my questions, and I welcome you on board, but there's some issues with that for me. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I wanted to extend my condolences to you and your family, and also to the Dishabir and the Highfield family as they mourn. Our schools are aging. The infrastructure is a structure that has been there from since the beginning of time. Let me say this, my mother and father, they've been to these schools, they're aging out. So as we know, many schools in the VI are aging out, creating many hazardous learning environment for the teachers and for students. And I wanted to ask, has there been an assessment of all the schools to kind of good schools, bad schools, which ones are in bad condition, have electrical problem, plumbing problems, structural problems, like to do like a safety check on these schools? I think as you take this job, the new director, these are some of the things I think you need to prioritize, because some of these schools been there from the 60s, since the beginning of time, and we keep putting Band-Aids, and we don't want what happened recently to start happening from electrical problems, structural problems. So I would like to see that you do an assessment of these schools to do high priority, not so good condition, bad condition, good condition. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. And what is the progress of the Arthur A. Richards School? That is being built. I'm excited about this new school. So what's the progress of the Arthur A. Richards School?
The new school, correct, Senator?
Yes.
So all the buildings are out the ground, so that's great progress. They did some extensive pouring of the Commons building, which is a cafeteria. They did the gymnasium pouring. When I was there about 3 weeks ago, I would say, Mr. Milligan, they were forming up the walls for the pre-K building, the K5 area. They have done extensive work on the retaining wall, all the undergrounding piping and different things already in place.
So, Commissioner, there's progress.
Oh, yeah.
Can you give us a timeline? I mean, you know, in the next year, 2 years?
2026 is the date that was given to us, 2026.
Okay. Let's talk about drinking water in these schools. How safe is the
1
drinking
minute.
water in the schools? And if not, what do you provide for these students to have clean water?
Mr. Milligan?
Yes, good afternoon again, Yancy Milligan. So, we just recently purchased some new bottle filling station, and those bottle filling stations comes with requireable water filters to protect the student with good quality drinking water. So yes, we do have. It's not in all of the schools, but yes, we do have quality drinking water in 90% of the school, leaving out Poblasen and Alfredo right now.
So you're working on getting all the schools this same system as you just talked about?
Yes, ma'am. We do have the system for all the school, but we're in a little delay right now in better providing a more quality water in the system at Poblasen and Alfredo.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to conclude as I'm asking about drinking water. What about generators? As we just experienced a tropical storm and certain schools were out of, service, they had to go home, that kind of stuff. Are we talking about generators also for the school? And also, internet connectivity seems to be a problem also. And then I'm going to, I train these out, so on the chair's time, if generators, internet connectivity, and mental health, what policies do we have in place at our schools to start addressing mental health? As we know, in the U.S., what happened the other day in Georgia, where the student was showing signs, red flags. What are we doing in this territory to even have policies to address some of these issues?
So I'm going to allow the superintendents to respond to that, and I know that from the ARPA funding, there were things that were put in place to offer some of what you're speaking to our students. Historically, we have partnered with the Department of Health, who have come in to host sessions and provide some of that type of counseling for our children, but we wanted to take it a little bit deeper and offer some individualized counseling as well as group and family support as well. And so some funding has been set aside, but I know that the districts have been doing their own social emotional wellness checks as well, to make sure that not only students but employees also need that wellness check as well. So Dr. Yergin, I'll allow you to speak first, and then maybe Ms. Mikarema Brown, you could talk about some of the funding that has been allocated thus far.
I'm not sure if I have the entire question, but I do know that we do have a social and wellness coordinator. Through her efforts, we have been providing group guidance to the students in the schools, as well as partnering with Eastern Clinic to provide psychological services that's much needed for our student body.
Good afternoon, Mikhail Reimer Brown. For the St. Croix District, we've had de-escalation and conflict resolution training for our staff as well as our students. That was a contractual service. We do also have a social emotional wellness coordinator who has coordinated activities. We are also going to be pursuing some more individual and family counseling through the ARP funds. So that should be evident and obligated before September 30th. And we have some social emotional activities coming up for our parents, parental engagement and social emotional wellness opportunities for our parents to engage in to help them have a healthier family lifestyle, because we know what is experienced in the family households will be reflected in our schools. So behavioral health is an important part of our efforts with the ARP funding.
Madam Chair, if I may just do a follow-up. So the positions that we just talked about cutting from the ARPA funding, is this one of those positions, your social and wellness coordinator?
I believe so. Director Jacobs, can you verify that? I am not certain, Senator.
Because if so, we can't cut this position out. We got to find funding.
Yeah.
We have to.
Senator, we transitioned that position to our CGA in the St. Thomas St. John District.
CGA.
Consolidated Grant Application Funding that is continuous every year.
Okay. And
So
I know...
keep the social and emotional coordinator.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I know my time is over, but I wanted a response on the generators and internet connectivity, please.
Yeah, I was also concerned about that last question that you asked, so thank you.
So generators have been procured. I'm going to turn that over to Director Joseph because I don't want to mess that up. I know that there were some schools that we were able to procure generators for. moving forward. Senator, all of our modernizations and our new builds and so forth will have the battery backup and the generation power so that we don't run into these issues any further. Internet continues to be a struggle. Right now, we're working with VIA and an independent contractor to help to troubleshoot our infrastructure challenges. And we'll continue until we're able to address those. One of the things that has been hampering us that we're working on generators for is for the headquarters and in St. Croix, the Curriculum Center where the NOCs are. And because when power goes and there's no generator there, that means that we're crippled with internet. And so those are being procured as well. So we're going to continue to aggressively work because the more individuals that we have online at the same time, the more sporadic we're seeing the internet connectivity. So it's not rectified as yet, but we have taken measures to do so, Senator. Director Joseph, can you comment on the generators?
Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. The government has contracted or acquired the services of 2 contractors to purchase and install commercial generators at the Guy Benjamin Community Facility, the Julia Sprouse School, and the BCB Middle School on the island of St. Thomas and St. John. We have 2 active procurements currently awaiting award, going under public exigency at the Department of Property and Procurement to secure generators at the Pearl B. Larson School, as well as the ULE Rivera School. The Division of Procurement is also soliciting the services of a contractor to purchase and install a smaller generator at the Curriculum Center in the St. Croix District.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. I volunteer my services again for when you decide to do the active shooter. I've done it, so I'm on board for that. Do the high schools have student government councils?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, I think this is also a part where you need to engage with those student government councils to keep them abreast of what's going on, in addition to PTA meetings and stuff, because when they stood up outside to protest, people might say, hey, they're following what adults tell them to do. They themselves see things, and, if they're taught to demonstrate in a negative way, then that's all they're going to know. But if we sit down with them as young Virgin Islanders who are the future and say, hey, these are some of the issues, and we actively addressing them, and then we show them on a regular basis. Superintendent, you were trying to answer?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that that's one of the things that Dr. Wells has done. And last school year, we met with the student government in our high schools once a month. And so that's ongoing. And so that's going to begin this year, next month, October.
Excellent. I think that's a great idea. Now, the school grounds. Who maintains the school ground? Keeping the grass cut, the puddles of water, move on. Is that, who would be doing that now?
So we have existing landscaping contracts that Ms. Joseph can speak about for all of our schools territory-wide.
Okay, no, if you have them, that's fine. I just want to make sure you have them. Now, the ARPA funds, when you said that money is for obligation, what is the meaning of obligation? What do you mean by obligation?
So you have to acquire a purchase order that puts the money into a pot that you will eventually liquidate. And so what the federal government is allowing us to do is get an extension on the liquidation period. So we have to encumber the money by the September 30th, and then we have some time to spend the money.
Right. So would it apply to personnel?
So the
obligation?
The personnel has to be drawn from the grant by September 30th. Again, some of the personnel will be affected, like we mentioned before, Director Jacobs mentioned that we were able to move 53 employees over onto the local budget, but we cannot sustain all of the employees. So we do have 53 that right now don't have a place on the local budget.
Okay, how many vacancies do you have?
Director Jacobs?
In the department? Yeah.
1 minute.
Currently, we have 8 funded vacancies.
8 funded vacancies.
Yes, sir.
So any of
Teaching vacancies, let me take that back.
only teaching?
Yeah, 8.
Okay, so you don't have no vacancies in no other area?
We just got we have like 2 retirements coming up. Our school lunch director in St. Croix, and then our director of curriculum and instruction. But everything else we fill.
Okay, so those are any of those 53 people qualify for any of those vacancies?
I'm not sure.
Because a job is better than no job. Okay, so again,
30
now,
seconds.
what are your fourth quarter expenditure? Have you received your drawdown for your fourth quarter? And how much funds you have remaining from your fourth quarter? 24 budget.
So we have not received any allotment for September, for August and September. So we are still awaiting that.
Time.
One of the things that we do know is that we are not going to receive the full amount. We had to provide OMB with a detailed breakdown on those mandatory costs that would need to be paid out. But everything else in terms of supplies and those things are on hold because of limited local funding.
Okay, so you'll be receiving monies, just in closing, Madam Chair, you'll be receiving monies for your fourth quarter to address what?
Mandatory cost. Things that
What
we
are the
must
mandatory
pay.
costs?
Transportation, landscaping, anything that must happen that's related to the operation of schools. So any contracts that we have that must be paid out, those types of things, Senator.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Sure, Senator. Some quick questions. Do we have a social and emotional coordinator on St. Croix?
Yes, Ms. Giselle Shang.
Okay, okay. So she's good to go on St. Croix. That's what we're saying? I mean, I was trying to follow the conversation.
No, I think that was Dr. Jurgen speaking for St. Thomas St. John District.
Oh.
Ms. Rima Brown, did we do that same move on the consolidated grant application for Ms. Shang?
Good afternoon, everyone. I do not believe so, but I can double check on that to see if that was transferred to CGA.
Well, it needs to be. That's all I have to say about that.
If not, that's something that's doable. We need to see how it was done in the St. Thomas St. John District, and we should be able to duplicate that.
Right. Okay, good. I didn't know that. I know her. I didn't know that she was the coordinator. Of course, after you said her name, I doubled down on that one. I won't lie about that. Do we have internet at Complex? Or is it intermittent? What's going on with?
I believe we do, but like many other sites, is intermittent some days. Again, we're still trying to figure out what is preventing the reliability of the internet, and VIA and VIDE, as well as some consultants, are working on that to uncover our infrastructure challenges. I've heard everything that you could imagine, and it's still not fixed. So I need it to be fixed because it's impacting the utilization of resources that we're paying for our schools, and teachers need that to support their instruction. So it's a priority, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Potter? Senator Potter is still there, correct? Senator Potter, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Benjamin, I know that you've been on the fire here in this meeting, and I think it's really based on the conditions of our territory schools. I know that you just came on board, and I want to welcome you back home and to extend my personal congratulations to you on your appointment as the executive director of this very important post. I know that there is going to be a learning curve without question. I know that your previous employers were not very happy to see you leave. You were able to develop that reputation at your prior place of employment. I just want to let you know that we are absolutely rooting for your success, because ultimately, once you succeed, the children of the U.S. Virgin Islands will also succeed. So I want to extend my personal welcome to you. I wanted to ask you a question, though, and it's regarding if ultimately you are working on the establishment of a school maintenance plan. That's the question.
Yes, I am.
What sort of timeline are you thinking you would need?
Well, besides doing that, we were in the process of hiring individuals who could help us facilitate the execution of all the repairs that are needed on each one of these school campuses for this fiscal year, so that we could have a successful opening for the next school year. That should take me roughly, I'd say approximately, hypothetically speaking, about 6 months to get a complete plan together that would be tangible based on all what I have to work with.
Okay, thank you for your response.
You're welcome.
This question is really for the superintendents as well as perhaps Ms. Perez at the Board of Education. And it's regarding the promotion guidelines. And we received a phone call, my office did, from some very concerned parents, as well as their junior students at Charlotte Amalia High School in particular. They are enrolled currently in the junior ROTC program, and they were enrolled in this program from their freshman year, and they were told that JROTC would substitute for the physical education and the health requirements for graduation. Now they received a letter, I think in early this month, basically advising them that the promotional guidelines were updated in July of 2022, but they just received that information, and that those changes would be applicable to these students. Is this fair? What happens now? That's the question.
Senator, the board recently updated their
30 seconds.
Promotional policy in 2022. The last time the board's policy was updated before that was 2003. So some decisions were made in between the schools and the district. And I think that this past week, one of the things that happened is that the school was making an attempt to meet with all of the juniors to share with them the graduation plan and all of the requirements. So they did share with them that there was a change to the board's policy that included use of substitution of physical education for the JROTC course. But the students are going to be fine. I think that some of the information they didn't know before as to what was actually in the policy, but the board did modify the policy to include the substitution of physical education alone.
Okay, so they shouldn't be stressing over that, right?
They will be fine. We'll take good care of them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may just ask one final wrap-up question.
Just one, I want to remind everyone that I have Mr. Wayne Biggs, the CEO, here to testify on the EDC beneficiaries and the funds. So we need to just move this as quickly as possible, but sure you can.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's based on the question that the chair asked. And I wanted to know, was anyone sanctioned administratively regarding the sexual assault matter at CAHS? I know that criminally someone received a significant criminal sanction, but based on the follow-up investigations, based on everything that happened afterwards, was anyone sanctioned administratively? And if not, is or are sanctions being considered? Thank you very much. You may answer on the chair's time.
Thank you, Senator Potter. As mentioned before, there is a current investigation being done. Once findings are provided to the department in regards to the negligence on behalf of employees, then we will address them accordingly. So right now we're waiting for the findings from the investigation.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Gittins? Point of information, Senator Carrion.
Quickly, the Commissioner, you mentioned about that funds have been in encumbrance and that you have a liquidation period extension. My concern is, right, that we're not just putting things to get this money, and that it really relates to the needs that we have. That's one. And the liquidation period, what is that liquidation extension period that has been granted?
So once it's not official yet, Senator, but based on the information provided, Ms. Culpepper-Smith, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a year's extension, am I correct?
Keisha Culpepper-Smith, Federal Grants Director, 15 months.
Okay. How certain are we going to receive that?
Very certain.
Can you provide through the chair then the list of items that you guys are connecting to that encumbrance so that we could see?
It's
in there?
It's in here, Senator.
Beautiful. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Gittins? Your 4 minutes. Oops.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I'm gonna definitely be reaching out to you because, and we'll probably have a discussion tomorrow during the public safety hearing as well. Because I just witnessed a thing there with a school bus. I don't understand what we're doing. But let me come back here to last week or week before, the Department of Property and Procurement was before us, and I asked them about whether or not they were able to do any inventory at the shuttered schools. And the response was no. Do you have a unit that does this in-house?
No, Senator.
So there's no fixed assets unit or division at the DOE?
There is a fixed asset. When you're talking about the shuttered school, are you talking about those that we've turned over to DPP?
Whether you turned over or you didn't turn over, but all of them that are shuttered because they had equipments in these schools. I wanted to know.
Yeah, I can answer that, Senator. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. I thought you were referencing those that we had already turned over to DPP. So schools like
But
Charles H. and Elena Christian, no.
Even those that were turned over to DPP, whatever was inside there, I want to know if there was an inventory done.
Yes, Senator, with fixed assets, definitely an inventory done. Anything that could be salvaged from those sites were salvaged and put into our existing schools. The shuttered area down at the Arthur Richards Modular Campus, we do have some offices down there, and we are utilizing a lot of the furniture and equipment that was in those mods that have been dispersed throughout the district in St. Croix based on their needs. So the fixed assets have been recorded and they have been repurposed.
And what about the, there was something, I was trying to find the article with these laptops that were distributed. What's the status of those laptops? Do we know where they are, and do we have a proper inventory on them?
So fixed assets conducted a review of all of the assets through their biannual inventory. Those assets were logged as destroyed, inoperable, etc. Schools have been working with parents on payment plans for those that have been damaged. We did have some issues in terms of being granted the opportunity to purchase additional assets because of the federal dollars that were used originally. So we have an inventory of those devices that are not working.
30 seconds.
And measures are being put in place to recoup some of those costs.
Thank you. Can you provide your findings to the chair, please?
Definitely.
And again, I'm really concerned about these federal dollars going back. What do you have in place to address this? Again, I think I asked this earlier and I wasn't clear on your response. What are you doing to address this and holding individuals accountable?
Time.
So that we can properly spend local and federal funding?
So in terms of the federal funding, the superintendents in both districts have their teams that have been working around the clock as indicated. The superintendents hold the majority of the funding tied to OPER in their respective districts, and they have been working. We do have a sizable amount of money that is going through the DPP process, whether it's through contracting. We do have a sizable amount of jails that Ms. Joseph has been shooting out. Once those come out, they're able to put them in. So we're not going to stop working around the clock. The federal grants teams in the respective districts have been putting in the time, and we have been meeting and holding them accountable in terms of monitoring their spending. And we do have weekly or bi-weekly meetings also with the policy advisor from Government House. And so we're all monitoring the funding. So there is a sizable amount of funds that is still going through the process. But one of the things that we have done is we've shared all of the spending plans with the third-party fiduciary, because they too play a part in this work as we work up to the wire. And so they're aware of what's to come. And so we're continuing our efforts to work together to ensure that we can, get most of that money, if not all, encumbered.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can you permit me to ask one more question, please?
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I'll leave the school bus discussion for tomorrow. But regarding the school student organizations, the different clubs and whatnot, I stated before that I truly dislike seeing our children on the side of the road in traffic selling water and whatnot. I was told that the school organizations were stopped from having sales during the lunch period at the respective schools. Is this so? And if so, why is that?
Good afternoon, Senator Victor Somm. Under USDA rules, we cannot compete with food services that would conflict with the serving of the lunch. So USDA doesn't allow for organizations to sell food or any other items that would compete with the school lunch program.
So what if it is something that's not competing with the school lunch program. You know, from the time I got in this legislature, I've been receiving responses like this, that school lunch said this and a national level say that. And then when I go back and review it, that's not actually what they're prohibiting. So is this the case with this, that is now zero tolerance, that you don't allow any of these organizations to have a sale within?
So the SFA operates on a reimbursable basis. So if organizations are going to be selling during the lunch period, then the districts will not be able to claim those meals for reimbursement to USDA. So it's actually a loss to the district if other providers, organizations are selling selling food during the lunch period.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Fred Gregory. You're recognized.
Madam Chair, and good afternoon. I want to go back to a conversation that we had a little earlier today with regards to the staffing assessment. I just saw a report that showed the number of vacant positions that we had. And I recall the commissioner saying that they are in the process of right-sizing the respective schools, if you will. I am trying to understand what that means, because I would love to believe that a meeting should have been held with the superintendents during the summer to address the right sizing. So I'm interested in hearing what does that mean? Are you further along than I am assuming based on your response of earlier today?
So you're correct, Senator, that right sizing happened last year around closer to the ending of the year, I want to say around May, early May. We sat down as a team with planning and research and evaluation, as well as the superintendents, and we went through the rosters and the potential enrollments for each grade level and started to look for where we may have excess teachers that we could move and transfer into vacancies. So that's already occurred.
So that was May?
Yes, last
like May
school year.
2024?
Yeah.
Okay, so that has occurred. So you are comfortable, along with your superintendents, that currently our schools, particularly our elementary schools, because it's a little different on the junior high and high school levels. So you are comfortable that the right sizing is completed and the vacancies that are reflected are actually accurate vacancies.
I would say that, Superintendent. Yes, I would say that, Senator. Superintendent Jurgen and Gonzalez, are there any other comments? But basically what we did was look at enrollment and make those projections. And again, we moved people around.
Okay, that's fair enough for me. Also, let's go back to the ARPA funding. So you have ARPA funding that'll expire on the end of this month. And when you shared this morning, you shared that it's about $18 million. What are you utilizing? Is it big ticket items? What is it? What is the procurement associated with? What type of items are the procurement associated with for the $18 million? And does it include employee salaries, and how much?
So I would allow the districts to respond, Senator, Dr. Powell and Michael Reimer Brown.
Good afternoon, Senator Mikhail Reimer Brown. It does include some big ticket items. A couple of our playgrounds are still about to be entered as requisitions, so that will be moving toward obligation. We still have to obligate our funding for our basketball court resurfacing. We still have to.
Okay, so you don't have to go through it like that. Commissioner, does it include employees? A payment to employees?
Yes, it includes payroll.
The funding.
Yeah, okay. So with the big ticket items, let me ask, because I remember when we did the outfitted all of the 7th to 12th grade classrooms in our science classrooms in our district. What is the reason why we are only now looking to procure for our playgrounds? Why is it that we did not conduct an assessment
30 seconds.
and have this procurement done?
Well, actually, Senator, this procurement for the playgrounds have been completed. We were just waiting for some issues with the contractors to come in with their bonding and their liability insurance. So the last playground should be obligated.
And what's the
by the end
so
of
the
this
obligation? What's the expenditure period?
We have a performance period now of December, but we expect the liquidation extension till March 2026.
Okay, so the obligation is not, the liquidation is December 2022.
December 2024.
Yes,
But
got it. I get it. I get it. Thank you. My time has been called. And then the teacher, there was a recommendation that was made earlier, and I don't want us to ignore it, and it's tied to teacher certification. The representative from, I think is a Parent-Teacher Association representative from the Pearl B. Lawson School made a reference to the fact that teachers, there should be a listing, a listing of the status of our teachers. I think it's important for children, for parents rather, to know whether or not their teachers are in fact certified. What is the department's position as well as the Board of Education position on that recommendation as it relates to our parents, et cetera, having access to seeing whether or not their respective teacher is certified? And I thought that was a good recommendation from the PTA leader.
I agree, Senator. That's public knowledge. So I agree that it's a good recommendation as well.
I too agree, Senator. And I just made sure to let AED Prentice know to make sure that we bring up that suggestion in our next committee meeting to see we are in the process of digitizing a lot of our certification process. So I can't see what would be the holdup. This would be a great time.
Thank you,
So
Senator.
it requires a policy from the board, huh? All right, Madam Chair, I want to thank you for the time. We have a lot of work to do in education, and one of the things that we did not do this summer is we did not hear from the Bureau of School Construction as it relates to the status of maintenance and the need for the associated resources for the upcoming 2025 budget. So while we are in markup, that's one area that we need to address prior to wrapping up our 25 budget. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator James Sr., you have 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. My question to the Department of Education, Commissioner, knowing that we're in the height of hurricane season, have you been notified by the administration if or what schools would be available to be used as hurricane shelters?
Yes, so.
Good afternoon, Senator. Yes, the department is very much aware of what schools serve as shelters. It doesn't change much. Julius Sparrow in St. John is not a shelter, but it will prepare food after the hurricane. In the St. Thomas St. John district, we have Lockhart School as a shelter, and in the St. Croix district, the St. Croix Educational Complex gymnasium will also serve as a shelter.
My next question is, all of those schools have a working generator and they have been fully maintained?
Lockhart School, yes, has a generator, and Complex also has a generator, sir.
Please, if there's anything you do right during this hurricane season, just please make sure those generators are working for the schools that are designated. That's all I'm asking you for. Things will go wrong. Murphy's Law. There's a thing called Murphy's Law. What go wrong will go wrong. But please, just have generators for the schools.
And Senator, if I may, one of the things that we have been in contact with VITEMA about, if we're having any issues in regards to our shelters having generators, they do have some on standby for those alternate sites that may need to open, like I know Ebony Durkin is one, that they would have the necessary hookups, that they would be able to get a generator to that site expeditiously from FEMA as well.
And you basically, you're reading my mind. Because if a school is designated as a hurricane shelter, I was going to ask you if you're receiving support from your federal partners to make sure that we fulfill those obligations of the minimum requirements of a shelter.
We do.
Awesome stuff. And then as far as Act number 8434, me going to go into the details, that's the one I passed in the second term. In my second term. In my second term. Yeah, in my second term. Regarding redirecting the proceeds from the gun applications.
To CT.
Yes, not just CT. At first, I had it just for the St. Croix Educational Complex. I said, how I could get my colleagues to support it? And I said, I put me stick in the Raphael Whitley Skill Center. Because at the time, I think that skill center was down or something like that.
Right.
But I said, let me include it.
Right. So I will have to get back to you on what those balances look like. I don't have my fiscal person here with me today. But I know that it definitely was coded with the proper budgets based on the needs that were identified by those two respective sites. And so I just need to make sure that the drawdown happen on the local side.
Because those funds are to be used specifically for books, materials, and curriculum. And it will also help our future director of maintenance of education, because what I'm trying to do is foster an environment where we build our future leaders, not just in the Senate, but within the workforce, as far as construction, knowing that there is a construction boom ahead of us.
Right.
So please. And then as far as the director of Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, please, as far as the technicality with the VI code and what you qualify for and this and that, I leave it up to the administration and whoever. But whoever is going to be in a position, that act speaks to engaging in public-private development partnerships. We have a lot of people here coming in the Virgin Islands and milking. Of course, we allow it to our laws. And we're not saying they're Santa Claus, but if they can give back. Because when Hovensa was in the territory, that career at Technical Educational School wasn't looking like that. And I understand that it has been a significant loss, but we do have people here taking advantage of our EDC benefits. I'm not saying them to be Santa Claus, but for them to at least help with our construction boom, specifically for CTEC. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Carrion, for your 4 minutes.
Quickly to the Board of Education, I want to know when they will be implementing Act 8555.
Senator, the PRR committee is in the middle of working on a numerous amount of policies, actually 3 of them. And I believe that one is on our phase 2. We were rolling out our promotion policies and discipline policies first, and we are actively working to complete that. So you should see something in a draft form, hopefully by the end of the year. And then, of course, it has to go out to the community to make sure that the language is accurate and fits the needs.
Because in Section 1, B6 of Act 8555, it says that established through the Board of Education a minimum training requirement for basic knowledge and instruction of English learners for the general certification of teachers, school administrators, which the training must be included within the established professional development requirements. And this was passed a while now, and I understand it hasn't been included, and I'm suggesting at least a minimum of 5, maybe 5 hours.
Yes, it's mainly because we're working with the University of the Virgin Islands and, of course, our national partners. You know, this is something new that came into the territory, so there was no structures around ESL and the way that it's certified, and so we are working diligently to make sure.
So I'm hoping that by this year.
By the end of this year, you should see a draft.
And I have
yes,
high hopes now that with the new superintendent who has a background in that area, that she would stay on top of the board and ensure that this is done, implementation of Act 8555 is carried out. Very well. Moving right along, I have a few other questions regarding the commissioner or, okay, the assistant commissioners there. One of them is, what is the current status of investigation into the incident involving the student that was injured with the ceiling fan, and what are the primary findings have been identified, and what could have been prevented? What could have been done to prevent this from happening?
Thank you, Senator. The investigation is going along two parallels, so to speak. There's clearly an investigation as to what Mr. Milligan spoke about in terms of the mechanics of that situation and how it happened. And then there is an investigation into the incident itself at the school. The commissioner has assigned the compliance line investigation team that's comprised of our internal auditor. It's comprised of our director of disaster planning and school safety and myself, depending upon the issue, to investigate. I know the superintendent has spoken to the parent, and she may have done a brief investigation as well, but it's still very much ongoing.
Well, let me move to my other question in regards to that. What is the department implementing to ensure that maintenance issues are reported and addressed promptly in the future? So what system you will have in place to monitor ongoing maintenance needs? So I don't know if that would go to the new director.
Could you repeat?
Or assistant commissioner, yeah?
I will defer to the new director because I know he has in place mechanisms to report work orders.
30 seconds.
I have proposed to allow for a new work order system to be in place, which is called Asset Essentials. This would allow us to track all details of each and every project that goes on in any of our facilities. And the individuals would be able to utilize this system pretty much from anywhere. We're going to have either the teachers and staff from the school they will have the ability to go into the system, identify what they need done in their particular room. That information will be sent to my office. I would have a person on staff, a person or two on staff, who will deal directly with the work orders and distribute them to the appropriate project managers within our office. And the project manager would see to it that the projects get executed, and they would put in full reports on each project.
Well, lastly, Commissioner, it was brought to my attention today that last week, and the same has occurred this week, a student that is part of the special education component has been missed in school because the bus transportation has no gasoline. That was the information, so he wasn't picked up last week, and today, Monday, he got ready and he wasn't picked up also. What is happening in regards to that? Are you aware of any issue regarding to students being picked up because of not having gasoline for the buses?
I was not aware. I will have to follow up with the district SPED director and remedy that as soon as possible. Dr. Charleswell, were you aware of that?
Good evening, Dr. Renee Charleswell. No, Commissioner. However, I can say to Senator Carrion, being that the student has missed services from school, time has to be given to the student.
Missed last week and today.
The services missed.
And was supposed to then be picked up today, and the same situation happened today, wasn't picked up, and the information that we got is because there is no gasoline for the bus. Can someone find that information and please report back to this body, because that shouldn't be happening. Madam Chair, thank you for the leniency.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. I do not see Senator Fonseca or Senator Bolquez. So I'll just ask one question. Do you think that Commissioner, do you think you have sufficient staff and resources to handle the administrative requirements and the oversight needed to properly manage all these ARPA funds? And I hear you keep saying they're working around the clock, or we're working hard, or Was that the issue before, that we just didn't have sufficient capacity to manage these funds or come up with ways to spend the funds so that they're not returned? What do you, when looking back, right? What could we have done to avoid not sending the funds back, even if it's $1, right? What could we have done?
Senator, forgive me. I do have an answer to Senator Carrion's last inquiry, if I could respond.
Okay.
Okay. Senator, we have checked with our school bus supervisor, pupil transportation supervisor, and she reports that all of our students were taken to school this morning. She contacted her staff and asked that all drivers stated that students were taken to school. They do not pick up students at the bus stop. They do a house-to-house pickup. That is her response.
Thank you.
Please let me know, Senator.
There is a meeting tomorrow at 1 p.m.
So looking back, right? I mean, what lessons have we learned? I mean, did we not have sufficient staff, the resources to manage the funds, oversight? What mechanisms were not in place? And looking forward, we would need to, because we're still managing federal funds.
So I would say, Senator, it's probably a mixture of having the same individuals manage several different funding pots at the same time. We had CARES 1, CARES 2, and ARP that were being managed by the same individuals in terms of responsibilities when it comes to requisitions, et cetera. So I would say yes, a staffing challenge, of course. One of the things that I also would say is, we definitely had some challenges in terms of getting quotes and procuring services. Vendors have a very difficult time when it comes to contracts dealing with the federal funds. It requires 100% bonding. And that has been a delay for us as well. And just managing all these different pots of money at the same time. And prioritizing probably, I would say, are the top reasons I could see, if we could do it over again, how we would pedal back and make it better.
The reason I asked that too is that the loss of funds must mean that we have lost an opportunity to serve our students. And so I'm wondering, I mean, in a way, I don't know what you would use the funds that you are sending back for. So to me, that's where the loss is. Where would you have used those? Was it a matter of trying to find ways to spend it? I have all this money, and now, do I buy this? Do I buy that? Was that it too, that we couldn't identify areas where that money could have been used?
I wouldn't say that we couldn't identify areas. We did do a shift where we changed our priorities midstream from the original submission of the application for the use of the funds. We pivoted and put aside money for some of the long-standing maintenance concerns, which had to go through a revision process. Once that process was approved, then we had to go through procurement. And again, that's where some of the hurdles were seen. But, I came on midstream. The superintendents probably have a little bit more to say in regards to that, so I don't know if you want them to expound on that as well.
At this time, I'm going to go to the point of information from Senator Fred Gregory, only because I have had Mr. Biggs waiting for so long, and I want to have a quick discussion with both you and him with regard to EDC beneficiaries, and you've been here for a long day. So Senator Fred Gregory, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you spoke about the status of the federal funds, I kept referencing 18 million, and for some reason I got that today in our earlier discussion. So I'm trying to verify, because as I look at this, it says that we have, as of August 26th of 24, we had consolidated grant, American Rescue Plan funding, consolidated grant, adult ed, and 22 special education funds. So 21 and 22 funds, totaling 181 million. We have expenditures of 81 million. And we encumbered 28, and we have an available balance of 63. And of that 63, I'm seeing actually FY 2021 American Rescue Plan at 57 million. So has this $57 million changed? Because this said as of August 26th. So, and I know earlier today it said that it was 80 million. So I need to get clarification on that. And you know, what is the department's, how much of this 63 million do we truly stand to lose in fiscal year 24, September 30th?
So, Ms. Culpepper Smith, can you break that down for Senator Gregory, please?
Keisha Culpepper Smith, Federal Grants Director. Senator Gregory, the 80 million you're referring to was for the St. Croix district only. So that's where the confusion came in.
And I hear me saying it all the time and nobody correct me. It's a good thing I to read. There's a lot of money.
That's why Michael spoke at a time. I can
Yeah.
share with you the St. Thomas breakdown if you would like.
No, not necessarily, because this is a lot of money. And, you know, we asked the state office, Ms. Culpepper Smith, you're the state office, correct?
Correct.
So, but
Yes.
we know that when we look at the consolidated funds, what percentage, because, you know, we have to make sure that we place the responsibility where it should be placed. What percentage of the funds that are tied to the special education, but let's start with the consolidated. The consolidated funds, what percentage is district and what is state? Is it 85-15?
I would have to get that information for you. I don't have it broken down.
No, I talk about the allocation.
Oh, 95%, sorry.
So 95% of these funds are to be spent on the
District level.
district level. So the districts are responsible for 95% of this money that's here.
That's correct.
So I need to find out from the districts specifically, what are they doing to ensure that these funds are, I mean, the lion's share, this is ARPA. So before I even ask that question, let me dial back a little bit. The district, the ARPA funds were allocated by district as well? Similarly so?
Yes, they were.
So then the districts were responsible similarly so to ensure that they expended these district dollars?
Yes, correct.
So what is it that the districts are doing to ensure that they will expend all of this money? So I need to hear from since the St. Thomas St. John district is here in front of me, St. Thomas St. John first and St. Croix. And one of the things that I noticed today in today's meeting is I don't see a chief financial officer. Commissioner?
Yes, Senator.
CFO, and then where's your CFO?
The CFO is off island, Senator.
And who's that person?
Acting Maria Tirado.
And what is her background, since we're talking about backgrounds today? She has a background in financials?
Yes, she was a former federal grants director. She worked in the private industry for some time. She also was a teacher, assistant principal. She worked on the disaster recovery as well. I know we're going through the process of hiring a CFO as we speak, Senator, and that person hopefully will be on board by the new fiscal year, October 1.
ARPA funding.
Good afternoon again.
And then we have from St. Croix. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Yes, good afternoon again. So we do have a current balance of $23,150,179.85, and we have $11,860,860.07 going through the DPP process. When I spoke earlier, I indicated that we do have 1.9 million where we tried to host an evaluation meeting, but the vendors did not qualify for us to proceed with the process. We are putting those items out to bid again, and so we anticipate the DPP team is working with us to, again, try to get that $1.9 million spent. So if anything would be in jeopardy, that would be that $1.9 million in the St. Thomas St. John district. As well, we do have some playground for our non-public schools where we have to have some engineering evaluations done. So if those are not done, we will not be able to proceed. That's 1.2 million. However, we do have our internal jail submissions of $10,508,640.31 that are going through the process of approval. And once we get those approvals back between the documents at DPP and the internal jail submissions, so the team has finally gotten the majority of our funds. In fact, we did do a few additional jails in case there's some savings in personnel. We did do a few additional because our schools want, for example, justification letters, sorry. So we are working on seeing if there's savings where we can procure some additional furniture in our schools. We do have some cafeteria furniture that we've been able to find funding for, but we also want to provide some additional furniture. But we have several items that we're procuring. Just today, we got approval for electrical upgrades for Idorican for over $400,000. So that's ready to be put into the Munis system so we can get a purchase order. We have going through the process, we also have some roof repairs. We have some generators. We have AC cleaning. We have several items for our non-public schools, again, to include generators, ACs, a lot of different school-related items, such as whiteboards, communication, digital boards. We have music equipment. We have battery backups. We have technology.
Okay, I think
we
we
have
get
about
the gist of
$2
it.
million in technology that's also being processed for our public schools. So it's a host of items, and the procurement process hasn't been easy, but we finally gotten to a place. Once we get the approvals, we can enter these items into the system.
I'd like to hear from St. Croix. I'm just not certain why we would wait until the last minute to procure band equipment and those kind of things. St. Croix?
Yes. So Mikhail Reimer Brown for St. Croix. So that's where the 18 million that stuck out in your head is coming from. We have additionally about $7 to $8 million in JLs, justification letters, that are going through. And then we have JLs being drafted now going through for products in our non-public schools that are going to be going through. So what I said earlier, we're looking at about $10 million that we're going to be pushing through all of the JLs, waiting for the property and procurement approvals, justification letters, and waiting for the approvals. When a justification letter is approved, you then get the permission to enter a requisition. And the requisition also requires an executed contract for the federal dollars. So that's where we are right now, Senator.
Thank you. I just have one quick question, and then we're going to go into recess. What's the status of the development of the VI history curriculum?
Dr. Charleswell?
Good evening, Dr. Renee Charleswell. We continue to work vigorously on the curriculum. The social studies curriculum will be completed by May 2025. We have work sessions taking place. We have completed some of the work for the elementary level, and we are working on the high school level for the development of the curriculum.
Thank you. We are going to recess for 2 minutes. Committee on Workforce Education and Workforce Development is back on the record, and I'm just going to have the commissioner wrap up the first block, and then I'll have Mr. Ali, Miss Luciana, and then Mrs. Perez Cassius. Okay, we'll go in that order.
So thank you, Senator, and your colleagues of the 35th Legislature for giving the department the opportunity to be here today. Several things were discussed today that the community has my commitment to continue to work with Executive Director Benjamin as he transitions into this new role. And we're hoping for progress as we move forward to repair our facilities and get our student gaps reduced so that our children could succeed at their education, in their educational journey. So the points, the concerns, the recommendations have not fallen on deaf ears. We took good notes, and I'm looking forward to this new beginning here at VIDE. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Benjamin, I didn't call your name, but you're next. Recognize the mic of Mr. Benjamin, please. Hello?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you once again for allowing me this opportunity. It's been a baptism by fire. As I peel off the scabs, I will proceed in the proper manner, and I hope you guys will be pleased.
Thank you. Mr. Ali?
Is this on?
Go
Right,
ahead.
yeah. Senator James, I just want to thank you for this opportunity. You're out of this world. There is no question about that at all. And I just want to say to our Department of Education, please hold some town hall meetings where they could speak to the community, but make sure you get some police there in case people get out of hand. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because you know how it goes. All
I
right?
understand.
Also, just make sure that the youngsters, we offer some therapy to them. Let them know we care. We know you're going through some rough times, but so are we, and we want to show you that we care. Also, try to hold a very special day for the youth on sporting activities. Let them know this is your day, and we love you and we care for you. You're no more important than we are, but at the same time, we recognize that. And I also wanted to just thank Mary Moorhead, because she was one of the individuals who came and helped us to get this group together, and I think that was really nice. And one quick point, the youngsters who are with disabilities, I got a note saying delayed evaluation, shortage of qualified staff, inadequate support services, ineffective implementation, and I'll send a copy to you, Senator, lack of training, inconsistent policies, academic and social consequences. So please, we're here to pass things on to our youth. We must provide for them and recognize they have problems too, and so do we, and all of this kind of thing could happen again. So we need to begin the healing process and do what we can to work with each other for the common good at the end. But you're very wonderful, Senator, and I just wanted you to.
I agree with you, and please give me that letter, and I will forward it I'll forward it to the commissioner too, so she's aware of what was written about, because they are an important part of our community and the children. Miss Luciana?
Good evening. Cheryl Luciana, Supporter Secretary for the Alfredo Andrews Elementary School. I appreciate you having me here. It was a lot of information that was put out and very informative. And some things that were asked of me that I didn't have answers to, that I got it just being here. So I appreciate all the information that was put out. I just want to say two things. Our children are worth it, and they will continue to do the best they can to be better educated and learn, as long as it's a good learning environment. So we have a start, we just need to continue. And the Alfredo Andrews School PTO is here to support. And as long as we can help, we're going to help our school. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things that we really need to work on is parental engagement. That's for sure. So that's going to be the next hot topic. and Board of Education.
Thank you, and thank you all for listening and paying attention today to some of our concerns that we have that's been identified in the School Management Accountability Report. The Virgin Islands Board of Education continues to complete our assigned collective agreements identified in Title 17. And we are hoping that all senators by now have received their physical copies of their School Management Accountability Report. Copies will be on hand to be delivered to the St. Thomas St. John Legislature. And all of you received your electronic copies on June 15th, and we encourage the community to read those documents, and then let's get together and talk about solving some of these concerns. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, recess for 1 minute. Thank you. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back on the record, and I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to read block number 2.
Block 2. Testifiers will provide information on the annual educational assistance provided to the Department of Education by EDC beneficiaries from 2020 to 2024, specifically the process for the collection and transfer of funds to the Department of Education, the number of beneficiaries currently providing educational assistance, the total amount of money provided annually to the Department of Education for public school programs and initiatives, reports required to be generated to assess the success of the required assistance, and whether the legislation needs to be amended. Invited testifiers, Honorable Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, Wayne Biggs, CEO, Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will begin with the Commissioner of Education for her testimony. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Committee Chairwoman, Senator Mary C. James, Vice Chair, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, other committee members, Senator Diane T. Capehart, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Giovanni James, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Carla J. Joseph, other members of the 35th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. I am Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands, Department of Education. With me are members of my team, my trusted Assistant Commissioner, Victor Som III. I see in the St. Thomas Chambers, Dr. Stefan Jurgen, Superintendent of the St. Thomas St. John District, has remained with us, as well as Ms. Monique Cricky, who has the Program Director of Public Relations, and she's responsible for all of our, not public relations, private donations. She is responsible for the collection and the relationships that we have with the private entities that support VIDE and our mission and vision for this department. The collection and transfer of funds to the Virgin Islands Department of Education is a carefully managed process designed to ensure accountability, transparency, and timely access to resources. Funds are collected from private donors and community partners, which are vital to our mission. Once collected, they are deposited into designated accounts managed by the department's financial control officers at the district, as well as our CFO on the state level, and are earmarked for specific programs or initiatives. Beneficiaries are actively providing educational assistance to the Virgin Islands Department of Education. These beneficiaries include a range of public and private entities, nonprofit organizations, corporations, and individual donors. Each plays a significant role in supporting our educational system by contributing to scholarships, program funding, and infrastructure development. This funding is critical in maintaining and enhancing the quality of education provided to the students across our territory. The funds are allocated to key areas, including curriculum development, teacher training, and student services. One of the Virgin Islands Department of Education strategic goals is to establish and maintain a supportive community designed to address the needs of our students as they progress through school. The department prides itself in building strong community partnerships with companies across the U.S. Virgin Islands, recognizing that these relationships are crucial for unlocking economic resources and opportunities that enhance our educational programs and initiatives. Our partnership with the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission and its beneficiaries is essential to achieving our mission to transform today's learners into tomorrow's leaders. By fostering, building, and maintaining these community partnerships, we are better equipped to provide the resources and services necessary to support our students and increase educational opportunities. The department anticipates partnerships where the strategic values and goals of our partners align closely with those of VIDE. The Virgin Islands Department of Education extends its deepest gratitude to the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission for their unwavering support and dedication to enhancing our educational initiatives. Your commitment helps create a thriving educational environment that equips our students with skills and knowledge necessary for their success. Addendum D, which is included in our testimony, has a detailed receivable for the FY 2022, FY 2023, and FY 2023-24 school year for the St. Thomas St. John District and the St. Croix District, as well as a comprehensive list of all the beneficiaries from the Economic Development Commission. So We thank you for this opportunity to have this discussion so that we can ensure that our EDC benefits are actually reaching our students and benefiting our school community. So we thank you for this opportunity to have this dialogue this evening and look forward to us moving forward with a clear understanding. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll now hear from Mr. Wayne Biggs, the Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. Mr. Biggs, one of the things I will say to you is I do not think it's necessary to read the law, the sections of the law, but I do think it's important for you to point out the major differences, but not necessarily read the entire law. I'm hoping that my committee members are familiar with that. So that would shorten it. You're not? It would shorten it a little bit. Because we are more interested in some of the things that you said from page 7 to 9, really. Those are some, but it's your choice.
All right, I'll try to summarize as best I can and skip through wherever. And if you need some additional clarity, I guess you'll ask the questions as we go along. Good evening, Madam Chair, Maurice C. James, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, other members of the 35th Legislature, the legislative staff, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority team, the Department of Education team, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Wayne Biggs Jr., Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. Joining me today via Teams are USVI EDA team member Dwayne Benjamin, Assistant Chief Executive Officer. Also joining maybe Margarita Benjamin, Managing Director of Economic Development, and Joy Penn, Senior Compliance Officer. They had some prior engagements, but they're going to try to join as we go along. If necessary, they're available to respond to any inquiries you may have. As the foremost economic development organization in the territory, the USVI EDA employs a comprehensive approach to spur economic growth. The authority utilizes the variety of economic and community development strategies to encourage investment, support and expand small businesses, create and maintain jobs, rejuvenate distressed areas, and offer affordable commercial spaces, all with the goal of enhancing the quality of place for residents of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The authority operates as an umbrella organization under the oversight of a governing board that unifies its core functions. The Educational Development Commission, one of 4 main divisions in the USVI EDA, oversees the Virgin Islands Economic Development Program, which aims to foster economic growth, diversification, and job creation in the territory. The EDC also manages other industry-specific initiatives, such as the Hotel Development Program, to expand and improve the territory's hotel inventory, and the Sustainable Tourism through Arts-Based Revenue Streams program known as STARS, to promote the creation of more film and music projects in the USVI. The EDC consists of 2 distinct units, the applications and the compliance to effectively monitor these programs. The basic purposes and objectives of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Program are declared to be the promotion of the growth, development, and diversification of the economy of the Virgin Islands, to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands by discovering and developing to the fullest possible extent the human and economic resources available therein, the establishment and preservation of the opportunities of gainful employment for residents of the Virgin Islands, the promotion of capital formation for the industrial development of the Virgin Islands, the contribution of beneficiaries to the development of the educational system of the territory, and the preservation of the environment, beauty, and natural resources of the Virgin Islands, all of which purposes and objectives are declared to be in the public interest. Beneficiaries of the EDC, pursuant to 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 12, Section 708M, as amended by Act 8559 on April 11, 2022, are required to provide educational assistance. The major differences between the amended language requires the EDC beneficiary to provide 55% of its financial contribution directly to the Department of Education, while the prior language required the EDC beneficiary provide 50% of its financial contribution to public school programs and initiatives. Additionally, the Department of Education is now required to report contributions collected from the EDC beneficiaries annually to the EDC. This meant that before the amended 708M, the EDC beneficiary could support a host of educational programs certified as designated public school programs and initiatives by the Commissioner of Education, or make financial contributions directly to public schools of their choice without going through the Department of Education. In addition to the educational assistance required in subsection 708M, subsection 708N requires workforce development. The EDC currently has 93 beneficiaries, of which 12 executed their EDC certificates after April 11, 2022, and are required to make 55% educational assistance financial contribution directly to the Department of Education. Specifically, 5 EDC certificates are activated in calendar year 2022, 6 in calendar year 2023, and 1 thus far in calendar year 2024. Additionally, some pre-act number 8559 EDC beneficiaries have chosen to direct their required educational assistance contribution designated for public school programs and initiatives to the Department of Education, even though this was not specifically mandated by the VI EDC certificate. For calendar year 2022, the financial contributions made directly to the Department of Education from the 3 of the 5 EDC beneficiaries required to do so total $15,940 based on the information provided in their EDC annual report. The other 2 beneficiaries have not had their EDC orientations. One was actually done on September 4th, and the other one is scheduled for early October, and therefore have not made the required 2022 educational assistance contributions yet. They will be required to make up their 2022 educational assistance contributions in subsequent years. Figures for 2023 are not yet available, as many beneficiaries have received income tax reporting extensions, and the EDC Compliance Department will not receive their EDC annual reports, which itemize their contributions until November 2024. Upon receipt of the VI EDC annual report from the beneficiary, members of the EDC compliance team verify that all beneficiary reported contributions in all areas required on the EDC certificate were made by reviewing the necessary supplemental documentation. Beneficiaries are required to make their financial contributions directly to the Department of Education. Pursuant to 708M, the Department of Education must submit an annual report within 60 days of the close of each calendar year, indicating each beneficiary's name, amount contributed, and the use of funds. Upon receipt of these reports, we reconcile the amounts indicated in the beneficiary EDC annual report against the DOE financial assistance report. We have received the DOE reports for fiscal year 2023 and 2024. However, we have requested that the Department of Education revise the reports to reflect calendar years instead of fiscal years to comply with the current EDC law. Prior to the amendment of 708M, the EDC did not specifically track the amounts of educational assistance contributions that beneficiaries made directly to the Department of Education or for public school programs and initiatives, as these contributions were included in the beneficiary's overall charitable contribution amounts. Since the amended section 708M, we have begun tracking the financial assistance given directly to the Department of Education. This allows us to reconcile reported amounts with their annual report and to monitor financial assistance provided to the other educational assistance program, both certified public school educational programs and initiatives, as well as non-public school educational programs and initiatives. And again, we have received the reports that we got from the Department of Education, and so we accept the figures that they provided as part of their testimony. Further, as indicated previously, EDC beneficiaries are also required to contribute directly to the Virgin Islands Board of Education Territorial Scholarship Fund. The VI Board of Education reports indicate that VI EDC beneficiaries contributed $300,500 and $317,000 in calendar years 2022 and 2023, respectively. There are no additional amendments at this time that the USVI EDA recommends be made to subsection 708M or 708N. Thank you. My team and I are available to answer any questions you may have. And I hope that summarized and
That was good.
cut out some of them.
Yes. But I have a lot of questions, so I didn't think I would have the questions that I have. I'm trying to understand. It says they will provide educational assistance. Well, let me start by asking you, why was it amended in 2022? What was the reason behind the amendment?
There were several EDC amendments, and part of the amendment required, again, I think that, first of all, from 50 to 55%, and they wanted to go directly to the Department of Education for better tracking within the Department of Education. Prior to the amendments, beneficiaries worked directly with schools and other programs. The Commission of Education also certified programs that they considered public education initiatives or programs such as dancing classrooms, music programs, tutorial programs after school. So there was a variety of different programs, and education wanted to make sure that they could assist and they could account for the monies that were passed through education for education program and initiatives. So I think that's one of the reasons the law was amended to go directly to the Department of Education so they can better control the monies and where they were being dispersed. And Commissioner may be able to expand on that somewhat.
Do you know why? Do you know why that change was made? Okay.
No, Senator.
It says provide educational assistance to residents in an amount and form which is acceptable to the commission. How does the commission decide the amount and the form? How is that done?
Usually in the application, the EDC beneficiary will indicate how they plan to do charitable contributions and what percentage of that charitable contributions will go to educational assistance. So they may do charitable contributions to non-educational stuff, and also they're required to do to educational stuff. But if they do to educational initiatives and programs, which is considered educational assistance, then 55% of that must go to the Department of Education. For instance, I can give X amount of dollars to the school of my choice. So let's say I give $4,500 to Wayne Big School. If I do that, then I have to give $5,500 to the Department of Education. So whatever I do, I have to provide 55% to the Department of Education.
But that tells me, though, that I can give 45% to whoever else I want to give to.
Yeah, that's correct. So you can support other initiatives. For instance, I can give $4,500 to UVI. UVI is not considered a public school program or initiative because it's not under the purview of the Commission of Education. So by VI code, it doesn't cover UVI. So I could give to UVI, but then I could give directly to the Department of Education.
Do you get a listing of who the beneficiary gives that for the remaining 45% to?
Yes, it's broken out all over. It may go to the Women's Coalition. It may go to the Humane Society. So when they file their annual report, they have to itemize where they provided that funding to, and that charitable contribution.
Is that a listing or a report that we can get that shows?
It's not on our report we have available right now, but we are doing a major report in reference to charitable contributions by EDC beneficiaries, where they go and how much they give. So that report will be coming out shortly. But we don't have a listing per se that's compiled yet.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is because my colleague earlier talked about the roadside water sales. And I just think that we shouldn't have our children out on the road doing these water sales. Do you sanction those water sales, and doesn't that expose you to liability if something happens to any of those children?
Well, we don't sanction it. That would be approved from the school-based level. But one of the things that Director Criqui and I have talked about, and as we go from district to district and meet with principals, that's part of her role. And so if we know what type of fundraiser schools may have or the district may have, she's the point person that, you know, could help them to organize that funding stream. And so this listing from EDC really helps us because a lot of those names that are on the report, we have not seen or heard anything from them. So now that we have the information, I think, you know, that would help to steer us in how, you know, we could tap into some additional stuff. So we still need to drill down a little bit more on the school-based level to see how we could support the work that they need to do. And yes, I feel the same way about selling water. Several groups have reached out to me. So I do have a project, for example, the Avid Club at Complex. One of the students reached out to me and they need to fundraise for their college tours. And so stuff like that, we should be able to help to offset the cost for the cost for our children to participate in a college tour. So we'll continue our efforts to communicate with the districts and make sure that we know what it is they're planning and see how best we could help them to offset those costs.
Recognize that AC Sums.
Commissioner, if I may, I've been studying the water distribution system, particularly along the Suniel stretch up to Saint Farm, and I found that private schools engage in that as well. Free Will Baptist is one of those schools that has water sales, and you have a lot of private sports youth clubs that also provide the sales. So not all of those water sales along the roadside are public school organizations.
And it means none of them should be doing it. That's the answer to that. If I say I don't think that water sales should be conducted, it doesn't matter to me whether they're public, private, parochial, or
yeah, they're dangerous.
Yeah,
they're dangerous.
It's dangerous.
They're dangerous, but the return on investment is very high. I mean, when you buy a case of water for $4 and then you sell 24 of them for $1 each, you get $20 for that $4 investment that you made. So it's one way that you can actually raise funds quickly, and the clubs do very well with the water sales, in all honesty. They may not be as safe as they should be, but it is a way for raising funds, and everybody tries to raise funds. One of the problems we have is that being a very small community, everybody tries to tap into the same people.
Right.
And you're not able to tap into everybody. So we often hear, for instance, the EDC beneficiaries don't give anything, but they don't realize that they may have a sailing program at either a Ken that they're doing, but they're not able to provide something else. Or you come at the end of the calendar year, their fiscal year, and you're asking something, and they've already allocated all the funding that they have. So that's some of the issues that we have. And I'm also a member of a nonprofit, the Gentlemen of Jones, and we have that same issue too. When you're trying to raise funds, it's not necessarily an easy thing to raise funds.
You know, when you said it, I remember when I first came into the Senate, my colleague from St. Croix, Senator Capehart, said to me, you know, just get ready, people are going to start asking you. And I realized how many organizations are out there asking for money, for funds to do this, to do that. But I'm going to let Senator Capehart go ahead because I know I thank you, Senator Capehart, for remaining with me. And I can dub you and Senator Joseph as soldiers too, with my honorary soldier over in St. Thomas, Senator Gittins, right, who hung around. But go ahead, your 4 minutes. Yes.
Thank you and good night. Thank you, Mr. Biggs, for holding on. And I don't jump ship, so I had to hold on, but thank you for giving me the opportunity. Senator Maurice James and I had scheduled a tour to Maryland, to Baltimore, where we visited community schools and charter schools. And I'm here thinking how EDC, these companies give back by giving contribution. My idea is, can companies just adopt a school and give, like Verizon? In one of the community schools, Verizon had adopted a school, and they provided all the electronic technology stuff for the students. I mean, it was state of the art. So does it have to be money, or they can adopt a school and give back in another way by providing equipment, supplies?
EDC beneficiaries can do in-kind contributions also. However, we limit the in-kind contributions to 50%, and we also require that it meet all the IRS standards, because IRS have certain standards that when you're determining what's in-kind, that they have put standards in reference to what's in-kind and how you could charge for in-kind. So it has to be, for instance, fair market value. You can't say, well, because I gave X amount that was valued at 10,000, you have to show the value that was actually that. So there's various requirements, but we usually say cash or in kind, but in kind can be more than 50% of the contribution.
Okay. And how has this been going with the EDC companies giving back in the process? Has it been easy? Has it been complicated?
It's written into the contract, so it hasn't been complicated. I mean, their philanthropic giving is from the heart, so they pick the charities that they want to give to, and that's why there's no really any regulation that you have to give X amount of dollars to cancer, X amount of dollars. You give from your heart. So if you had somebody who had a cancer issue, you may give a lot of money to cancer versus somebody who had a humane society issue that wanted to provide a lot of money to humane society. So it's written into their application when they submit the application. And when the board approves it, we take or adopt what the board approves, and we write that into the contract, and then we verify every year that you're meeting that by the tax returns that you provide to us that has to itemize where your contributions went and stuff. So we look to make sure if you were giving, let's say, $10,000 to broad-based charities and $10,000 to education, if you gave $20,000 to broad-based charities, you're still on the hook for $10,000 to education, because that's what's written in your contract. So you have to write. So we verify that what you say in your contract, you're actually doing.
Okay. One other thing I'm just thinking about. So suppose I'm a EDC company and I give to this particular school every time my application expires or whatever, and I'm applying for benefits again. Is it something that you ask them to give to another school, or it's their choice of what school they want to select?
It's their choice of giving, but again, right now the law requires them to give directly to the Department of Education. They can still give to another school if they wish, but they still have to provide 55% to the Department of Education. So if they gave $4,500 to Central High School, they still have to give $5,500 to the Department of Education.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm so glad you raised that point about the community school, because I also think, coming back from a recent summit that I attended, you see how all these companies support the education. I mean, it's unbelievable. And I am on board with that, the community school concept. I am on board with it, because we need to have them target schools and support those schools and make those schools excel. The thing is, every time you talk about it, 45% goes somewhere else, not necessarily to a public school, correct?
Correct. It has to go to an educational initiative.
Right. So it doesn't have to go to a public school.
But the bulk has to go to Department of Education, which manages all the public schools.
And that's the thing, but we have more public schools than we have other schools, and that's my concern. In addition to that, you know, I would like to get 100% off of something so I could give to, you know, whatever the tax exemptions are going back. And then I would be.
But also recall, Senator, there's also requirements that they provide funding to the Territorial Scholarship Fund. And in some cases, depending on the beneficiary and what category they're in, they have to provide $10,000 a year to the Territorial Scholarship Fund.
They have to give the $10,000.
Yeah. Depending on the category, most of them are $3,000. But if you're in a category, what we call the category 4, which is the designated services, which most of our clients now are in the designated 4, you'd have to give $10,000 to the Territorial Scholarship Fund.
If you're in category 4, you have to give the 10,000.
The new ones that are coming on the
New
program,
ones.
or anybody that does a modification or extension, if we do an extension certificate or we do a modification certificate, we automatically apply whatever the new law was to you. You know, so we modify your contract to add the new laws into the contract.
Yeah, I know this is about encouraging business and economic development and all of that. I'm just wondering if we are benefiting in terms of their contribution to public education. That's my biggest concern. Senator Joseph, for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Pleasant good evening, Virgin Islands. I just want to say this has been a very long day, but very enlightening and also informative. So thank you, Madam Chair, for having these topics on today's agenda for our discussion. Mr. Biggs, just talking about those Category 4 entities, I noted that you mentioned them in your testimony. How many Category 4 entities do you have right now that would be contributing the $10,000?
Currently, if you want to ask another question, I'll go ahead and look it up on my listing here, and then I can provide that to you.
When it comes to things, I like to go drill down on the numbers. And then those that would be outside of the 10,000, which would be the other entities, which will be contributing $3,000 annually. And then I have another follow-up. Let me go to Commissioner Wells Hendrington. Commissioner, how much? Where did this $15,940 go that Mr. Biggs referenced in his testimony that was collected or sent to the Department of Education in 2022 from the EDCs? You have no idea.
I have no idea. Ms. Cricky, can you answer? I don't have a copy of his testimony.
Good evening, everyone. Monique Christian Creaky, Director of Partner Relations, Virgin Islands Department of Education. I am unaware of that $15,900 that Director Biggs is speaking about.
Okay, because you see, that's why the legislation was passed, for that level of accountability and transparency. So it looks a bit askew, and it looks as if this legislation isn't really carrying out its full intent.
Can I explain
Mr.
that, Senator?
Biggs?
Yeah. First of all, we have 5 out of the 12 beneficiaries have that 10,000 rate since, again, that only went into effect into 2022.
Okay.
With the amendment. So 5 out of the 12 are at 10,000. The reason Ms. Cricky is having difficulty pulling out the amount is I looked at those since the modification, since the amendments based on Act 8559. Her report includes that in her report, and she has a more comprehensive report of all the beneficiaries she's received money from. So my testimony is a little different, where they provided the total they've received from EDC beneficiaries. I looked at what was required going directly to the Department of Education. So it's included in her report.
Okay, so it's included in her report.
And her report shows a lot more money than that.
Than this $15,940. Now, what, Commissioner, can your schools use this money for? What have you put together a plan? Have you put together a program or policy that surrounds what the schools can use this funding for?
Usually, when a beneficiary gives any type of
30
donation,
seconds.
they indicate what it can be used for. So we will get donations towards STEM activities. We've gotten donations for after-school initiatives. We've gotten donations for the culinary arts program. We get those a lot that support CTE. And then we go out and we look for donors depending on the initiatives that we may have at the time to help to sponsor some of the activities that the department may choose to engage in. Like I mentioned before, Senator, what the listing does for us is give us a better perspective on all the companies that should be given, because if you do the crosswalk between what EDC has submitted and what we record having received, there's quite a number that's still, yeah. So it's beneficial, and we'll work together with Mr. Biggs. We have a good relationship, and we're gonna clean it up because we need to make sure that they're getting what is supposed to be given to the schools.
Wonderful. I do have a next follow-up question. Mr. Biggs, I know you're still looking for some of my answers.
Yeah.
Okay, so Madam Chair, if I may, kindly.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so kindly. Now, there is a beneficiary that falls under the 708N, and that's for the training aspect. How many of your beneficiaries fall under that umbrella of the statute?
Yeah, all of them do, but that usually requires that they provide training programs, whether through UVI or some other training entities such as UVI Cell, or they do direct training themselves. But all of them do some sort of workforce. They also work with Department of Labor in regard to workforce development and specialized training. Several of our beneficiaries have created courses within UVI, so they're supporting UVI in reference to the courses. And again, UVI, for our purposes, is not considered a public school initiative or program.
Understood. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I do have some follow-up questions, but the time is spent, so I won't really trouble you much more. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to come back to both of us. I'm going to go over to the real soldier in the House, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers, all of you listening and present. I'm a soldier, not a soldier crab. First of all, Commissioner, you and your team, Department of Education, I let you know that I'm a supporter of you and the Department of Education. They have some issues, and I think collectively we could continue to work on them. So I'm a supporter. That's number one. CEO Biggs, I'm also a supporter. You and your team keep doing what you're doing. Now, I saw in your testimony you said 55%. 55% of what? Or what number? Is there supposed to be a number that 55%? Or as you were explaining, if I choose to give 10,000 to someplace else, then I have to give 55% of that match to Department of Education?
Yeah, that's how it's done, Senator. There's no amount that it's created by law. It's all created pretty much by the application, what's approved in their application. And so when we're evaluating the application, we look at the numbers there in regard to, an entity said they're going to give, like I said, $4,500 to Wayne Biggs. Then they said they're going to give $5,500 to Department of Education. And they give $11,000 to Department of Education. They give $9,000 to Wayne Biggs. So we look at the ratios as part of the application, but there's no set amount. Again, philanthropic giving is given from the heart, so various persons give. And based on our program, which is a tax reduction program, we find that if people have a good year, they give a lot more than if they have a bad year.
Okay, so could we then have the Department of Education have a ready wish list that you would have as a part of the application also?
We can, Senator. That's definitely something that Director Creaky can work on with the schools and the districts.
Okay, because I think that would be a help for CEO Biggs in terms of having a wish list from the department. So when you put it into the application, you could say, hey, in your giving that they give out of their heart, that, to keep in mind, these are some of the things we'd like to accomplish. And if you could do that and see the end game of it, then it would be even more beneficial to the EDC company to do it, so we could actually notice them, thank them, and put it out into the public.
Through the chair?
So, okay.
Through the chair? Yes,
Yes,
Senator,
yes, go ahead.
as the Commissioner indicated, I think we have a very good working relationship with the Department of Education. And over the last few years, I've seen the Department of Education a lot more engaging with the EDC beneficiaries. So they actually have events where they have socials with the EDC beneficiaries so they can, get to meet them and get to know them. And I think that's the best way if you're trying to increase contributions is really to get to know the parties and that sort of stuff. But I have seen them and I've seen them engaging more and more with EDC beneficiaries. And we've been working with them to invite EDC beneficiaries to their events.
Okay, that's a great idea too. Also, now would the law need to be amended to
30
indicate
seconds.
where EDA is informed as the informed Department of Education? Since you said they directly deal with Department of Education and then you are given a report sometime later, should it be in front where you are informed as the contribution is made to the Department of Education?
I don't think so. I think it's good where it is. I think it'll become a clerical error, a clerical headache for Ms. Creaky and the commission. If every time they got a contribution, they have to provide us with some sort of response in regard to that contribution. Again, we have 93 beneficiaries, so it'd be probably 93 different times they would have to report to us in regard to that, and our portfolios continues to grow. So I like the annual report where they provide me with, this is the annual contributions, and then I can check it against the annual reports that we receive from the EDC beneficiaries. So I think the law is good the way it's written, and that was written into Act 8559 2 years ago, which helps us a lot in reference. Before there was no reporting mechanism, but our reporting mechanism has helped quite a bit now.
Time.
Oh, okay, that's good there. And I see Ms. Creaky, she's nodding in agreement. So, don't need to go. You would like to say anything else? Okay, so Ms. Creaky is nodding in agreement. So I would support that also then. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. Good evening to everyone.
And through the chair, I'd like to make a correction. 6 of the 12 beneficiaries since 2000, April 11, 2022, 6 of the 12 that we have the $10,000 requirement.
I have a question. What I'm seeing here from the Department of Education, where some of these companies that I know have only given is this like how often do you get these checks? $550?
Yeah.
1,250?
Some of these companies are small businesses, though. Not all of them are EDC large businesses. Some of them are small businesses.
Some of them I know, $250. This is the question I have. Is it possible for me to give my 45%, 45% to a school where one of my employees' children attends and that child gets a scholarship through that? I mean, these are loopholes. I'm trying because people in the community have been saying things like that the EDC beneficiaries get all this exemption, 100%, 90%, whatever. I understand some of them are small business, but yet they find a loophole to, number one, create their own organizations to benefit their own pet projects, or they benefit their own employees, and that becomes then, of course, an attraction for somebody to work for them. Those are just some of the concerns that people have been expressing to me. I don't know how true they are, but it's not a good thing to think that I'm not receiving those tax exemptions, and I donate to organizations also as much as I can. But I don't get when I see $250 with a check written.
But again,
these operation back to school.
Some of these may be directly to the Department of Education, but they're supporting other educational initiatives. So.
So I must not then interpret the 200. You're saying I can't interpret the $250 as the full 55%.
Correct.
That's okay.
Correct.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, because
Got
they may give directly to CTEC,
Got it.
right? And they may
Okay.
give $10,000 to CTEC,
I see what
but
you're
they
saying.
only gave $250 to the Department of Education. So the Department of Education is only recording the $250 that they got directly from the beneficiary.
Right, but that 250 does not make up 55% of what they have to
But they give
donate.
$10,000 to CTEC, which is a public education.
But the way the law is written, it says that they have to give. I thought that was your.
That's the new law. Remember, that's why I was going to read the law in testimony. You told me don't read it because the law prior to that.
The new law requires
The law prior to that was 50% to the educational programs and initiative, not to the Department of Education. So they would go directly to the schools and provide their gift directly to the schools. So education wasn't recording those, and that's one of the reasons I indicated why Department of Education changed the law, saying it comes to Department of Education. So now they can record and they can see how the schools are using it, or they could disperse it to the schools as needed. But before I could go directly to the school and say, I want to give you a $5,000 contribution, and Department of Education would never know that a school received a $5,000 contribution from an EDC beneficiary.
But that doesn't help me. Still doesn't help me out because the 55%, I need to know, I would really love to see what amount of money equates to the 55% of the financial contribution that goes directly to the Department of Education.
You're going to see that
That's what I want to
eventually,
see.
but because the law only recently changed, the law has not caught up to the contributions. For instance, if you look at Pearl B. Larson, and I'll take Paul B. Larson, and Pearl B. Larson has, or had, I'm not sure because I haven't been there recently, they had two different computer labs. Most of that was donated by EDC beneficiaries, where they had a Microsoft lab and they had an Apple lab. You know, so those are the kind of things that you may see, and you know, Pearl B. Larson had those type of things. Other schools did not, but those came directly as contributions to Pearl B. Larson, not to the Department of Education.
Right, right.
So the new law, in the next few years, you'll see it catching up with it. And like I said, as we modify or we change our certificate, we put the new law in the certificate, so it'll catch up eventually.
So the new law, I just need to know this. The new law only changes the beneficiaries, right? You know what I mean? Not, when I say changes the beneficiaries, if I came on in 2020, before 2022.
Yeah, you would give to educational program and initiatives if you want me to in 2022. Now, if you came on after 22, you give 55% directly to the Department of Education. So, again, education now uses it for educational program and initiatives, how they see. But again, before Education Commissioner could certify Wayne Biggs tutorial program as an educational initiative, and I could give to that because it qualified under that 50%, because it was educational program and it was certified by the Commissioner of Education, and it was public educational program because it was serving students in general. So that's why I'm saying we're doing a study in reference to the tracking.
Yeah.
And I think when that study comes out, you'll have a better understanding of how much money actually went to educational initiatives across the board and what went to charity and where it went and that sort of stuff.
The reason I said to you not to read the law, because reading it doesn't help me. I am actually going to go home and sit down and put numbers, and the showing me the checks, right? Showing me the checks doesn't help me. I need to take this and say, okay, before you were giving 55%, or now you're giving 55%, before you were giving 50%.
Through the chair, that's why I limited my testimony to those entities after the law. So
I know,
now you can track the
but
numbers.
it still doesn't help me because the entities before the law are more. You said 93?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm interested in the 93 minus the how much? The 7?
12, 81.
81, thank you. I'm interested in the 81.
Right, prior to the law.
Thank you.
But you may see, for instance, they give, like I said, $10,000 to dancing classrooms, or you may figure out why dancing classrooms, but that was certified as an public educational program. So once we have that certification and they give to that, that's fine.
I am not going to have any more questions, Mr. Biggs, tonight until you and we do a report, a tracking. But Senator Joseph has some more questions. I don't know if Senator DeGraff has any more or Senator Capehart. I think Senator DeGraff may have left. So Senator Joseph, it's on you now to try to help me understand.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I mean, I have no problem burning the midnight oil. I'm accustomed to it. I've done it before many times, but I won't burden our people with it, especially media. I want to ask you a question, and it's very critical for me, my understanding. How are you working to get the remaining 6 of the 12 to pay into the $10,000 that they are required to do? How are you and your team working with them?
No, the remaining 6 are different categories, so they pay $3,000.
Okay, that wasn't clear
So
in your
six
state.
pays 10,000 and 6 pays 3.
Okay, now I'm clear in that. Okay, so that's fine. Now, so any new beneficiaries that come on board, they are going to be required to pay that 55%, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and what is the category for? What triggers that category? What EDC beneficiaries go into that category?
Yeah. Category 4 is what we call designated services entities. So it's the entities that do like back office operations, they do management consulting, they do trading. All of the financial companies for the most part fall in there, but also the ones that do the back office operations.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the leeway. Like I said, I will not exhaust more than my time. I might stay here in St. Croix, but this has been a very informative committee meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you. It's clear that we're going to have Mr. Biggs back. And we're going to put you in block 1. That's for sure. Because I am sure my other colleagues who had to leave for various reasons would love to engage in this conversation with you.
I'm always available, Senator.
Great. And part of that is because I do agree that students need to have some skin in the game in terms of raising funds, but I don't agree that they should be on a roadside selling water. I will never agree to that. You know, we just need to come up with ways to help them raise funds in a safer environment. I'll let you give me your 30-second wrap-up, Commissioner Wells Hedrington, and then I'll have Mr. Biggs, the CEO, Mr. Biggs, go after.
Today has been a very long day, Senator, but this conversation definitely is one that we need to continue. Like I said before, CEO Biggs and the department have been working together on our beneficiaries, and we have cleaned up our efforts to be able to track what is actually being given to our schools to account for it. And so when that information was presented, I quickly looked for that 55% like you to see, well, who's supposed to be given some more that I have not tapped into or have not arranged for them to contribute to programs at our school. So we definitely have some more work to do, but I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening.
Thank you. CEO Biggs.
Yeah, again, it's always a pleasure to come and answer questions in reference to explaining the EDC program and the way the EDC program works. I mean, I think it's a very important program for the territory, and as we compete globally with other entities, it becomes more and more important for us to make sure we're able to attract other businesses here in the territory. But as Commissioner indicates, we've been working closely with her and her team. I know my team has reached out to Ms. Creaky in reference to reporting, so we can all be on the same page as to how we report and how we look at information. And I think we'll continue to develop that. We've been working together in reference to engaging beneficiaries so education can make their pitch directly to beneficiaries. And we're hoping that they're successful in that regard. The one thing that beneficiaries like to see, and sometimes they don't get that response, is how their money is being used to the benefit of the territory. I think the department has been doing a better job in reference to that. We've also asked the Board of Education to provide us information on how they're using the funding, and you can see significant funding going into the Board of Education in reference to scholarship funding. And usually they just say basically goes into the general scholarship fund. But I don't think there's any tracking of how much people actually fulfill the degrees and that sort of stuff. And I think the board needs to go a little further in regard to that. But again, thank you, and we're available to answer questions and provide suggestions in reference to how we can improve the laws. We are working on amendments in reference to all of our programs internally, so our programs flow easier. If you try to read EDC law, you're gonna be all over the place in reference to EDC law, and some of it is not codified. So we're working and we'll provide a package in the near future to the legislature in reference to that. So again, thank you for having us here. I know you guys have had a long day, but I appreciate having the opportunity to at least talk in reference about the EDC program.
Right, I think that's important. I also thank you for waiting. It was a long wait, and I appreciate that. I do want you to consider what my colleague, Senator Capehart, said about community school concepts, though, because it does work in other communities, especially Senator DeGraff and I attended with her. And it blew my mind, just the things that companies that are located in a city can do for that school. I want to thank Senator Joseph for hanging in there with me, and Senator Capehart, you held on. And of course, I want to thank all the testifiers who showed up today. Some have already gone. My colleagues, their staff, my staff, central staff, media, and everyone who has made this a productive hearing. I want to end with two quotes, because I started talking about the darkness that surrounds us, but I want to end on a light, with the light, which is Archbishop Desmond Tutu said, "Hope is being able to see that there is light despite all of the darkness." And Amanda Gorman, who most of you know as the poet, the young poet, she said, "There is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it." Good night, and God bless everyone. God bless the Virgin Islands, our students. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is hereby adjourned.